door opened slowly. Rapp peered through the crack and saw the light from the hallway spilling into the room. From his angle, he could see a man with his back to him taking off his clothes and standing at the foot of the large bed. The man began to climb onto the bed. Now was the time to move. With his knife in his left hand and the gun in his right, Rapp proceeded slowly. He took his first step and then quickly looked to the left and the right to make sure no one else was in the room. He stepped silently, without vibration or noise, carefully placing his heel and then the rest of his foot on the floor. Halfway across the room, Rapp slid his gun back into his holster. The terrorist was holding the woman's hands above her head and was trying to enter her, the woman's sobs muffled by the man's body. Rapp moved quickly to the bed, his right hand open and stretched outward, the left tightly clutching his knife. With fluid precision, he grabbed the hair of the terrorist with his right hand and yanked the man's head back. With his left hand, Rapp stuck the tip of the knife directly into the man's neck and thrust it upward. The sharp knife sliced through muscle and penetrated deep into the base of the brain. With a forceful twist of the knife, Rapp shredded the fragile brain stem. Abu Hassan never knew what happened in his final second on Earth. Still holding the man's hair, Rapp pulled him off the woman and dropped his lifeless body on the floor with as little noise as possible. He placed the bloody knife back in its scabbard, and Rapp held out his hands to the naked woman on the bed. "Don't scream. We need to move quickly." The woman looked up with shocked eyes and tried to cover her exposed breasts with her arms. Rapp reached down, untucked the sheet that she was lying on top of, and gently folded it over her body. He knew he had to move fast. There was no telling when someone else might come along. Looking the woman in the eye, he said, "Listen, I have to move you. I'm going to pick you up and bring you someplace where you'll be safe." Rapp placed one knee on the bed and really flinched like a scared and beaten dog. Moving slowly, he said, "More of them could come at any minute. I need to get you out of here." After giving her several seconds to think about the alternative, Rapp placed one hand under her legs and the other under her upper back. Cradling her to his chest, he stood and whispered, "Everything's going to be all right." Rapp walked quickly across the room and into the closet. In a voice just above a whisper, he said, "Milt, turn the light on." Almost instantly, the light inside the stash room came on, and the hidden door opened wider. Rapp moved the woman inside and placed her on the floor. Then, grabbing his backpack, he opened it and extracted a small kit. Handing it to Adams, he said, "Give her some water and a couple of these." Rapp pulled out a packet of Tylenol 3. "I have to get back out there and try to figure out what to do with that body." Raghib Kassar looked out across the mass of huddled hostages and checked his watch. It was nearing midnight, and his turn was approaching. There were two other terrorists in the room, and Raghib looked at the one closest to him. The man nodded, signaling for Raghib to go ahead. They were all eagerly awaiting their turn, and the sooner Raghib was done with the woman, the sooner the other two would have their chance. Raghib grinned and flashed his open hand to his compatriot 3 times, telling him to give him 15 minutes. With excitement, he strode from the room, his pace picking up as soon as the door behind him closed. Rapp closed the main door to the bedroom and studied the body for a second. It was no good trying to hide it. Aziz would know his man was missing and would immediately deduce that he had been killed. There had to be another way. Rapp grew impatient as he stood over the dead terrorist, racking his brain for a way out of the mess. After searching the dead man's discarded clothes for information, it came to him. Rapp grabbed the terrorist's knife from the pile of clothes, and he hoisted the body back onto the bed, laying the dead man on his stomach. With the terrorist's own knife, Rapp stabbed him 3 times in the upper back. Rapp was careful not to use all of his strength, only sending an inch or 2 of the knife into the flesh. After pausing for a second, Rapp flipped the dead man over and stabbed him 3 times in the chest and twice in the neck. Blood was beginning to flow freely over the white sheets. For the finishing touch, he sliced the man's forearms and hands to make it look as if he had tried to block the blows. Rapp took several steps back and looked at the body. He checked the area in front of him and around his feet to make sure none of the blood had gotten on his boots, and then he pulled the body off the bed and onto the floor again. With the bedspread already disheveled and blood all over the sheets, it just might work. Raghib bounded up the last step and looked down the long hallway. He knew the president's bedroom was on the left. He had visited it last night. Raghib smiled to himself when he thought of the fun he'd had with the blonde. She wasn't much of a fighter, but this one would be different. She had already shown some tenacity. Raghib just hoped that she wouldn't be beaten to a bloody pulp by the time he got there. He was a little early, and with any luck he would be able to hear Abu Hassan's moans of ecstasy. The bearded terrorist walked down the hallway, his AK-74 at his side and a look of anticipation on his face. Rapp grabbed the pile of clothes and began to go through them again. In the combat vest he found a radio and held it up to his ear. There was no traffic at the moment. He was tempted to take it, but that would tip Aziz off. If the radio was gone, they would change frequencies, and they would also begin to wonder if the woman had acted alone. Rapp studied the device. It was made by a French company he knew little about. He placed the radio back where he'd found it and checked his watch. 4 minutes and 23 seconds had passed. Rapp was standing over the body when he felt an almost indiscernible tremor. Someone was coming down the hall. He drew his gun and bounded across the room to the closet. Just as he closed the closet door, he saw the main door to the bedroom begin to open. Rapp stood at the door for only a second and then cautiously retreated into the stash room, closing and bolting the door behind him. Back in the control room at Langley, Irene Kennedy had given up trying to raise Rapp on the radio. Instead, she sat with everyone else in total silence and watched the events unfold. No one spoke. They all watched, riveted by the real-life drama unfolding on the one small monitor. At first, no one knew what Rapp was doing when he began to stab the man who already lay dead on the floor. Then people began to catch on. General Flood turned to Stansfield and said, "Damn, that kid thinks on his feet." Before Stansfield could reply, Rapp had bolted across the room and into the closet. Almost simultaneously, the bedroom door was opened, and a man in green combat fatigues stood silhouetted by the hallway light. Everyone watched as the man walked across the room and suddenly snapped up his gun from his side, spinning 360 degrees. Next, the lights came on, and then a series of excited calls over the radio. Chapter 25. Washington, D.C. was a city, a federal district, and most notably the capital of the United States of America. The originally square geographic area was located at the confluence of the Potomac and Anacostia rivers and was bordered by Maryland on 3 sides and Virginia to the southwest. Founded in 1790 and originally called the Federal City and District of Columbia, after Christopher Columbus, the city was later renamed by Congress for the nation's first president. Because the city's 4 corners pointed in the 4 directions of the compass, it was conveniently split up into quadrants. The southeast quadrant was by far the most economically deprived. The heart of the area was the neighborhood of Anacostia. This violent portion of Washington accounted for more than half of the city's annual murders and was literally a war zone in the shadow of the nation's capital. On the top floor of a rat-infested tenement building in the heart of Anacostia, a man with bleached white hair and a fresh set of tattoos worked diligently as the clock approached midnight. The building was largely deserted, except for some drug addicts who used the lower floors to trade sex, stolen property, and sometimes even cash for their mood-altering chemical of choice. The building had been chosen by the group because the police rarely patrolled the area out of fear for their own safety. In the grungy apartment on the 5th floor, the windows had been covered with 3/4-inch plywood. The sturdy boards bolted into the window frames, making them impossible to kick in. The door had also been reinforced with 2x4s and plywood, and a series of new locks had been installed. Inside the room, 2 motion sensors, mounted in opposite corners, had ensured the room's integrity for almost 2 weeks. Rafique Aziz had ordered the white-haired man sitting on the folding chair to find the safe house almost 5 months ago. But Aziz had been adamant about waiting until the last possible moment to set it up. They did not want to attract too much attention. The man sitting in the dirty apartment was Salim Roussan. The same man who, for the last 6 months, had been an inconspicuous bellman at the Washington Hotel. The same man who had taken aim with his SVD sniper rifle at the Secret Service just yesterday. Roussan was no longer an inconspicuous individual. Thanks to the FBI, his employee photo from the hotel had been splashed all over television and every newspaper in the country. That was why Roussan had not seen daylight since walking into this apartment the morning before last. It had all been predicted by Aziz. The group's leader had been explicit about every detail before the raid on the White House, and that is why he had given Roussan only 2 10-round magazines. Aziz had other plans for Roussan, and he wanted him far away from the White House when the police and the FBI showed up. After Roussan had fired all 20 of his rounds, he had left the Soviet-made sniping rifle right there on the balcony overlooking the White House and fled the building by a staircase. When he made it to the street, he proceeded 2 blocks to the Metro Center stop at 12th and F Street and caught the first southbound train. 10 minutes later, he was walking through the slums of Anacostia, his hotel uniform replaced with a Chicago Bulls hat and a leather jacket. Everything had been waiting for Roussan when he arrived. The copious amount of rat droppings and cobwebs had been cleaned up, and the apartment was stocked with everything he needed. Most of the supplies had been bought at the REI store in Bailey's Crossroads, Virginia. It was paid for in cash. The recreational equipment included a cot, a sleeping bag, several folding chairs, 2 tables, and some cooking equipment, all of it designed for campers. A battery-powered generator purred in the corner and provided juice for a small TV, a radio, a police scanner, and several lights. 2 red Coleman coolers contained enough food and water to last him at least 5 days, but he doubted he would use all of it. Tomorrow morning he would venture back out into public and sow the seeds for a special surprise. Roussan looked at his watch and then the cot. He had done everything Aziz had told him to do. He had shaved off his entire beard with the exception of his mustache and goatee. With a pair of clippers, he had buzzed his hair to within a half-inch of his scalp and then bleached it until it was white. Next came the bleaching of the facial hair and eyebrows, and then the pierced right ear. That was the most difficult part, working backward in the mirror and then trying to stop the blood after he had shoved the needle through the earlobe. The finishing touch was a series of fake tattoos. The most conspicuous, an upside-down pink triangle on his right biceps with the words "Queer Nation" emblazoned underneath. Roussan was not completely comfortable with the disguise. He hated homosexuals, but it had not been his idea. It was Aziz's, and when Aziz gave an order, it was best to follow it. Roussan had one task to perform before he left the apartment in the morning. Looking at his watch, he debated whether he should take care of it now or get some sleep first. As he fingered the blocks of explosive Semtex and the box of detonators sitting on the other side of the table, he decided to wait until morning. He would sleep better knowing the bombs were unarmed. Rafique Aziz and Muammar Benghazi walked up the main staircase of the mansion. Aziz was furious. They had been lucky enough to take the White House without losing a single man, and now, when he was within 24 hours of achieving his ultimate goal, he had lost a valuable man due to outright stupidity. Momentum was something that Aziz was acutely aware of. The battlefields of history are littered with the corpses of soldiers whose commanders failed to notice the crucial role it plays in every conflict. Benghazi walked a half-step behind, ashamed that one of his men had been foolish enough to get killed by a woman. When they reached the second floor of the mansion, Aziz and Benghazi proceeded directly across the hall and into the president's bedroom. Every light in the room was on. Aziz walked to the other side of the bed and looked down at the bloody, naked body. Raghib, the man who had found his slain comrade, was standing on the other side of the body, his radio in one hand and his assault rifle in the other. He started to speak, but Aziz raised his hand and silenced him. The leader of the group said nothing for a long while as his eyes took inventory of the scene. After several minutes, Aziz looked up. The expression on his face was one of controlled anger. In a curt tone, he asked, "What in the hell happened?" Raghib nervously began to recount the events, content that for now Aziz hadn't executed him. Ragib told him how Abu Hassan had knocked the woman out and dragged her from the room. He gave his leader the details of what he had found and what little he knew about the woman. When Ragib was done, Aziz looked at the body for a second and then at the nervous man standing before him. No bad deed was to go unpunished. Examples had to be made. Fear had to be maintained. With no warning whatsoever, Aziz brought his hand up and slapped Ragib across the face. Ragib held his ground, offering his chin for another blow. Although he was stronger and bigger than Aziz, he feared his leader deeply. Fighting back or blocking the blow was not a consideration. Taking the muzzle of his MP5, Aziz shoved it under Ragib's chin and backed him up until he was pinned against the wall. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you for your stupidity." "I have no excuse." Ragib kept his voice calm, knowing that any sign of fear or disrespect could end his life instantly. "I deserve to die. I was stupid." Mitch had made it into the room with seconds to spare. Milt Adams knelt in the corner next to the woman Rapp had just saved and tried to keep her calm. The battered woman had been shaking for the better part of 5 minutes, and Adams was beginning to worry that she might be slipping into some type of shock. Rapp tried his best to ignore Adams and the woman and stay focused on what the people back at Langley were saying. He had already received his reprimand for not seeking the approval of the High Command before saving the woman. Rapp liked to use the phrase, High Command, to describe anyone who sat comfortably in a dark room that was dimly lit with computer and TV screens and gave orders to operators in the field. On this particular mission, he respected the people who were giving orders. Kennedy was someone whom he trusted implicitly, and Campbell, Flood, and Stansfield had all been in the field before, something that went a long way. Rapp, however, had a new axiom in life. The stubborn half-German had just recently figured out that instead of fighting the system, it was often better to say yes and then go off and do whatever you thought was best. Washington was a bureaucratic monolith that more often than not moved with the speed and agility of a 500-pound man. Like most clandestine operators, Rapp saw Washington's role as a secondary one, and because of this he had developed the habit of being very cautious about what information he passed on while in the field. Rapp had discovered that the less they thought he was doing, the more support they seemed to give him, while inversely the more he told them, especially bad news, the less support he seemed to get. Kennedy almost always went to bat for him, but there were others in Washington who had built their careers on doing nothing. Rapp sat on his heels, his eyes trained on the monitor, his left ear receiving the audio from the president's bedroom and his right ear receiving the audio from Langley. The only voices coming from Langley were those of Kennedy, Campbell, Stansfield, and Flood. None of them had bothered to criticize him for saving the woman. They all knew or hoped they would have done the same thing. General Flood had, however, stressed that from this point forward there was a chain of command firmly in place, and it was to be used. Using his new axiom, Rapp replied with a simple, "Yes, sir." For the next several tense minutes the group discussed how to proceed, but before long there was no need to speculate. The entrance of 2 men into the bedroom silenced all radio chatter. Rapp squinted at the small monitor and instantly recognized the body language of the smaller man. The hair on Rapp's neck stood on end and his palms became moist. When Rapp heard the voice of this man, his heart began to race almost out of control. Instinctively, Rapp found himself reaching for his MP10. The desire to kill seemed to possess him. Rafique Aziz was on the other side of the wall, probably no more than 10 feet away, and his back was to the door. As Rapp rose to one knee, the voice of Irene Kennedy came over the handset. "Iron Man, I know what you're thinking, and it's not going to happen. The odds aren't right. There are 3 of them and 1 of you." Rapp paused, tempted not to reply. Unfortunately, he had already tried that once, and it wasn't going to work twice. Rapp exhaled and said, "I can take them down and end this right now," his voice a little edgy. Kennedy's even voice came right back. "Or you could get killed and ruin our only chance for finding out what's going on in there." "I won't get killed," answered Rapp in a tense voice. "At least not before I take all 3 of them down first." Back at Langley, Kennedy spun around in her chair and looked up at Director Stansfield. She shook her head vigorously at her boss. Stansfield, for his part, sat calmly in his chair with one arm folded across his chest and the hand of the other one under his chin. Touching the arm of his headset, he said, "Iron Man, hold for a second while we discuss our options." Stansfield pressed a button on his console and leaned forward. General Flood scooted his chair over several feet, and Kennedy and General Campbell placed their hands on the long table that ran in front of the elevated row. Kennedy was the first to speak. "I don't like the odds." Stansfield looked from Kennedy to Campbell, and the general replied, "I don't know. I'm tempted. We've had a bullseye on this guy's head for a long time, and Mitch is awfully good." Stansfield turned to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Flood rubbed the knob of his chin with his hand. Frowning, he answered, "We're not even an hour into this operation, and we have 60-plus hostages on the line. I think we wait." With a shake of the head, Flood added, "If he doesn't get all three of them, we're in deep shit." All of them turned and looked at the monitor showing the three terrorists. One of them turned and walked closer to the door. Stansfield shook his head and punched the button on his console. Adjusting the lip mic of his headset, he said, "Iron Man, you are to hold your position. I repeat, you are to hold your position." Back in the stash room, Rapp squeezed the tough plastic handset so tightly his knuckles turned white. In his mind, he was swearing the same four-letter word over and over while kicking himself for answering Kennedy's call. He should have put a bullet in the field radio and gone out and ended it. Thinking he still had a chance, Rapp stated, "I respectfully disagree. I have 3 targets, all standing within 15 feet of each other." Rapp looked at the monitor. "They have their backs to my position, and I have the element of surprise on my side. This is not a difficult takedown." This time it was General Flood's voice that came back over the radio. "Iron Man, you are not to move, and that is an order. We need your eyes and ears in there, and we have time on our side." Flood's voice boomed with authority. In a slightly softer tone, he added, "You'll get your chance, son. Just be patient." Reluctantly, Rapp replied, "Roger that." Then, taking the handset, he tapped the ear portion against his forehead repeatedly. Next time, he told himself, just do it. Don't bother asking. Rafique Aziz still had the muzzle of his MP5 stuck firmly under the chin of Raghib. If he'd had more men at his disposal, Raghib would be dead, but he needed every last body. That was why Aziz had brought so many explosives. It was the only way he could neutralize the advantage the Americans would have in manpower. Raghib, his head contorted in a painful, twisted position, spoke cautiously. "I will find her. I promise you, Rafique." Slowly, Aziz backed away, letting his rifle fall to his side, considering whether it was worth looking for the woman. He grabbed the pile of clothes on the floor. Hassan's pistol was still in its holster, and his rifle was on top of the dresser on the other side of the room. The bloody knife was on the floor near the clothes, so the woman was unarmed. Sideways, Aziz looked at Raghib and asked, "Was this the same woman Abu Hassan had me pull out of line this morning?" Raghib nodded his head vigorously. "Yes, it is the same woman." Aziz scoffed and looked at Benghazi, who was standing closer to the door. "I know this woman. I met her when I arrived for my meeting with that fat pig Russ Piper." In typical mute form, Benghazi said nothing. Aziz nodded as things started to make a little more sense. He remembered Russ Piper telling him about the woman's family. "The woman's father is a Chicago police officer." Aziz looked down at the dead body before him. "That helps explain this." When Aziz was done looking at the body, he bent down and grabbed the pile of clothes. From them, he took the pistol and the radio, then walked over to the dresser and grabbed the extra assault rifle. Aziz turned and tossed the rifle across the room at Raghib. With his own rifle in one hand, Raghib caught the other rifle with his free hand. "Do you want me to find the girl?" Aziz thought about it for a second and then said, "No, she can do us no harm. All of the exits are wired. Chances are she'll set off one of the bombs and kill herself." Benghazi cleared his throat and got Aziz's attention. Aziz looked at his second and said, "Yes." I think at the very least we should do a sweep of this floor and the third. Benghazi paused. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Aziz thought about it for a moment and replied, All right, but let's do it quickly. As they prepared to leave, Raghib pointed to their dead comrade on the floor and asked, What do you want me to do with Hassan? Without looking back, Aziz said, Leave him there, and let this stupid fool rot. Chapter 26. Back at Langley, a lively discussion was underway. General Campbell wanted to broaden their vague mandate by sending 2 more people through the ventilation shaft. His reason was sound. They knew Aziz had brought a large amount of explosives into the White House, and they now had evidence that Aziz had strategically deployed the devices. Before any type of an assault could take place, those devices would have to be defeated, or at the very least, circumvented. To do that, they needed more information, and that meant getting someone with technical expertise into the White House. General Campbell and Irene Kennedy had again resumed their huddle with their respective bosses. Campbell stated confidently, 6 has the people and the equipment in place, and no one knows explosives better than they do. 1 call to Lieutenant Commander Harris, and we can have them in the shaft in under 5 minutes.
I'd prefer to have Iron Man look around a little more, Stansfield said.
Campbell sighed. I'm not sure we shouldn't have let Iron Man take them out a couple of minutes ago. Stansfield raised an eyebrow.
It was a very risky play for so early in the game.
Yeah, but one that might have been worth it. And if we get it again, I'd like to be in a position to increase the odds. So, Flood leaned forward, placing an arm on the table. You want to move these people in immediately? Yes. Campbell looked at his watch. It's almost 0100. The sun's going to be up in 5 hours. The sooner we get a clearer picture of what we're up against, the sooner we can end this thing. Plus, like all of our Special Forces personnel, these demo experts are cross-trained. You put 2 SEALs on Iron Man's flanks and... Campbell nodded confidently. The next time we get a chance to take out Aziz, we're not going to miss. Stansfield cautioned.
Right now we have 3 armed terrorists moving about the mansion in a very surly mood. It might be wise to let them cool down before we start.
I agree, replied Campbell. We just heard them say they're going to check the 2nd and 3rd floors, which should take about 20 minutes. Even if we get our people moving in under 10, it'll be close to a half hour before they make it in. And besides, they're coming into the 3rd basement, not the 2nd floor. What about Mitch? Asked Kennedy. He can sit tight until Aziz is done checking the 2nd and 3rd floors, and then he can head back down using the elevator. Kennedy thought about it for a moment and then said, It sounds reasonable to me. Both Kennedy and Campbell looked up at Flood and Stansfield. General Flood looked at Stansfield first, and then Campbell. Tell Commander Harris to get his men ready to move, but they are to wait for my order before they cross the fence line. Campbell and Kennedy went back to their spots, leaving the 2 older men alone. Flood moved close to Stansfield and asked, How does this change things with the Vice President? Stansfield pondered the question momentarily and then replied,
I'm not sure. He was awfully vague in his direction. He seemed to leave the door open for everything up to the point of an actual raid.
Flood shook his head and muttered, Vice President Baxter is severely hampered in the leadership department. He is not the person we need for this crisis. Stansfield slowly nodded.
He's trying to cover all of his bets.
So what do we do? The director of the CIA thought about it for a moment.
He was vague for a reason. I almost got the feeling he wanted to be kept out of the loop.
He wants his deniability. The general was not happy. Well, screw him and the horse he rode in on. We can tell him in the morning when he gets his lazy ass out of bed. On the east side of the White House, Lieutenant Commander Harris and his men were busy getting ready. The air under the tarp was soupy. Condensation had formed on the sides of the 3 vehicles, and rivulets of water were dripping to the ground. Every man was sweating profusely, but they all ignored it. They were used to working in conditions far worse than this. Harris had already chosen his 2 men. The first was Nick Schultz, a 38-year-old Chief Petty Officer. Schultz was an EOD, Explosive Ordnance Disposal Specialist. who had been on the teams since he was 20. Due to his natural knack for explosives, he had spent a fair amount of time as a basic underwater demolition SEAL instructor for the grueling 26-week course that all candidates must complete before they can become a SEAL. However, what made Schultz one of the very best experts was his steady, unflappable demeanor. The second man Harris had picked was Danny Kraft. The choice was actually a foregone conclusion, since Kraft was Schultz's swim buddy. Kraft was Schultz's junior by 10 years. Where Schultz was calm and introspective, Kraft was active and outgoing. And where Schultz was plain-looking, Kraft was boyishly handsome. Looking quite a bit younger than his 28 years of age, Kraft had used his blue-gray eyes to woo college co-eds on both coasts. There was rarely a free night that the young SEAL spent alone. The two men were polar opposites, and as the older Schultz had expected, this worked to their advantage. Kraft saw things that Schultz didn't, and vice versa. Over the last 2 years, they had honed their skills and become a very effective duo. As they prepared for their insertion, the two men stood side by side in front of a long folding table and checked their equipment one last time. Besides their weapons and specialized toolkits, they were bringing one exceptional piece of equipment. Laid out on the table before them was a mobile X-ray imager made by Safety and Security Instruments out of San Diego. The first two pieces of the unit were the RTR-4 X-ray imager and the XR200 X-ray source. The two units worked in conjunction with a third piece of equipment, the RTR-4 control unit. This portable Pentium computer was mounted in a super sturdy gasket-sealed aluminum case with shock-mounted components. The active matrix color flat panel display on the control unit would provide Schultz and Kraft with a real-time sneak and peek into the guts of Aziz's bombs. Without the RT-4, any attempt to open the outer casing of the bombs would be a game of Russian roulette. Standing 15 feet away in the open doorway of the CIA communications van, Lieutenant Commander Harris was busy listening to General Campbell and Irene Kennedy back at Langley. Harris was waiting for an opportunity to make his pitch, but hadn't found it. General Campbell was asking a lot of questions, as was Kennedy. When there was finally a pause, Harris made his move. "General Campbell, I'd like to request permission to go in with my demo boys. I think—" Campbell cut him off. "Request denied. I want you with your team." Harris held the handset of the secure field radio to his ear. He was not to be deterred so easily. "I respectfully disagree, sir. I think I would be more valuable helping conduct the recon of the building." "You are to stay put, Commander." The voice was not Campbell's. It was General Flood's. Harris, slightly caught off guard, had not expected Flood to be listening in on the conversation. The highest-ranking officer in the entire U.S. military continued by saying, "If things proceed well, there's a good chance we'll be sending you and your team in." "Yes, sir," was the only reply Harris could muster. "Now, get your boys moving. Iron Man will be waiting for them on the other side." Back in the stash room, Mitch Rapp was reorganizing his gear for his incursion back into the bowels of the 200-year-old mansion. Things were happening fast, but he was more than happy to receive the professional services of a couple of SEAL demolition experts, especially since it would mean he would not have to deal with the bombs. One thing he did want to do before he headed out, though, was talk to the woman he had grabbed from the president's bed. Rapp had been so busy talking to Kennedy and the others that he hadn't had the chance to find out who the woman was and, more important, if she had any information that might help them. Moving his gear to the side, Rapp took off his baseball cap and scratched his head. Watching Adams give the woman some water, he noticed for the first time that she was very attractive. Stunning, actually. Rapp scooted forward on his knees to get a little closer and asked, "How are you feeling?" Really had wrapped herself tightly in the sheet and had one arm out. Looking up at the man kneeling in front of her, she replied timidly, "I'm fine." But before the last syllable left her mouth, the tears started again. Really brushed some of them from her cheek and added, "I'm not fine, I'm a mess." Rapp laughed at her blunt observation. Reaching out, he grabbed her shoulder and said, "You're fine. Everything's going to be fine." Really looked up again, her bottom lip quivering slightly. "I'll never be able to thank you enough for what you did." Grabbing his hand, she squeezed it and said, "I owe you my life." Rapp blushed slightly. Now, there's no need to be melodramatic. He didn't know how to deal with the unusually personal gratitude of the woman, having grown used to his deeds going unnoticed by all but a select few.
I'm serious.
Really squeezed his hand tighter.
I'm not being melodramatic. You saved my life.
Well, Rapp started uncomfortably, he might not have killed you.
Oh, scoffed Reilly in between sniffles. That's a hell of a consolation.
She started to cry even harder. Milt Adams was still sitting next to Reilly. He looked at Rapp and shook his head. You need to learn how to accept someone's gratitude, you big oaf. You're welcome. That's what you say to the pretty little woman. With his hand still on the woman's shoulder, Rapp scowled at Adams. Etiquette was hardly a concern of his at the moment. Rapp turned back to the woman whose moist cheek was now resting on his hand. After squeezing her shoulder lightly, Rapp reached out with his other hand and brushed some of the tears from her cheek. You're welcome, he started tentatively. I'm glad I was there to help. Rapp held her cheek for a moment and then lifted her head so he could look her in the eye. That was when he noticed them, the greenest eyes he had ever seen. So beautiful were they that Rapp lost his concentration for a second and forgot what he was about to ask. He blinked several times and then remembered where he was headed. I need to ask you some questions. Are you up to it? Reilly nodded and wiped the remaining tears from her cheeks. Taking part of her sheet, she blew her nose quietly and said,
God, I haven't cried this much in years.
Well, you've been through a lot. Rapp was making a concerted effort to say the right things.
What a shitty couple of days.
Reilly shook her head and managed a laugh. Yeah, I'd imagine they don't get much worse. Rapp looked at his watch and said, Listen, I have some things I have to do, but I want to ask you some questions first. Reilly nodded. Good. Let's start with your name.
Anna Reilly.
I'm Mitch, and this is Milt. Reilly wiped her hand on the sheet and extended it.
Nice to meet you, Mitch.
Reilly gave a warm smile, showing off her dimples.
Very nice to meet you.
Rapp grinned and shook her hand. Reilly then turned to Adams and shook his hand. What do you do here at the White House? Asked Rapp.
I'm a reporter.
From the look on Rapp's face, one would think they were on their first date and she had just told him she had a husband. Oh, shit, Rapp thought to himself. This could be a problem. Who do you work for?
NBC. It was my first day on the job.
Nice timing, Rapp said with a raised eyebrow.
No shit,
Reilly shook her head. Where have you been held for the last several days?
In the White House mess.
Rapp looked to Adams, who nodded and said, That's where I thought he would hold them. No exterior windows, and the room is big enough. Rapp was worried about whether Aziz had kept all of the hostages together or split them up. As a general rule, that decision depended on assets and the layout of the building. With this in mind, Rapp was inclined to believe that with Aziz's limited manpower, he would be forced to keep all of the hostages in one place. Were all of the hostages kept in the mess?
Yes,
Reilly shrugged her shoulders.
At least I think so.
How many of you? Biting her bottom lip, Reilly thought about it for a moment and said,
I don't know. 80, 100, 120? I don't know.
I really need you to think about this one. You don't have to answer it right now, but I need you to try and remember how many people were in the mess. Reilly nodded.
I'll try.
What about Secret Service agents? Were they held in the same room as you? Rapp knew Aziz well enough to bet that he would at the very least separate the Secret Service agents from the hostages.
I don't know. When all this started, I'd only been on the job for about 15 minutes. I don't know what any of the agents look like.
You don't have to know them personally to be able to pick them out. They all have short haircuts, athletic builds. They stand out. Rapp looked at her proddingly. Come on, you're a reporter. With a grin, he added, You're supposed to notice stuff like that. Reilly thought about it.
I don't remember seeing anyone like that.
What about any Marines or other military types? Asked Milt Adams. Reilly shook her head immediately.
I know for a fact I didn't see anyone in a uniform.
Rapp nodded to Adams, approving of the timely question. That settled it for him. Aziz was either holding the Secret Service and military personnel in a different location, or he had killed all of them. Knowing Aziz, the latter was a distinct possibility. "How many different terrorists did you see?" Reilly closed her eyes for a second.
"I think I saw 6 of them. And I'm pretty sure I saw the leader. Some Prince something or other. I actually met him on the street on my way in the morning all of this started. He got out of a limo with Russ Piper, the chairman of the DNC. Russ is an old friend of my family."
Reilly paused.
"I haven't seen him since this whole thing started. I hope he's all right."
"The leader is not a prince," said Rapp. "His name is Rafique Aziz." Reilly had a spasm of shivers and said,
"Well, whoever he is, he's evil. And I don't mean just crazy or goofy, I mean evil. He shot someone in cold blood just because they asked for blankets and food. He just lifted his gun without any warning and shot the man in the head."
"That would be Rafique Aziz," said Rapp somberly. Then, looking down at his watch, he decided he had better get moving. "Well, Miss Reilly, we'll have to continue this later. I have to go take care of something."
"Please, call me Anna."
Reilly smiled. "All right, Anna. I don't know how long this will take, but I should be back in an hour or less. Milt here will take care of you, so don't worry. I know he doesn't look like much, but don't let that fool you." Adams looked at Rapp deadpan. Rapp grabbed the small fanny pack for his short excursion and strapped it around his waist. He turned his baseball cap around backward and placed his headset over the top, but after hearing only static interference, he turned off the small radio. Reilly watched him intently as he moved about the room on his knees. When he grabbed his submachine gun and stood, Reilly asked,
"Who do you work for, Mitch?"
"The post office." Rapp nodded for Adams to get up and then looked back at Reilly. "Anna will have to finish this interview later." With a wink, he added reassuringly, "Keep an eye on Milt for me." Chapter 27. The search of the second and third floors of the White House had taken almost 25 minutes. The 3 men worked in unison, one always covering the other 2, as they went from room to room checking the closets and under the beds. Aziz had been sure they would find her cowering in one of the closets, but they had not. They descended from the 3rd floor. Aziz, walking in the lead, was thinking. He was thinking about the building, and how old it was, how much it bothered him that he couldn't just walk from one building to the other without going outside. If he could just have gotten his hands around the president in his office, he would not have had to spread his people so thin. But Aziz knew if he wanted to get the Americans to meet all of his demands, he would have to extract the cowardly president from the safety of his bunker. And the only way he could do that was if his little thief, his gift from Saddam, was successful in his task. Aziz stopped suddenly and did an about-face. Benghazi and Raghib stopped just short of running into their leader. They were tired and their reaction time dulled. Aziz pointed back down the hall and said, "Follow me. I have decided there is something we need to check while we are here." The 2 men stood aside, and Aziz marched off in the direction from which they had come. As they continued down the staircase to the 1st basement, Aziz opened the fire door and stepped into the hallway. He stood there for several seconds, looking in both directions, and then he walked back into the staircase and continued down to the 2nd basement. He repeated his actions on this floor, pausing just long enough to look down the hallway. When they reached the 3rd basement, Aziz pointed to the stairwell door and said to Raghib, "You wait here." Aziz then marched down the hall with Benghazi. When the corridor ended, the 2 men turned to the left and continued for another 30 feet. Aziz was immediately surprised by the lack of noise. When he had checked on his little thief some 4 hours earlier, the sound had been pronounced. Slightly alarmed by the change, Aziz brought his assault rifle up to a leveled position. Benghazi, sensing his boss's tension, did the same. The outer door that Mustafa had broken through on the first night was only half open. As Aziz approached, he could see only a portion of the outer room to the president's bunker, and his little thief was not in sight. Aziz walked to the left so he could see the right side of the room. There was still nothing. No sound. No Mustafa. Without stopping, Aziz slid through the partially opened door and snapped the muzzle of his MP5 to the left. What he saw upset him instantly. Against the far wall, Mustafa was sitting on the floor, asleep in an upright position, his short arms wrapped around his potbelly, and his mouth open with a stream of drool running down his chin. Aziz took 3 steps and forcefully kicked the man's feet. Mustafa's eyes opened instantly, and Aziz shoved the muzzle of his rifle to within an inch of his face. "What in the hell are you doing?" Nervously, he replied, "I was taking a nap." "I can see that. Why aren't the drills running?" "They needed a rest." The safecracker tried to move farther away from the weapon, but there was nowhere to go. "If I run them non-stop, they will burn out." Aziz moved the rifle away from the man's face. The answer had satisfied him for the moment. "Are you still on schedule?" "Yes." Mustafa rolled his plump body onto one knee and stood. "I am actually several hours ahead of schedule." Aziz raised an interested eyebrow. "Really? When do you expect to have the door opened?" Mustafa looked at his watch. "If the drills continue to work well, I think I can have the door opened around 7 this evening." Aziz smiled. "That would make me very happy." Slapping the shorter man on the back, Aziz said, "You have done good work, Mustafa." "Thank you." Mustafa bowed his head slightly, accepting the rare compliment. Aziz looked over at the shiny vault door. In less than 24 hours, he would have his hands on the president. Mustafa's news of being ahead of schedule helped assuage Aziz's anger over the loss of Hassan. Once he had the president, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Leaving the stash room was a tense process. The only eyes Rapp had outside the room were the sole surveillance unit he had placed in the president's bedroom. This assured him that it was safe to exit the stash room, but Milt cautioned him that the large closet also had a door at the opposite end that led into the First Lady's bedroom. "All right," Rapp whispered, and Adams opened the wall several inches. Not moving, not breathing, Rapp peeked through the crack and listened. Stepping into the closet, he immediately noticed that its door to the First Lady's bedroom was open. Rapp checked to his left and his right twice, and then walked toward the First Lady's bedroom. He stood at the doorframe for a moment and listened. The room was empty. Directly across the room was another door, which was closed. Rapp figured it was either a closet or a bathroom. Whichever the case, it made no difference. The fact that the door he was standing in had been left open and the one across the room had been closed, however, was significant. It meant that Aziz and his men had done a sloppy the button and pressed it. The wall sprang open an inch, and with his gloved hand, Rapp pulled it open several more feet. With the push of another button, the elevator's doors opened, and Rapp began his near-silent descent. Seconds later, the elevator stopped and the doors opened. Rapp retraced his earlier steps down the hallway and into the stairs leading to the 3rd basement. When he arrived at the landing door, he reached for the handle and stopped just inches short. The stairwell was darker than the hallway on the other side, and a half-inch of bright light bordered the bottom of the door. Rapp had seen something. His eyes had caught some type of motion, a variance in light. Cautiously, Rapp backed up, wondering if the SEALs could already have arrived. With his gun leveled, he kept his eyes trained on the patch of light. After only seconds, he saw the shadow again. Frowning, he opened up the monitor, this time not daring to holster his weapon. With the monitor opened, his gun in his left hand and the snake in his right, he moved to the far side of the door handle and slowly inched the tiny lens forward along the concrete floor. Rapp's eyes went back and forth between watching the screen and watching the progress of the snake. An inch at a time he nudged it forward. The first thing Rapp saw on the screen was a pair of boots. As he pushed the lens forward, combat fatigues came into view, and then the distinctive barrel, hand grip, and curved magazine of an AK-74. Rapp pulled the snake back deliberately and swore to himself. Why was a bad guy all of a sudden down here in the basement? They had come across no one on the way in. Why now? As Rapp leaned flat against the wall, he tried to make some sense of it. After a while, he decided it must have been the girl. He had to make a decision, and the sooner he made it, the better. Waiting in the stairwell was not an option. There was no cover, and someone could come along at any minute. It was too big a risk. Opening the door and shooting the terrorist was an option, but one that would have to be a last resort. Rapp was left with only one real course: go back and tell Kennedy and Campbell to put the SEALs in a holding pattern until he could make sure the basement was clear. Rapp looked down at the corner where the white concrete wall met the hinges of the door. He reached inside the cargo pocket of his pants and extracted one of the micro video and audio surveillance units. Dropping to a knee, he attached a Velcro patch to the wall and then carefully positioned the unit so the tiny fiber optic lens would have a view under the doorway. Rapp ascended to the second floor of the mansion quickly, taking less than 2 minutes to cover the distance from the third basement. When the small elevator reached the second level, Rapp turned on his monitor and checked the view of the president's bedroom. All was clear on the video and the audio, so he closed the screen and stepped out onto the tile floor of the bathroom. From there, it was across the way and into the large closet once again. With the doors closed, he found the hidden latch for the wall organizer and opened the way to the stash room. Adams and Reilly were sitting wide-eyed on the floor when Rapp entered, and Adams said, "You're back kinda quick, aren't you?" Rapp shook his head while he dropped to his knees in front of the secure field radio. "Yeah, we've got a problem downstairs." "Like what?" "We've got a tango running around down in the third basement." "A what?" Rapp pressed several buttons on the control panel of the radio. "A tango. A bad guy, a terrorist." Rapp brought the handset up to his ear. With a worried expression, Adams asked, "Did he see you?" "If he saw me, Milt, he wouldn't still be walking around." Rapp turned his focus to the radio and said, "Iron Man to control, over." Rapp had to repeat himself before he got a reply. Kennedy's voice came back clearly. "Iron Man, this is Control. We read you. Over." "We have a problem. There is at least one tango in the third basement. I repeat, one tango in the third basement." "Where in the third basement?" was General Campbell's question. 2 minutes ago he was standing just outside the stairwell by the door to the boiler room." "Any others in sight?" "Not that I could see, but my only shot was with the snake under the door." Rapp added earnestly, "My immediate suggestion is to put the brakes on the next two through the chute. It's not worth the risk at this time to bring them into an unsecured area." "Hold for a second, Iron Man," was Campbell's reply. While Rapp waited for the brass on the other end to finish their little powwow, he opened up his monitor and attempted to get a feed from the second surveillance unit he had placed in the basement. He was still playing with the unit when Kennedy came back on the line. "Iron Man, any thoughts on what the tango is doing in the basement?" "Probably looking for the girl, which means Aziz and Benghazi might also be down there." There was another period of silence over the line while the brass conferred. Kennedy came back 10 seconds later and said, "Iron Man, we concur. Stay put while we see if we can slow things down." "Roger." Rapp pressed the speaker button and placed the handset back in its cradle. From the tiny speaker on the control panel of the radio, an electronic hum told Rapp the line was still open. Turning his attention back to the monitor strapped to his chest, he went to work trying to get something from the surveillance unit in the basement. Aziz's spirits had rebounded. The news that he would have his hands around the neck of the president by dusk today had helped temper the loss of the idiot Hassan. If he could just hold out until then, the chances for complete success would double, if not triple. The next 15 or so hours would be the tensest of the siege. Aziz corrected himself on that point. It would be the next 5 hours. Once the sun was up, he would be safe again. But come nightfall, the chances of a strike would increase once again. Aziz had gone to great pains to study the techniques used by the world's elite counter-terrorist strike teams, such as Germany's GSG-9, France's GIGN, Britain's SAS, and of course, America's 3 premier teams. The groups all shared information on training, strategy, intelligence, and tactics, and competed in annual competitions to help hone each other's skills. All of the groups followed a fairly standard procedure when confronted with a hostage crisis: initial deployment of assets, intelligence collection, planning, development, and practice of the takedown, mission approval, and finally, execution of takedown. All of the groups were good, and the 3 U.S. teams were always ranked at or near the top in every category except one. When it came to mission approval, the U.S. teams were consistently ranked at the bottom. The common critique from the international counterterrorism community was that the U.S. had too many people in the chain of command, too many people throwing their opinions into the arena and thus slowing down a process that depended on speed and efficiency. This was one of the things Aziz was planning to exploit. This, as well as the American media and ultimately public opinion. The morning would bring a new day in the media cycle, and Aziz would begin to implement another crucial part of his plan. If he succeeded, it would keep the dogs at bay for another day. The politicians were his allies, and he needed to keep them believing there was a way out of the situation. Aziz needed to keep them and their opinions directly involved in the chain of command because, as long as they stayed involved, the generals would be unable to strike. As Aziz walked down the hall with Benghazi, he started to see one fundamental flaw in his plan. He had succeeded in negating the Americans' manpower advantage through the use of explosives and the exterior surveillance cameras he had seized from the Secret Service. With the amount of explosives he had deployed, any attack would result in the deaths of all the rescuers and, if need be, the hostages too. The flaw, Aziz was now sure, was created once again by the separation of the West Wing and the Executive Mansion. The West Wing was 100% secured, but the mansion was not. If the Americans found out that he was in the process of extracting the president from his bunker, there was no telling what they might do. It was entirely likely that they would risk everything to prevent the president from falling into his hands. As Aziz and Benghazi neared the end of the hall, Aziz stopped and said, "Muammar, I want you to stay here for the rest of the night. I will send you a replacement at—" Aziz looked at his watch. 7. I want you to make sure that nothing happens to my little ferret. Aziz pointed in the direction of the bunker. If you fail me this time, you will be begging for a quick death. The subordinate nodded while maintaining his ramrod posture. Aziz turned to go back upstairs and was confronted by two doors. One of them he had not noticed before. Turning to Benghazi, he asked, "Where does this lead?" "To the boiler room," the heavily bearded Benghazi answered. "Boiler room," Aziz repeated while he mulled over the words. "Was it secured after we took over?" "Yes," stated Benghazi. "I checked it personally." Aziz stood looking at the doorway, thinking for a long moment. "Do you remember," he asked Benghazi, "the incident at the Indonesian consulate in Amsterdam, back in the 70s? Benghazi's face twisted as he tried to jog his memory. After a while he replied, "Yes, I remember what happened. The terrorists surrendered after a long standoff with the police." 2 weeks, answered Aziz, referring to how long the siege had lasted. "Did you know that during the standoff the CIA assisted the Dutch government by getting one of their people into the building via the sewer pipe?" "No." "Neither did the terrorists. The man came in through the basement and bugged the building. Everything the terrorists said and did was heard by the Dutch authorities." Aziz looked back at the door. "When was the last time you checked this room?" "I checked it yesterday afternoon." "A lot has happened since then. I think we should check it again." Without waiting for Benghazi's opinion, Aziz started for the door. The two SEALs trudged forward through the ventilation duct in complete darkness, Kraft in the lead and Schultz close behind. This is what they had trained their whole lives to do. There wasn't a Special Forces operator in the service worth his salt who wouldn't have given his left nut to be in their position. All the push-ups, early morning runs, icy swims, hour upon hour of target practice, live fire drills, parachute jumps that ran into the triple digits, it all came down to this. Apprehension was a word that didn't belong in their vocabulary. Maybe caution, from time to time, but not apprehension. These men relished the task before them, and knew all too well what the stakes were. Death was a distinct possibility. They had seen team members die in both training and covert operations. That was the life they had decided to live, and there wasn't a day they regretted the decision. The younger Kraft was in the lead because he had asked to be. The two SEALs were now experiencing the same problem that Rapp and Adams had. The closer they got to the White House, the worse their radio reception became. Like the two that had gone before them, they had removed their earpieces after a while because the static became so bad. It had not occurred to anyone, either at Langley or at SEAL Team 6's mobile command post, to have Schultz and Kraft string along a phone line, a military practice that had been commonplace for almost a century, but had gone by the wayside with the recent onslaught of high-tech radios and billion-dollar satellites. Events had progressed too quickly, and a low-tech solution to a critical battlefield problem had been missed. Kraft was glad he had remembered to put on his elbow and knee pads before being lowered into the ventilation duct. He had about 30 pounds of gear on his body and was pulling another 30 behind him via a rope. Wiggling like a reptile, he could move only 4 to 6 inches at a time, and his elbows were doing most of the work. The two men moved quietly for the most part, the only real noise coming from the equipment they dragged behind them. The noise wasn't much, no more than that of a shirt sliding down a clothes chute. It was hard to tell how far they had gone, but to Kraft it seemed as if they were nearing the end. He stopped momentarily and looked behind him. All he found was more blackness and the sounds of his swim buddies squirming his way forward. Kraft decided to shed some light on the situation. Turning onto one side, he extracted his pistol, a Heckler & Koch USP 45 ACP. Attached to the pistol was both a cylindrical suppressor and a laser aiming module. Kraft turned on the laser, and the red dot bounced off the walls of the duct. Aiming the pistol straight ahead, Kraft found the end of the shaft not more than 30 feet away. Aziz placed his hand on the doorknob and nodded to Benghazi. Benghazi took up a position opposite Aziz and signaled that he was ready. When Aziz opened the door, Benghazi swung his rifle and half of his body into the now open space. Benghazi looked down at the expansive room from a slightly elevated position. A small grated metal landing was just on the other side of the door, and 3 steps led from the landing down to the stark concrete floor of the boiler room. One dim light off to the left provided minimal lighting. After Benghazi looked from one side of the room to the other, he checked on both sides of the doorframe for more light switches. After coming up empty, he spotted a group of 4 switches at the bottom of the grated steps. Benghazi moved down the steps and slapped all 4 switches up with the palm of his hand. The room lit up with powerful overhead lamps. Aziz stepped onto the landing and surveyed the room, his MP5 gripped in both hands. He nodded for Benghazi to move out ahead while he slowly came down the steps. Neither man spoke. Benghazi had known Aziz long enough to recognize when he was spooked. Aziz did not know exactly what he was looking for. As he peered around the room, he wondered if he wasn't being overly paranoid. There had been very little time for sleep over the last week, and his nerves were getting raw. The truth, however, was that it is impossible to be too paranoid when dealing with the CIA. He should have thought of this possibility earlier, but so much had changed from the original plan. It was a grave oversight on his part. He had been thinking of too many things and spreading himself too thin, but he was focused now. Nothing mattered more than getting his hands on the president, and if that meant sacrificing some of his assets to secure this area of the basement, it was a gamble that was well worth it. As Aziz moved across the room, a good 10 paces behind Benghazi, his eyes searched the floor for any type of drain, grate, or pipe. While he looked, he wondered how big the sewer pipe must have been in Amsterdam. Not any pipe would do. It would have to be big, and he doubted that anything big enough to support a human would be running into the White House. Aziz was looking under one of the large boilers when he heard a soft whistle from Benghazi. Standing up straight, he looked over to his man, who was standing with one finger over his lips and the barrel of his rifle pointing up. Aziz stood with his neck craned upward, watching the metal duct that ran from the wall diagonally across the room to some large piece of equipment. Listening intently, he focused everything on the duct. After a short while, he thought he saw something. A glimmer off the lights, a buckle in the metal. Aziz's brow furrowed. Again, he saw something, some type of movement. Aziz stepped from his cover to get a closer look. Some 20 feet away, Benghazi shook his head at him and tried to wave him back. Aziz ignored him and continued to approach the duct. Finally, when he was directly under the structure, he heard the noise. It sounded like a rat moving behind the walls of an old building. Something was definitely in the duct. Aziz looked behind him and took several steps back, putting himself in direct line with the length of the duct. Then, raising his MP5, he sighted in on part of the duct that protruded from the wall. With the butt of the rifle squeezed tightly between his right shoulder and cheek, he depressed the trigger and unleashed a volley of automatic fire, the heavy rounds slicing through the thin metal with ease. 9 rounds were fired in total, the noise from the shots careening off the concrete floors and walls, leaving the ears of Aziz and Benghazi ringing. The smell of spent rounds filled the air, and a cluster of shell casings rolled aimlessly about the floor near Aziz's feet. Aziz did not move. He stood his ground with his rifle still pointed at the duct, his eyes fixed on the straight line of bullet holes he had just laced into the thin metal. At first there was nothing, no movement and no noise other than the ringing of the shots that had been fired, and then, out of one of the holes, something dark beaded into a droplet, and after an eternity it broke free. Both Aziz and Benghazi watched it fall to the ground. The drop hit the gray concrete floor and splashed into a spidered crimson pattern. Without hesitation, both Aziz and Benghazi stepped back and opened up on the duct with a relentless hail of bullets. Chapter 28. The apartment was nice. It had been decorated by his mother. She had insisted on flying to D.C. to help her son get settled in. Now that Dallas was an important figure in Washington, he'd have to entertain. Mrs. King had loaded up her son with the best that Williams-Sonoma Pottery Barn and Restoration Hardware could provide. The 2-bedroom apartment in Adams Morgan cost him $1,900 a month, but it was worth it. It was only a couple of blocks away from some of Washington's best night spots, there were plenty of women around, and it was close to work. Dallas King sat at the breakfast bar in the kitchen with a cup of coffee in one hand and the remote controlled to his TV in the other. He was waiting for the 7 a.m. top-of-the-hour CNN News update. Dallas took a sip of coffee and looked down the hall to his bedroom. Through the cracked door he glimpsed the lean leg of his lovely little Asian hostess, Kim. She had been everything he had hoped, and then some. After King finished his meeting with Sheila Dunn, he had moved to the bar for one more glass of wine. Someone must have explained to the hostess who he was, because she began asking him questions about the crisis. King worked it for everything it was worth, stressing his role as Vice President Baxter's closest advisor, complaining about the pressure, and finally telling her how much he wanted to be with her. By the time 1 a.m. rolled around, he had her punched out and on the way to his apartment. As he sipped his coffee, CNN came back from a commercial break. King turned up the volume and listened to the anchor start off with the lead story of the morning. Footage of a candlelight vigil that had taken place the night before flashed across the screen. The anchor announced that an estimated 50,000 people had taken part in the silent march from the Lincoln Memorial to the Capitol. Next came more footage of massive crowds pressing against police barricades in an effort to glimpse the White House. This relatively calm footage was replaced by images of protesters burning American flags in Gaza, the West Bank, Baghdad, and Damascus. King shook his head and muttered, "If they keep that shit up, we'll have no choice but to storm the place." The anchor and the correspondent talked for almost a minute about the official reactions of governments around the Middle East, and then broke away for a live briefing being delivered by Director Roach of the FBI. Roach stood in front of a Justice Department podium and started out reading from prepared text. The director gestured to an easel on his left, saying, "This is the photo we released yesterday of Mohammed Batiki, the man we believe to have fired shots from the roof of the Washington Hotel during the opening moments of the attack on the White House. We now know his real name to be Salim Roussan. He is at large and considered to be extremely dangerous. Right now we are offering a $1 million reward for any information leading to the arrest of Roussan and a second individual." One of Roach's aides removed the first photo and replaced it with a second of a man wearing a green uniform. His hair was slicked back, and he had a gold chain with a cross hanging from his open collar. "This man worked for the White Knight Linen Service Company," Roach continued, "and went by the name of Vinny Vitelli. His real name is Abu Hassan. We are not sure if he is at large, but we are very interested in talking to anyone who has dealt with him in the last year." Roach continued to talk, giving a number to call, but King wasn't listening. His eyes were open wide in disbelief. It couldn't be. King stood, almost dropping his coffee cup. Tugging at the collar of his white bathrobe, he raced for the TV. "Oh my God, it's him!" No one in the bunker had slept for more than a half hour at a time, and some of the agents had not slept at all. The noise of steel assaulting steel grew louder as morning approached. President Hayes remained confident that the FBI would come. He'd been through the briefings. He had listened to the experts state that the best time to attack was right before dawn. It was when people were most sluggish, and hence easiest to surprise. It started to brighten, this time of the year, around 5:30. And the sun was up by 6:15. Each of the 11 felt a fevered anticipation as morning drew near, but as the hours passed by, there was collective letdown followed by depression, as the nerve-wracking sound of the door being breached gnawed at their ears. Each individual, including the president, asked himself or herself the same question over and over again. Can we hold out for another day? Valerie Jones was coming back from the small bathroom where she had finally, after 2 days, decided to remove the makeup from her face. Considering the situation, she felt that any hang-ups about her wrinkles and the dark circles under her eyes were foolish. Jones had spent all night thinking about the president's rebuke the day before. She had worked far too hard to get where she was, and she wouldn't allow anyone to pin the blame on her for admitting a terrorist into the Oval Office. In Jones's mind, the truth was never that simple. There were always 8 sides to every story. There was no way she was going to roll over now and watch her career go up in flames. Jones had been concentrating on angles all night. Who could influence Hayes to help put the story in the proper light? Whom could she use to focus Hayes's anger on? The first question was easy to answer. Jones knew enough senators and big donators. She could get them to whisper in the president's ear, or, if needed, lean on him. The way she would spin it would be to hold up Russ Piper and the DNC as sacrificial lambs. All Jones did was put him and his guest down in the appointment book. That menial task was hardly worth ending someone's career over. As far as getting her boss to focus his anger on something or someone else, Jones was working on that. She proceeded back to the couches and sat next to him. If she could get him thinking in another direction, she just might hold on to her job and her career. President Hayes didn't bother to look up when his chief of staff sat. Jones studied him for a second, and then asked, "Why wouldn't they have come?" Hayes shook his head. "I don't know. They must have a good reason." "Like what? Isn't it our policy not to negotiate with terrorists?" Hayes glanced over at her. "We don't always stick to policy." "Well, who's making the decisions?" The president looked at her with his tired eyes. "As I told you yesterday, if they're following the Constitution, which I'm sure they are, the powers of the presidency will have been transferred to Vice President Baxter." Jones rolled her eyes. "That isn't good news." The president did nothing at first, and then nodded slowly in agreement. "Why wouldn't he send in the FBI?" "I don't know, Valerie." Hayes sounded very impatient. The tension and lack of sleep were working on his nerves. "Well, it makes no sense." Jones moved forward cautiously. "Everything you said about the FBI striking before sunrise made sense. I don't understand why they wouldn't have come." "There's a lot we don't know about. They could have plenty of good reasons why they're waiting to attack." Jones was keenly aware of the problems between President Hayes and Vice President Baxter. She and the president had discussed them on many occasions. If she could get the president to focus his anger on Baxter, her minor role in this debacle would be forgotten. In a voice just barely above a mumble, Jones planted the seed that she hoped would shift the president's righteous ire in a different direction. Or Baxter likes being president. Irene Kennedy stood in her office and watched the sun rise over the trees of the Potomac River Valley. Any attempt to count her hours of sleep over the last week would be a wasted exercise. They were too few and too far between. She had more pressing things on her mind, and besides, thinking of sleep only caused her to worry more about Rapp. Kennedy had been hoping to steal a couple of hours on the couch in her office after the two SEALs had made it into the White House and reported back on the bombs, but that never happened. Things had fallen apart, and they had done so miserably. At 2:23 a.m., Kennedy had been sitting in the control room at Langley when an irate Skip McMahon called. McMahon had been rousted from his cot in the executive office building just minutes earlier by Rafique Aziz. He had stumbled down the hall and into the FBI's command post in his boxers and T-shirt. Once on the phone, McMahon was further confused by the wild accusations Aziz had flung at him. Everything Aziz said came up empty with McMahon. McMahon tried in vain to deny the accusations, but Aziz only grew more irritated. As Aziz began to threaten to kill hostages, McMahon began to link the recent events with a phone call he had received from FBI Director Roach the previous evening. Roach had explained to McMahon that the CIA would be moving some sensitive surveillance equipment into position by the east fence of the White House. In less than a minute, one of McMahon's agents had a set of blueprints rolled out on the table before him and was stabbing his finger at the location of a ventilation duct on the south lawn. As things fell into place, McMahon assured Aziz that he would get to the bottom of the thing within 5 minutes. McMahon's next phone call was to his colleague and good friend Irene Kennedy. That was when the control room at Langley started to piece together what had happened. Upon receiving McMahon's call, General Campbell ordered Harris to send one of his men into the shaft to find out what was going on. Not long after that, the two SEALs were pulled out of the shaft by an electric winch. Nick Schultz had fulfilled the SEAL code of honor by never leaving a man behind in battle, dead or alive. When the shooting started, Schultz was trailing just far enough behind to be safe from the shots, but within reach of the gear that Kraft was pulling behind him by rope. Struggling, he pulled his swim buddy back through the narrow confines of the duct inch by inch, praying his friend would be alive when they reached the other end. It was all for naught. Kraft was dead. Now, standing at the window of her 7th-floor office at Langley and watching the sun climb into the morning sky, Kennedy wished she could turn back the clock and do it all over again. Do it right. Do it the way she had wanted to from the start. Kennedy had promised herself when she got into this business of ordering men into harm's way that she would do everything possible not to become a detached bureaucrat. 17 men had died under her watch at Langley, the majority of them in one seriously botched operation. Kraft would bring the total up to 18, and as with those before him, Kennedy would visit his grave. A knock on the door pulled Kennedy from her trance, and without turning, she said, "Come in." The door opened and closed, but whoever had just entered had chosen to stay silent until recognized. Kennedy finally turned and saw a far from jovial Skip McMahon standing across from her. "Skip, I couldn't say anything to you last night. There were far too many people around." McMahon, dressed in a suit and tie, stared her down, his hands on his hips and deep, dark circles under his eyes. "I can't believe you didn't tell me." "I'm sorry." McMahon shook his head slowly from side to side. "You and I have never played these games. We've always been straight up with each other." "I know. I apologize. It's just that things happened too fast last night. I wanted to tell you. I asked if I could bring you in on it, and I was told to wait." "By who, Thomas?" "It goes higher than that." McMahon frowned skeptically. "How much higher?" Kennedy turned away, not entirely comfortable with telling McMahon. McMahon reached out and grabbed Kennedy's chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. "No more games. I want the truth." Kennedy reached up and pulled his hand down. "You have to keep it to yourself." "The hell I do," snapped McMahon. "Don't talk to me like that," chided Kennedy while taking a step back. "We're friends." "Well, friends don't let friends get ambushed by hanging them out to dry." "Skip, this came down from above. I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't. And I didn't have enough time to convince them otherwise." "Who authorized those men to go in, and who decided to shut the FBI out of it?" Kennedy sighed and said, "Vice President Baxter." "That motherfucker!" McMahon wheeled away from Kennedy, his fists balled up in anger. "That arrogant motherfucker! Where in the hell does he get off—" McMahon stopped short of finishing the sentence and strained to regain some composure. Through clenched teeth, he said, "This is an FBI operation, not the CIA and not the Pentagon. If I am not briefed fully and truthfully by you people, I will march right over to—" McMahon was cut off by the intercom on Kennedy's desk. "Dr. Kennedy." Kennedy walked over to her desk and pressed the button.
Yes.
"They are waiting for you in the director's conference room." Kennedy looked at her watch. It was several minutes past 7.
We'll be right there.
She looked up at McMahon and said, "We have to get going. But I want you to promise me you'll keep this to yourself until I have a chance to explain further." Shaking his head, McMahon frowned and said, "Nope, I'm going to go in there and chew some ass." Kennedy reached out and grabbed his wrist firmly. "No, you are not. There is a lot more, Skip. And if you want to know what is really going on, you keep quiet until the meeting is over." They were the last two to enter Director Stansfield's private conference room. As Kennedy and McMahon took their seats, an agitated Director Roach was already letting the others know how the FBI felt about the current situation. "Horse shit" was the phrase he used to describe the mess the others had created and the lack of professional courtesy they had displayed. Seated at the head of the table was Director Stansfield. To his left were Vice President Baxter and Dallas King. To the director's right sat General Flood and Director Roach. McMahon and Kennedy took seats next to each other on Director Roach's side of the table. It was a small meeting, and intended to be so. FBI Director Roach had paused for a brief moment when Kennedy and McMahon entered, and then continued, saying, "I can see no valid reason for not informing us that you were sending those men into the building. It absolutely mystifies me." Roach shook his head. "Skip and I have already talked about it. We would have agreed with sending them in. I just don't get it." Vice President Baxter leaned forward and stabbed his index finger into the tabletop. Staring at General Flood, he started angrily, "I did not authorize sending any SEALs through that air duct." Flood looked back at Baxter with barely masked contempt and then turned to Roach. "It's my fault. I was given the authority to conduct surveillance, and we were presented with a unique opportunity." "I still don't see why you couldn't pick up the phone and call us," said Roach. Flood sat up a little straighter. He wanted to tell the director of the FBI that he was left out of the loop because the vice president had suggested it, but that was not the way things were done in Washington. "In the flurry of events that took place early this morning, I made a critical mistake of not informing both of you." General Flood looked to Baxter, and then Roach. "I will make sure that it does not happen again." Both Roach and Baxter grudgingly accepted the general's apology with a nod, but Skip McMahon was less cordial. With his gruff demeanor, which was in many ways similar to the general's, McMahon placed a big fist on the table and asked bluntly, "What else haven't you told us?" Flood and Stansfield kept their poker faces fixed, while Baxter and King shared a look that caused McMahon to ask the question again. "What else? You can't send me out there to get blindsided again. I need every advantage I can get over Aziz." Director Stansfield liked Skip McMahon. In many ways, he admired him. This was an unusual situation, however. McMahon was under an immense amount of pressure, and he was the person dealing with Aziz, the only person. Aziz had been adamant about that. Stansfield, always thinking a dozen moves ahead, did not like the idea of telling McMahon everything. The older spymaster saw a potential problem. He envisioned Aziz with a gun to a hostage's head making a demand that McMahon could not meet. He saw the dangers of telling McMahon too much, of putting McMahon in a position where he might be tempted to give Aziz some of that information in exchange for the life of a hostage. Stansfield couldn't do that. Rapp was far too valuable a card in this game to start waving around for the other players to see. Stansfield observed McMahon as he stared down Baxter and King, sensing that they knew something. Knowing he had to act fast before one of them opened his mouth, Stansfield decided to kill two birds with one stone. "There is something I should tell you." Stansfield reached down next to his chair and grabbed the morning's copy of the Washington Post. Standing, to further draw McMahon's attention away from King and Baxter, Stansfield walked around the table and set the paper in front of McMahon. Stansfield pointed to a front-page headline that read, CIA Saves Day by Warning Secret Service.
How this story ever got to the Post is something that I will deal with later.
Stansfield looked across the table and gave Dallas King a knowing look.
But in the meantime, I will bring you up to speed on a highly classified subject. We have in our possession certain intelligence that we deem to be highly accurate. That source did in fact provide us with the information that enabled us to alert the Secret Service to a potential attack just minutes before the actual attack took place. That source has also provided us with information pertaining to the demands Mr. Aziz will put forth, and the men and equipment he brought with him.
McMahon looked up at Stansfield, who had worked his way back to his seat.
That's how you knew about all of the plastic explosives? Yes.
What about the demands?
That I am willing to share with you, but,
Stansfield again glanced over at Dallas King,
it is extremely confidential information that is not to be passed on to anyone.
Looking back to McMahon and Roach, he added,
I trust both of you, so I assume you will keep this confidential.
Both of the FBI men nodded, and Stansfield said,
Aziz's next demand will be to ask that the UN vote to lift all economic sanctions against Iraq. He is going to make a slight concession, in an effort to sound reasonable, and state that all sanctions regarding weapons of mass destruction may remain in place.
The UN, started McMahon. Can they move that fast? If we want them to, they will, answered General Flood.
There is one last demand.
Stansfield stopped and looked around the room, wanting to hedge his bet just a touch.
But unfortunately, we are still trying to find out what it is.
McMahon looked at Stansfield. In all the years that he had been working for the FBI, he had never come across an individual as cool and analytical as Thomas Stansfield, on either his side of the law or the other. The man was impossible to read. McMahon turned away from Stansfield and looked immediately to his right to see if he could get anything from Kennedy. He studied her face for even the slightest clue to whether Stansfield was being forthright about the family jewels, or if he was still holding out. She stared back at him blankly, just like her boss, giving nothing away. After several seconds of silence, McMahon looked across the table at Vice President Baxter and Dallas King. Before entering this meeting, Kennedy had told him that Baxter had authorized the insertion of the SEALs, but just minutes ago, General Flood had taken the blame for the whole mess. Either Kennedy was lying, or General Flood was covering for the Vice President. McMahon decided to play along until he could get Kennedy alone, and then he would get to the bottom of the whole thing. Dallas King took his forefinger and as nonchalantly as possible wiped the bead of sweat that had formed on his upper lip. He felt as if he were standing in downtown Phoenix at high noon in the middle of July. Each time someone looked at him, he wondered if they knew. Since seeing the photo of his beer-drinking buddy on CNN this morning, King had been an absolute basket case. At first, he tried to convince himself that it wasn't the same man. The guy that he drank beers with was named Mike, and he was a student. Mike didn't wear his hair slicked back like the man on the news. King tried to convince himself that it wasn't the same person, but it was futile. As he recollected his relationship with the mysterious Mike, there were too many strange coincidences. For several weeks straight, he had run into Mike everywhere he went. Mike had conveniently known all about the Stanford basketball team, King's alma mater. King closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose as he remembered the evening they took the late-night tour of the White House. King remembered how Mike had claimed he had an uncle who used to work for the Secret Service under Kennedy. He convinced King to show him the Treasury Tunnel, saying that it was originally designed as a bunker during World War II. Mike told King that during the Kennedy administration, the staffers used to sneak women down into bunk rooms off the tunnel and have sex. And that's exactly what they had done that night. President Hayes was out of town, and King had no problem gaining access for his newfound friend and a couple of hot young ladies. King couldn't believe how unlucky he was. Of the hundreds of people who worked at the White House, this crazy terrorist had to pick him. Squeezing his nose even tighter, he said to himself, "How could you have fucked up so bad?" The pressure was unbelievable. He needed time to think, time to maneuver. Mitch Rapp woke up to the sound of Milt Adams snoring and a brown ponytail in his face. His left arm was pinned under Reilly's neck, and his right arm was draped across her chest. Rapp lifted his head up and tried to retrieve his right arm. This only spurred Reilly to clutch his arm tighter. How they had ended up sleeping in this embrace might have seemed a little strange, but the stash room was not particularly spacious. After the debacle earlier in the evening, Rapp had stayed on the radio with Langley until almost 4 a.m. At that time, the FBI was screaming to find out what was going on, and the entire operation was put in a holding pattern. Kennedy had ordered Rapp to get some sleep, and they would call him with orders in the morning. Rapp, in turn, had let Langley know how he felt, telling them that if they had allowed him to act when he wanted to, Aziz and the other 2 terrorists would be dead, and 1 Navy SEAL would still be alive. It was no surprise to Rapp that Langley signed off without responding to his statement. Rapp then forced himself to bring it back down. He had done enough clandestine insertions to know that when you are given the opportunity to grab a couple of hours of sleep, you should take it. Rapp found comfort knowing that the next time he came across Aziz, he would shoot first and ask questions later. There would be no more checking in with Langley for the green light. Reilly had surprised Rapp by taking his arms and wrapping them around her as they lay down to go to sleep. As he drifted off, Reilly had kissed Rapp's hand and whispered something he didn't quite catch. He was more than a little surprised by the warm feeling the little kiss had given him. Now, craning his neck away from Reilly, Rapp looked at the secure field radio that was sitting between him and Adams. The overhead light was still on, and he could see just enough of the control panel to know that the radio was still on. Rapp had absolutely no idea how long he had been sleeping. He didn't want to wake Reilly, but saw no other choice. Taking his left hand, he reached up from under Reilly's neck and pried her hands loose. His digital watch told him it was 7:41 a.m. He'd had at least 2 hours, maybe 2.5. Rapp figured that was more than enough for now. This was hardly the time or place to be sleeping in. If Langley wasn't going to call him, he would have to call them and get things moving. Chapter 29. Rafique Aziz was showered, shaved, and back in the expensive suit he had worn for his historic visit to the White House. All of his men were still at their posts except one. That man was standing behind a television camera in the White House press room. The morning sun spilled in from the windows running along the side of the narrow room. Aziz stood behind the familiar podium at the front of the room and checked his watch. It was nearing 8. Behind him, mounted on a blue curtain, was the White House logo. Aziz watched his man move from the camera to a control panel at the rear of the room. The man looked up from his position and yelled, "I started the 2-minute countdown! All of the networks should be receiving the feed!" Aziz grinned, taking satisfaction that he was about to put into play another part of his ingenious plan. He was going to go over the heads of the military and the FBI once again. Like everything else, this had been planned. He was about to appeal to the American people, and thus the politicians. The only new touch was that he would be able to incorporate the repelling of the early morning raid into his speech. That had got him excited. It had been very close. The hostages in the building were wired to blow, and Aziz had no doubt that any attempt by the Americans to free the hostages would result in a bloodbath. That was a price he was willing to pay. He did not want it to come to that, in the interest of self-preservation, but if it did, he wouldn't hesitate for a second to annihilate everybody, including himself. The speech that he was about to give would serve to make sure that a raid by the FBI would never happen. Aziz had followed American politics closely and watched how the leaders handled conflicts, especially those with his new benefactor. Aziz had admiringly watched Saddam Hussein mimic the actions and rhetoric of Adolf Hitler. Just like Hitler in the days prior to World War II, Saddam knew how to push, pound, cajole, lie, cheat, and basically do whatever he wanted, right up to the point where his adversaries were prepared to put their foot down. Saddam had turned it into an art form, playing the weak United Nations and the political left in America and Europe for everything they were worth. Continually ignoring everything he had already agreed to, Saddam would flaunt his insolence in the face of the Western powers, and then, just as they were preparing to engage in military action, he would send his envoys to the UN. As the might of American warships and Allied air power massed at his borders, he would act defiant until the very end, and then, and only when real action was imminent, he would back down. 6 months later, the whole process would start over again, and each time the resolve of the arrogant Western powers would be weakened. Saddam had proven that the American politicians had no stomach for war. They loved their surgical strikes and cruise missiles, but were they really that effective? In Aziz's opinion, the answer was no. If one bothered to look beyond the TV clips and sound bites, the damage the surgical strikes caused was minimal. Aziz was prepared to take a cue from Saddam. In less than a minute, he would offer the American people that olive branch, and in turn the stage would be set for his last demand and his triumphant return to his country. Aziz looked toward the camera and straightened his tie. He had originally considered giving this speech from the Oval Office, but had decided it would only serve to undermine the entire intent of his plan. The American people would be livid over him sitting in the president's chair. It had been hard for him to resist the temptation to give the speech from the same place that so many other presidents had addressed the nation, especially since he would have loved nothing more than to rub the faces of the arrogant American public in the fact that he was in control of the White House. But now was not the time to prod and poke. Now was the time to pull back from the brink and get the politicians working for him. Aziz's man at the back of the room held up his hands and started the countdown. Aziz placed both hands on the podium, and when the signal was given, he cleared his throat and began to recite his speech from memory. "It is with a heavy heart that I come to you this morning." Looking somber and passive, Aziz stared into the camera with his dark eyes and said in perfect English, "I wish the American people no harm, and wish for this conflict to come to a speedy conclusion. I apologize to the families of the men and women who have died in this conflict. I know that this will seem empty and hollow to many of you, but you must please understand that this is a war that your military and political leaders have started. I beg you, as a nation, to ask yourselves, in front of your God, who has harmed whom in this conflict?" Aziz stopped and looked into the camera, his face utterly devoid of aggression. "Since the end of World War II, the West, mostly you, the Americans and your Israeli allies, has killed over 500,000 of my Arab brothers. Over 500,000 human beings." Aziz again stopped and stared into the camera, wanting to stress this number. "You sit here, in this great nation, with all of your wealth and comfort and technology, and you are numb to the pain and suffering that my people have gone through and continue to go through. I ask you, for a moment, to put yourself in my shoes, in the shoes of the Arab people. Who is the bigger barbarian? The terrorist who kills 30 people with a car bomb? Or the president who gives the order to kill thousands by sending his air force to do his dirty work? This is a question that we will probably never come to agreement on. But it is one that, at the very least, we should understand is a universal tragedy. I have not come to you today to try and place blame, but rather to make the first step in putting all of this behind us. I have come to you seeking peace. When this conflict started, I warned your FBI that any attempt to retake this building would be futile. I further warned them that such an attempt would result in the execution of hostages. Despite these warnings, your arrogant FBI tried to sneak a group of their commandos into the building last night. Their attack was repelled,
just as I told them it would be, and resulted in the death of an unknown number of their people. I had intended to kill one of your fellow countrymen this morning to punish the FBI and your leaders for their reckless actions, but I have decided to spare that person's life as an example of my good faith. I do not think it is right for an innocent person to pay with his life for the stupidity and arrogance of the small group of warmongers that runs your country. It is my sincere hope that we can resolve this conflict peacefully, and it is you, the peace-loving American people, that I am appealing to. Enough blood has been shed. It is time for us to stop living as enemies." Pausing for a second, Aziz looked down and then back up. "But before we can do that, America must come to the Middle East peace table as a truly independent advocate, not the big brother of Israel. I have 2 demands left, and if those demands are met, I will give you back this great house and the people in it without further harm. The first of my demands is simple. By 6 o'clock today, the U.S. must convince the United Nations to lift all economic sanctions against Iraq. I fully understand the need to keep the blockade in place against materials that would enable Iraq to develop weapons of mass destruction, and I think those provisions should stay in place. My concern is that my Arab brothers and sisters are starving and dying because of a feud between the leaders of the West and the leaders of Iraq. This is wrong, and it should be ended. If this demand is not met by this evening," Aziz's expression turned more stern, "I will be forced to kill 1 hostage every hour until it is met. Let me state again that any further attempt to free the hostages by force will be met with harsh punishment. With the push of 1 button, this whole building will crumble to the ground, killing everyone in it." Aziz continued his glare. "If my demand is met by this evening, I will release half of the remaining hostages, and then I will give you my last demand. If that demand is met," Aziz shook his finger, "we can spare the innocent people that have been caught in the middle of this conflict, and we can begin mending fences among our 2 peoples." Aziz glanced down for a second, as if searching for something special. When he looked back up, he said, "I ask you, as citizens of this great nation, the greatest nation the earth has ever known, to help me make these first steps toward a lasting peace. I wish you all the best, and will pray for you. Thank you, and may your God bless you." Aziz nodded his head once, and his man at the back of the room cut the live feed. Walking quickly to his right, Aziz grabbed his MP5 and yanked at his tie. He started for the Situation Room, where he could gloat over his performance and watch the pundits dissect his every word. Vice President Baxter sat with his mouth agape, watching for the second time Aziz's nationally televised address. The heavy armor-plated presidential limousine rocked ever so slightly as it raced across the chain bridge on its way from Langley back to the Naval Observatory. A stream of motorcycles, police cruisers, sedans, vans, Suburbans, and 2 other limousines both preceded and followed the black Cadillac. Dallas King sat next to Baxter on the spacious back seat, his digital phone held firmly to the left side of his face. King was already on his second call in his "Want to get an honest feel." King listened and nodded. "That's right. After we take a stance, we can go back and push for the numbers that will back us up. But for now, I want to know what they think of this guy." King paused again and looked at the small TV. It had not been lost on King that Aziz came off very well on TV, a hell of a lot better than most of the politicians in this town. He was very well-spoken, looked sincere, and was movie star handsome to boot. "Don't forget to get me the splits on the women versus the men. The soccer moms are going to eat this guy up." King paused once again and then said, "Yep, put together a dozen questions and call me back in 5 minutes." Pulling the phone away from his face, King pushed the end button and looked to see his boss's reaction to the speech.
Baxter's expression had turned from one of surprise to a mysterious frown. King asked, "What do you think?"
"We're fucked," mumbled Baxter,
without taking his eyes off the TV.
"The press is going to go berserk over this failed raid."
Looking at his boss, King thought, "You think they're mad about this? Just wait until they find out I gave one of them a tour of the building last month." King gathered himself. "The press will be fine. This story is so big and it's moving so fast, this little speech will be old news by tomorrow morning."
"I don't think so," said Baxter, not yet prepared to look at any upside. "This little incident has congressional investigation written all over it."
King looked at his boss, who was still staring at the TV with a look of defeat on his face. "This whole thing from start to finish has congressional investigation written all over it, and this one incident will be a footnote. Besides, we insulated ourselves from it. General Flood has already taken the blame, and he did it right in front of Director Roach, the man who will eventually investigate the whole thing."
"I don't know. It still stinks."
"The whole thing stinks. You just have to remember, when this is all over, it's going to be the guy who stinks the least who comes out smelling like a rose." King pointed at his boss. "And I'm going to make sure that guy is you."
"Dallas," Baxter grimaced, "I don't think you're being realistic about this. All of this stuff is not just going to be swept under the rug. The press is going to want answers, and they are going to want to know if I authorized sending those men in last night."
King shifted sideways in his seat. He wanted to choke his boss and scream, "If only you had my problems." Instead, in a calming voice, he said, "For the last time, don't worry about the press. I can handle them. You need to get your spirits back up and start acting like the president. We're going to have to react to this new development, and if the polls come back the way I think they will, we really might have a chance to squeeze our way out of this mess." Baxter turned his head toward his aide and asked, "How?" "I haven't figured it out yet, but I will." Baxter looked away from King and checked his watch. Then, with a sigh, he said,
"I suppose I'd better call a meeting with the National Security Council."
King nodded. "That would seem to be the next logical step." Baxter waved his right hand as if shooing away a fly.
"Take care of it."
"When and where?" Twisting his lips, Baxter gazed out the window and said,
10 o'clock at the Pentagon.
Chapter 30. "You know what he's doing, don't you?" Rapp sat with the handset of the secure field radio gripped tightly in his left hand. He stared blankly at the wall in front of him while he listened to General Campbell give his take on Aziz's national address. They had played the speech for Rapp over the radio and had asked if he would like to hear it again. Rapp had declined. He knew exactly what Aziz was up to and didn't need to waste a second more analyzing it. Rapp nodded in response to what General Campbell was saying and said, "That's right. He's trying to play you guys for patsies."
"Excuse me?"
replied the stern ranger on the other end. "Patsies," repeated Rapp, never one to choose his words too carefully. "He wants Vice President Baxter and all of the other politicians up on the Hill to roll over and meet him at the bargaining table. Then, once he gets what he wants, he'll go back to the Middle East, disappear, and a year from now he'll be building more bombs and killing more people." "What if he seriously wants to make peace?" chimed in Irene Kennedy. "It's out of the question," Rapp replied emphatically. "How can you be so sure?" "Irene, don't play this game with me. I don't have the time or the patience to sit here and listen to you play devil's advocate. You know as well as I do that Rafique Aziz could give a rat's ass about the American people, or his Arab brothers and sisters for that matter. Hell, the only Arabs he cares about are the ones that want to wipe Israel off the map. As far as the rest of us are concerned, he'd slit our throats in a second if we got in his way." "Then what's he up to?" asked Kennedy. Rapp sat back, swinging one of his legs out from underneath him as he thought about it. He looked over at Reilly, propped up in the corner with the blanket wrapped around her. She was watching him intently. Looking away from her, Rapp said, "He's trying to find a way out of this without getting his head blown off. We know he's a meticulous planner. He thinks everything through from start to finish, and prepares multiple contingencies in case things go wrong. As I look at his plan, the one big problem I see is how he gets out of there, how he gets home. We can bank on the fact that he's thought it through every step of the way in terms of how we'd react, and from that, we can assume he knows there would be a strong contingency in the government that would push hard for an all-out raid. Now, if he had gotten his hands on the president, everything would be a little different. My guess is that he was planning to use Hayes as his bargaining chip to get home, but he blew it, and now he's been forced to fall back and use a different plan. "And what would that be?" asked General Campbell. Rapp looked up at Reilly while he thought about it. She was still staring at him with those emerald green eyes. He knew she was listening to everything he said, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Rapp looked away and said, "He's trying to manipulate the media and sway public opinion. He knows without the president he's not getting home. Let's face it." Rapp paused, feeling somewhat awkward about saying the next part in front of Reilly, but there was really no other way. After clearing his throat, he said, "If you look at the big picture, we all know every one of those hostages is expendable. And if we know it, so does Aziz. If he was to continue an aggressive, hostile position, he would eventually force us to storm the place. There is no way we could just sit by while he killed hostages on national TV. So by going in front of the public this morning and putting on this bullshit peace-loving attitude, he's taken the wind out of our sails. Baxter won't let us take action until an effort is made at peace." "I agree," said Kennedy. "In the end, he knows every single one of those hostages is expendable. The president was his trump card, and he didn't get it." General Campbell added, "He's trying to give the politicians a way out of this mess without firing a shot." "Well, that's not going to happen as long as I have a say in the matter." "Iron Man," stated Campbell in a firm voice, "I don't want you doing anything unless you are authorized. The last thing we need right now is you running around half-cocked. Now, Irene and I have to get over to the Pentagon for a meeting, and in the meantime we want you to stay put. When we get back, we'll have a better idea of how we shall proceed. Am I understood?" Rapp looked down at the floor and held his temper in check. He'd already learned his lesson. Don't ask a question if you're not going to like the answer. "Yes, sir," was Rapp's simple two-word reply as he placed the handset back in its cradle. Pausing for a second, he looked at the power switch and debated his next move. After about 15 seconds of indecision, he turned off the radio and looked up at Reilly. Anna Reilly sat passively in the corner with the blanket wrapped tightly around her body. Milt Adams sat in the opposite corner behind Rapp and chewed on a granola bar. Reilly continued to stare at Rapp and finally asked, "What was that all about?" Rapp glanced sideways at her as he began rifling through one of his packs. "Nothing." "It sure sounded like something to me," Reilly said. "Listen, Anna, you're a reporter. I can't exactly let you in on what's going on." Reilly smiled. "Who am I going to tell? What do you think, I'm going to call the station with your radio and give them a live update?" Rapp grabbed several more granola bars from his pack and held one up for Reilly. "Here, chew on this." And with a grin he added, "And stop asking questions." Reilly took the bar, and while she tore the wrapper off, asked, "Who do you work for, Mitch Cruz? The FBI?" No, not exactly." "What are you then, military?" Rapp ignored the question and continued looking for something in his pack. Reilly smiled and said, "Hey, listen, you saved my life. I don't care who you work for." Reilly continued to watch him. Rapp stared back for a long moment, thinking about what he should say. Finally, he replied, "Anna, if I tell you something off the record, will you promise that you'll never report it? That is, since I saved your life and all." Rapp said the last part with a smile. Reilly took the question seriously. "I'm a reporter. Whatever you tell me in confidence will be kept a secret." Chuckling, he said, "My dad always said, don't bullshit a bullshitter." Rapp studied an abrasion on Reilly's cheek and a spot of dried blood on her lip. Changing the subject once again, Rapp pulled a penlight from his assault vest and said, "Now let's see how you're doing this morning." Holding the light up in front of her face, he said, "I want to check your eyes and see how your pupils dilate." Rapp held Reilly by her chin and checked the left eye first and then the right. Both dilated properly, and then he asked her to follow the light as he moved it from one side of her face to the other. Again, she checked out fine. Turning the light off, Rapp gently touched the abrasion on her cheek and asked, "How does this feel?" Reilly frowned and said, "I don't know. How does it look?" After studying her face for a second, Rapp nodded. "I'd say, considering what you've been through, you look pretty good. Darn good, actually." He meant it. Reilly smiled slightly. "Well, in that case, I feel fine." Looking back toward Adams, who was on his second breakfast bar, Rapp asked, "I'd say we have a regular tough girl on our hands." "I'd say so," replied Adams with a nod for emphasis. Rapp turned his attention back to Reilly's cheek, and when he got closer to inspect the mark, she said to him, "You know, women have a higher tolerance for pain than men." "So I've been told." Rapp fished a sterile alcohol pad from his first aid kit and tore the small package open. Gently, he started to wipe the dried blood from the corner of Reilly's mouth and then the light scrape on her cheek. When Rapp was done, he turned her head from side to side to check for any other cuts. He had not missed the obvious beauty of the reporter. He felt slightly guilty under the current circumstances for letting his mind wander, but it couldn't be helped. Her skin was soft and smooth, with just the right touch of color. Rapp nudged her chin to the side and noticed a trail of dried blood that ran down the back of her neck. He wiped away the blood and then placed both hands on her scalp. Reilly flinched slightly and pulled away. "Does that hurt?" asked Rapp. Reilly nodded, and Rapp said with a smile, "What happened to that high tolerance for pain you were bragging about a moment ago?" "I don't know, but whatever you just touched hurt like hell." "Try to hold still for a second. I want to find out how bad the cut is." Rapp lifted and separated her thick brown hair. The cut ran only about an inch, but looked to have broken the first several layers of skin. Holding one hand on her scalp, he reached behind him and grabbed another sterile alcohol pad. Without looking, he said, "Milt, would you do me a favor? Take those blueprints that you brought and spread them out on the floor." Rapp wiped the cut several times and then waved his hand over the area to dry the alcohol. Reilly's face twisted in pain. After a moment, Rapp let her hair fall back down onto her shoulders and sat back on one heel. "How's that?" Reilly brought her hand up and gently touched her head. "I'm fine if I don't move too much." But Rapp noticed the flicker of pain moving across her face when she raised her arm. "What was that?" asked Rapp. Gently, Reilly touched her side. "Something hurts in my side." "Can you stand up for me?" "I think so." Rapp helped her up. "Does it hurt on the front, the back, or the side?" She gestured with her hand. "The back and the side." "I need to take a look at it. Are you all right with that?" Reilly looked at Rapp's concerned face, and the corners of her mouth turned up ever so slightly. Reaching out, she placed her hand on his cheek and said, "If I can't trust you, I don't know who I could." Rapp blushed slightly and said, "Good, then turn around so I can take a look." Reilly did as she was asked, and Rapp lifted up her sweatshirt. Her skin was a golden olive from her narrow waist up, and then the discoloration began to appear. Halfway up her back, on her left side, a red mark about 4 inches long and 3 inches wide had started to form. He checked for bright red streaks and found none. Rapp touched the area softly at first, and Reilly showed no sign of pain. Then he pressed a little harder, and she winced sharply. "Can you take several deep breaths for me?" Reilly did so without pain, and Rapp let her shirt fall. "It's probably just a bruise, which can still hurt like a bitch, but it's 10 times better than having a broken or cracked rib." With a smile, he added, "You must be one tough chick." Reilly smiled slightly. "I have a lot of brothers." Rapp nodded. "I think you're going to be all right, but then again, I'm no doctor." "What are you, Mr. Cruz?" asked the persistent Reilly. Squeezing her shoulder, Rapp said, "I've got some work to do." Turning toward the seated Adams, Rapp said, "Milt, I need you to show me every stairwell and elevator that leads from this floor to the 3rd and from this floor to the 1st. Dallas King was already on his second battery. His digital phone had left his ear only momentarily over the last hour and a half. He walked at a hurried pace next to Vice President Baxter as her entourage moved down the wide hallway of the E-ring at the Pentagon. A slew of serious-looking Secret Service agents surrounded them. King thought the large contingent a bit much. They were, after all, in the Pentagon, but he had other things to worry about. As the group continued forward, the sea of people before them parted as Pentagon employees moved out of the way and clung to the walls while the current commander-in-chief passed by. The buzz level was high. Everyone had either seen Aziz's national address or heard about it. Now the natural question was, what would the U.S. government do in response? The answer was actually tied to a lone individual in Omaha, Nebraska. Reginald Boulay was his name, and at this exact moment he was giving Dallas King the results of his Husker poll. Boulay had built up his poll over the years and made it into one of the most accurate in the political consulting business, and he only supplied it to a few well-paying clients. The members from the Husker poll were never found in the newspapers or on TV. Boulay wasn't in the business to skew results by push polling and a variety of other techniques. He was in it to get the most accurate results possible, and he did it by asking brutally honest questions in plain English. King had decided after talking to two of his regular pollsters and being irritated at their inability to understand what he wanted that if there was ever a time to spend money on Boulay and his Husker poll, now was it. King nodded as he listened to Boulay relay the results. Although King had honestly expected them, he was nonetheless surprised. They reflected the new trend in America, almost a refusal to judge and condemn. King had sensed it while listening to Aziz's speech, and wondered if he was smart enough to know what he was tapping into, or if he was just one lucky bastard. The handsome King liked what he was hearing from Boulay. According to the Husker poll, a little over 60% of those surveyed felt that Vice President Baxter should exhaust almost all options in an effort to resolve the crisis in a peaceful way. When it came to lifting economic sanctions against Iraq, except those involving weapons of mass destruction, the numbers jumped to almost 80%. As Boulay had explained it to King, "There's about 20% of the population that would just as soon level the White House before giving these terrorists a thing, and nothing you do or say will change that." King had also expected that. The zealots at either end of the spectrum would always be around. They were not the people you had to worry about. The rest of the populace was whom he had to keep his eye on, the 60 to 80% of the people who were not too far from the middle on any given issue. As a political advisor, King saw it as his job to try and get those people leaning in his direction, or, more precisely, to position his boss in the middle of them. That would be his next course of action. After asking Boulay to fax him the results, King ended the call and brought the vice presidential armada to a screeching halt. Grabbing his boss by the arm, King stopped at the next door on the right and pulled Vice President Baxter over with him. The Secret Service agents were used to this type of semi-private consultation between their charges and their aides, and without having to say a word, they turned their backs to the vice president and deployed in a protective shell. King placed a hand on Baxter's shoulder and said in a whisper, "It's just like I thought. Over 60% of the people want to see a peaceful resolution to this mess, and almost 80% think we should lift the economic embargo against Iraq, just so long as the military embargo is kept in place." Baxter nodded and said, "So we're safe if we push for the UN to raise the sanctions?" "I think so," said King with confidence. "Besides, if we can get him to release another third of the hostages, we'll be in a really good position to get some mileage out of this." Baxter pointed down the hall toward the direction of the room they'd be meeting in. "They aren't going to like this." King shrugged. "They're not going to like anything short of storming the place with a battalion of commandos. You have to prevent that from happening. You have to take the higher moral ground. You have to protect the lives of those innocent hostages." "What about policy? What about precedents?" Baxter shook his head. "We think the American people are behind it, but what about the Hill? There are going to be some hardliners up there who are going to scream bloody murder over this. Hell, some of them are already pissed that we gave them the Iranian money." "Fuck 'em," snarled King. "They're gonna hate you no matter what you do, and if you do what they want and send in the troops, you're gonna have a group of hardliners from the left trying to crucify you." King shook his head. "You can't please both groups. You have to stay with the majority of public opinion and stick with your base. That's where your protection is." It was Baxter's turn to shake his head. "That's comforting. Public opinion, which you are so infatuated with, is about as predictable as the weather." Baxter continued, shaking his head. "Public opinion is like a mob. It's fine just so long as you can predict where it's going, but the second you screw up and they turn on you, you're screwed." King looked at his boss, his eyes sagging. He had been working non-stop for the last 3 days. He was tired, he was sick of hearing his boss whine, and he had bigger problems of his own. "Sherman," King's face twisted into an expression of contempt, "maybe you should just quit. If you can't see that we have a golden opportunity here to build you up as a great statesman, as the man who saved the day, as the politician who stepped in and brokered the peace during the biggest crisis this nation has faced in possibly—" King paused while shaking his head, "its entire history? Then maybe you really should just let General Flood and Director Stansfield and the rest of the warmongers storm the place, destroy that great building, and kill all of the people in it, and then you can go down in the history books as the butcher who sent 50 Americans to their death because he was afraid to step up to the plate." Baxter stood silently and looked at his chief of staff. He was not used to being spoken to in such a manner by anyone, not even a peer. This was probably the principal reason why King's words sank in. It was true, Baxter thought to himself. If he wanted to be president someday, which he did badly, more than anything in the world, he would have to stand up and be a leader. Slowly, he started to nod in an affirmation of King's words. Chapter 31. General Flood, General Campbell, Director Stansfield, and Irene Kennedy were all sitting next to each other at one end of the long table of the Joint Chiefs' briefing room. Across from them sat the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State, both with one aide. When Vice President Baxter entered, he and Dallas King sat at the head of the table with the other members to their immediate left and right, leaving over 2/3 of the massive table's seats unoccupied. The crisis was wearing on everyone. Eyes were bloodshot, and hands were a little shaky from either a lack of sleep or too much coffee, or both. Vice President Baxter folded his unsteady hands and placed them on the table. His kick in the pants from King had given him a newfound sense of focus and determination. Instead of asking for opinions, Baxter looked to the Secretary of State and said, "Charles, I want you to light a fire under the UN's ass and get this vote taken care of before the end of the day." Secretary of State Charles Middleton bowed his head and asked, "How much pressure may I use?" "As much as you want. Threaten to veto every resolution midway into the next century. Threaten to pull all funding. Just do whatever it takes to get the vote passed by the end of the day. Once we get the hostages released, we can always go back later and pass a reversing resolution." "It might not be that easy," warned Middleton as he adjusted his glasses. "I don't care. Get it done. And we'll worry about the rest of it later." Director Stansfield cleared his throat. "Excuse me, aren't we getting a bit ahead of ourselves?" Baxter's head snapped to his left. He wasn't in the mood to debate anything. He was only in the mood to give orders and have them followed. But now, as he looked across the table at the cool and grandfatherly Thomas Stansfield, his newfound confidence wavered just a touch. Stansfield was quite possibly the most harmless-looking individual that Baxter had ever met, but the rumors about the old spymaster caused one to think twice before locking horns with him. Baxter eased back several inches and asked, "How do you mean, Thomas?" "I think it would be prudent if we analyzed what was said and then decided on a course of action." "I feel that I have all the information I need to make this decision. Aziz is willing to deal for American lives, and in return, we will have to give in and do something that, as humanitarians, we should probably do anyway." "And what would that be?" asked General Flood in an uneasy tone. "Stop starving the Iraqi people." "We," started an irritated General Flood, "are not starving the Iraqi people. Saddam Hussein is starving his own people by refusing to comply with the terms of surrender for a war that, I'd like to remind everybody, he started." Flood stabbed his thick forefinger at the surface of the table. "We have confirmed intelligence reports that Saddam has funded Aziz with the express purpose of carrying out a terrorist attack on U.S. soil. With that information, How can we even consider asking the UN to lift the sanctions?"
"We don't know for sure if those reports are accurate," retorted the Vice President.
Thomas Stansfield looked the Vice President squarely in the eye and said,
"I would stake my entire career and reputation on the validity of that information."
Baxter felt himself losing ground. Leaning all the way back in his chair, he brought his hands up and said, "I'm not going to sit here and defend Saddam Hussein. I hate the man. I find him despicable. But what I want to do is free as many hostages as we can, and then we can go back later and fix things."
"Fix things?" Flood was getting angrier. "What if we can't go back and fix things?" "I think almost everybody will recognize that we were forced to make some decisions under duress. Hell, basically with a gun to our head."
Flood moved his glare from the Vice President to the Secretary of State, who was sitting directly across the table.
"Charlie, how badly do the French want to get back into Iraq?"
The Secretary of State replied without enthusiasm, but bluntly, "Badly."
"How about the South Africans?"
"Badly."
"How about Russia?"
"Badly."
"Do you have any reason to believe that after we've opened the gate, they would turn around a week or a month from now and pull back out?"
"I doubt it. They've been itching to get the embargo lifted for years, and they're already doing a fair amount of business with them on the sly."
Flood turned back to Baxter. "It won't be that easy to just reverse course when and if this whole mess is resolved."
"I know there is nothing easy about this, General." Baxter knew he had to reassert his authority. "You don't need to explain the obvious to me. My #1 concern is the lives of the American citizens that are being held hostage. If I have to change a foreign policy that isn't even working to gain their freedom, I will gladly do so." Baxter tilted his head back indignantly.
"You would jeopardize the entire foreign policy and national security of this country for the lives of 40 to 50-some people?"
"I think you're being a little melodramatic, General Flood."
"Melodramatic." Flood repeated the word while his face reddened. "This is a war, Vice President Baxter. And in war, there are casualties. Saddam Hussein has attacked us. He has paid this terrorist, this mercenary—"
Flood flipped his hand in disgust.
"Call him what you want, to come and attack us. Men like Saddam and this Aziz only understand one thing, and that is force. Overwhelming force."
Baxter looked at the general with scorn for challenging him. Disagreement was one thing, but this was a show of disrespect. "General Flood, your opinion has been noted. Now, if we could move on to some other issues."
"Sir," stated the general loudly, "if, or more accurately, when it becomes known that Saddam had a hand in this whole mess, the American people are going to want action, and there will be some uncomfortable questions asked of those who are making the decisions."
Baxter's temper began to unravel.
"Are you threatening me, General Flood?"
"No." Flood stared him right in the eye.
"I am merely once again stating the obvious. We are not the only country in possession of this information. Some of our most faithful allies know what is going on, and they will not sit idly by while we jeopardize their security."
"General Flood!" bellowed Baxter, his temper finally getting the best of him. "Do I need to remind you how the chain of command works? I am in charge here." Baxter pointed to himself. "And I am going to put the interests of those hostages above everyone else's, especially those of another country, whether they be an ally or not." Flood did not flinch. He did not twitch. He did not move a muscle. He simply returned the Vice President's stare and said,
"First of all, I am very aware of the chain of command. And secondly, I would be derelict in my duty if I didn't inform you that you couldn't be more wrong in ignoring the national security of our allies. Israel has been one of our staunchest. In your effort to find a short-term solution, you are, in my opinion, moving one of our closest allies and possibly this entire nation toward war." Before Baxter had a chance to come completely unglued and Flood had a chance to elaborate, the door opened and a female naval officer entered. She apologized to the group and approached Irene Kennedy. The officer handed Kennedy a piece of paper and left. Dr. Kennedy opened the paper and studied the note.
It concerned a little issue completely forgotten about. Desperately wanting to find out what her counterpart had to say, she stood and said, "If you'll excuse me, I need to check on this." Kennedy waved the note in the air and left the room. Mitch Rapp had everything ready to go. Bringing Adams along had proven to be a big help, not only because of his knowledge of the building, but also because it gave Rapp an extra set of very capable hands. Adams had just finished showing Rapp the exact spots for a third time. Rapp looked at the layout of the second floor one last time and double-checked the number. When he was done, he had come up with 5 different locations. Turning to Adams, he said, "Do you think you can handle the monitor and the devices at the same time?" Adams nodded. "Yep." "Good. That'll free me up to keep an eye out for any surprises." Rapp then grabbed the small fanny pack and took out all of the micro-surveillance units except 5. Handing the pack to Adams, he pointed at the blueprints and said, "We'll place them in the 5 locations you suggested. After we put each one in place, we'll check it on the monitor and make sure it's working." Rapp then grabbed the monitor and helped Adams get strapped into it. When he was done helping Adams, he began checking out the rest of his gear. As Rapp slid the bolt on his submachine gun back, Reilly asked, "Is that an MP5? Rapp looked up, frowning, more than a little surprised that she could even make a guess, let alone get the manufacturer correct. "Close. It's the new MP10. How do you know what an MP5 looks like?" "My dad's a police officer in Chicago." "Oh, that's right." "What are you going to do?" "A little reconnaissance." "Where?" Rapp placed the submachine gun on the ground. "You sure do ask a lot of questions." "I'm a reporter. It's my job." Rapp frowned and nodded as if he had just been reminded of a particularly bad thing. Reilly picked up on the expression and asked, "Is there something wrong with that?" "Normally," Rapp shrugged his shoulders, "probably not. But under the current circumstances, I can see where we might have a problem." "And why would that be?" "Why?" Rapp tilted his head. "Because when this whole thing is over, you will probably have one hell of a story to tell." "I owe you a lot. I wouldn't report anything that you didn't agree to." Rapp slid his pistol out of his thigh holster and pulled back on the slide. The cylindrical brass round was where it should have been, and Rapp let the slide go forward. "What if I don't want you to report a single word of this mess? What if I want you to act like we never met and none of this ever happened?" "That's not realistic." "Well, then we have a problem." Looking at him, she wondered why he would have to be so secretive. "Who do you work for?" "I can't tell you that." Rapp shoved his pistol back in its holster. "Seriously, I'd like to know." And seriously, Rapp shook his head and opened his eyes wide. "I can't tell you." "It must be the CIA." Reilly kept her eyes on him, trying to get the slightest hint of a reaction. She got nothing. "It has to be the CIA. Otherwise you could tell me." "Wrong. Are you a woman of your word?" "Yes." "Good. Then someday, if we both make it out of here alive, I'll tell you my life story." Rapp smiled, showing a set of long dimples on both cheeks. Reilly smiled back and nodded. "So, you work for the CIA." "I never said that," replied Rapp. Irene Kennedy stood over the secure phone in General Flood's office and felt a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. On the other end was Colonel Fine of the Israeli Foreign Intelligence Service, Mossad. Fine had just given Kennedy a brief overview on the 3 names she had given him the night before. There was no surprising information on the first 2 terrorists, but the third was an entirely different matter. Mustafa Yassin was the man in question, and Kennedy was curious. The colonel had come up with 3 matches on the name Mustafa Yassin. The first was a 57-year-old officer in the Jordanian army, and the second was an 18-year-old suspected Palestinian dissident. When Colonel Fine finished giving the background on the individuals, Kennedy asked, "Could you repeat the info on the last Yassin, please?" "Sure, but let me caution you, Yassin is a fairly common name over here, so this might not be the same guy. The last Mustafa Yassin is an Iraqi. We don't have a lot of information on him, but what we do have all revolves around the invasion of Kuwait. Since then, there has only been one update added to his file.
According to our intelligence, his alias is the Thief of Baghdad. When the Iraqis rolled into Kuwait and started looting, it was this Yassin fellow who they put in charge of breaking into all of the bank vaults.
What else do you have on him? Asked Kennedy.
Not a lot, but this isn't the guy I would worry about. My bet is Aziz recruited this 18-year-old fellow from Gaza as cannon fodder.
Kennedy looked down at Flood's desk and thought about the possibilities. Can you locate him?
I already have my people checking on all three. So far, I've only been able to confirm the whereabouts of the Jordanian officer.
I thought you kept close tabs on these dissidents.
We do, started Fine, but things are a little stressed over here right now. What is the phrase you like to use? The natives are restless. We have another intifada on our hands. Aziz seems to have motivated every Palestinian between the age of 2 and 70 to pick up a rock and protest.
Kennedy had been so focused on the immediate concerns of the crisis that she hadn't thought of the repercussions it might be having abroad. What Fine said made sense, and if they didn't step in and handle things more firmly, it would only get worse. Ben, it would be a big help if you could track down this kid as soon as possible.
I have my best people on it, Irene. I can assure you of that.
Thank you, Ben. Is there anything else?
Well... There was a 4-second pause. The word on the street is that you grabbed Sheikh Harut the night before last.
Where are you hearing that?
Several sources, actually. The Huns are all guessing it was either you or me, and since I know it wasn't me, then it must be you.
I'm not in a position to discuss that matter right now, but I can assure you when I know anything about it, you will be briefed fully.
Fine didn't say anything for a long while, and then said, Irene, this is uncomfortable for me, but there are those in my government who are very unhappy with the way this crisis is being handled.
Kennedy turned around and sat on the edge of General Flood's desk. There were many that, put in her shoes, would simply have told the colonel that the U.S. was doing just fine managing the crisis, and that it would be appreciative if its allies would keep their opinions to themselves. Fine continued.
It is our fear that you may make a short-term decision that could be catastrophic to Israel's interests.
Kennedy thought about Fine's words honestly, and refused to let nationalism seep into her thought process. There was no doubt that Israel had a lot on the line, and it didn't take a Rhodes Scholar to figure out how they would like the crisis resolved. Kennedy usually stayed out of this type of discussion, but in the current situation, and considering her own frustration with Vice President Baxter, she felt it prudent to try to assuage some of Fine's fears. She also knew that whatever she said would be relayed up to the highest levels of the Israeli government. Ben, people like us don't make policy. We only advise. Having said that, however, I can assure you that at every juncture of this crisis, there have been those of us who have forcefully stated our concerns over our relationship with your country. Our concern that we don't lose focus on our long-term commitment to Israel's security and stability in the Middle East. Fine again digested the comments in silence and then added tensely, There are those in my government who are very nervous. Pausing again, Kennedy could hear the stress in his breathing. There are many who don't like the fact that you are dealing with Aziz, that you have done an about-face on your position of not negotiating with terrorists. Kennedy chose her words carefully. There are many in my own government who do not like this change in policy, but this is an extremely difficult situation. Who has made these decisions to negotiate? Ben, you are moving into an area that I am not comfortable discussing. Well, then let me say this last thing. We have a good idea where this is headed, and we will do whatever it takes to protect our security. Fine stopped, and then repeated himself. Whatever it takes. I understand, replied Kennedy. The colonel couldn't have been clearer, and Kennedy knew that he had been told what to say by someone above his pay grade. Quite possibly the Prime Minister himself. Is this something that I should pass on as an official or unofficial position of your country? It has always been our position that we will do whatever it takes to protect ourselves. Then why the need to remind me?
"Because," started Fine, "this is an unusual situation, and we would not want anyone to question where Israel stands on this issue."
Fair enough, Ben. I will make sure that your position is well known. Running a hand through her hair, she added, I need to check on some things. Could you do me a favor and let me know just as soon as you track down your 18-year-old dissident?
"Of course. When can I expect to hear more about Sheikh Harut?"
Kennedy knew she had to give him something, or at least the promise of something. You can expect me to brief you fully when I have a chance to take a breath. Kennedy intentionally let loose a tired sigh.
"I understand. Please keep me informed, and I will do the same."
Thank you, Ben. Kennedy kept the phone in her hand and disconnected the call by pressing the button in the cradle. Quickly, she punched in 7 numbers, and when the person on the other end answered, she asked to be connected to a certain location via code word. Approximately 20 seconds after that, Dr. Hornig was on the phone. "Jane," started Kennedy, "I need you to ask Harut what he knows about one of the terrorists named Mustafa Yassin. Specifically, ask him if Yassin is a teenage Palestinian or an Iraqi." "May I ask what this is all about?" "I can't really get into it right now. I just need some verification." "All right. I'll see what I can do." The door to General Flood's office opened, and the general himself entered with General Campbell and Director Stansfield. Kennedy turned away from them and said, "I have to go. How long do you think it will take to get the info?" "I don't know. We seem to be losing him a bit." "How do you mean?" asked Kennedy, as her face twisted into an expression of concern. "The techniques we use are not exactly beneficial to the long-term health of the human brain." "You mean you're losing him as in he's turning into a vegetable?" "Crudely put, yes. But we have extracted an extraordinary amount of information. I have found out some very interesting things that will give us terrific insight into the minds of—" "That's fine, Jane," Kennedy cut Hornig off. "But I really need you to ask him those questions about Yassin. And the sooner I get the answers, the better. I have to go now. Call me as soon as you get anything." With that, Kennedy hung up the phone just as General Flood made his way around the backside of the desk. Flood looked at Kennedy and asked, "What's wrong now?" Kennedy exhaled. "We might have a problem." "What kind of problem?" asked Flood. Looking across the room, Kennedy placed her hands on her hips and said, "I'm not sure, but I hope to know more within the hour." Then, looking to her boss, she said, "Colonel Fine passed on a little message for us." Stansfield nodded knowingly and said, "I was beginning to wonder when they would weigh in." Kennedy walked over to where Stansfield and Campbell were standing. "He said that they will do whatever it takes to protect themselves." Approaching the group several steps behind Kennedy, Flood pronounced, "Good for them. At least someone is sticking by their guns in this mess." "What happened after I left?" The group settled into their seats, and General Flood began to recount for Kennedy the strategy laid forth by Vice President Baxter. Judging from the facial expressions around the room, even Thomas Stansfield's, it was clear what was thought of the Vice President's plans. It seemed as if things were only going to get worse. Chapter 32. The door was so hot in one spot that Warch could only touch it for a second or two at a time. He took this as a terrible sign. That, and the fact that nightfall had come and gone and there had been no abatement in the drilling. Things were getting bleaker by the moment, and you could see it on the faces of the tired agents. To make matters worse for the Secret Service agents, President Hayes had done the unthinkable. He had ordered all of them to place their weapons on the small table near the kitchenette. The President made it clear that there were to be no acts of bravado, that they would surrender without a shot. In Hayes's opinion, if the terrorists got the door open, there would be no sense in further bloodshed. At that point, the battle would be over. Warch had tried only once to change President Hayes's mind, but it was to no avail. Hayes was steadfast in his decision that there would be no more bloodshed. As Warch stood by the vault door, Hayes came over. The President placed his hand on the door. "It's getting warmer." "Yep," answered Warch. "Any bright ideas?" "Nope." Hayes gestured for Warch to follow him. They walked over to the couches and sat, Warch on the love seat and Hayes on the couch. Hayes looked at Warch and said, "Jack,
Stop beating yourself up. There's nothing else we can do.
It's not in my personality to give up, sir.
Well, that's admirable, but I just want you to know that I appreciate everything you and your men have done.
Thank you.
A question had been burning in Warch's mind since the attack. With the President in such a complimentary mood, Warch decided to ask it.
Sir, who was that prince, and how did he get in to see you?
Hayes had thought long and hard about this over the last 2 days, and he kept going back to his meeting in the Situation Room 3 nights ago. The meeting where he had authorized the abduction of Farah Harut. In that meeting, he had seen a black and white photograph of Rafique Aziz. It was an old one, but the eyes had left an impression on him. The face was different, but there was something about the eyes that made him think it was Aziz. I can't be sure, but I think it might have been Rafique Aziz. Or if it wasn't, it was one of his people. Warch nodded.
I told you about the call I got from Irene Kennedy right before the attack.
Hayes nodded.
Well, I've never seen a photo of Aziz, but whoever that man was standing in the Oval Office, I didn't like the look in his eye.
I've seen a photo of him, but it was old.
Sir, I'll understand if you don't want to answer this question.
Warch looked at the President to see if he was open. Hayes nodded for Warch to go ahead.
I have my suspicions, but I'd like to know for sure. What did these terrorists hang in front of the DNC to entice them into getting a face-to-face meeting with you?
Hayes thought for a moment. It was ingrained in his political instincts to avoid answering this question. He had worked on the Hill for 20-plus years, and the only thing that was as certain as hot summers in Washington was congressional investigations. And when this whole thing was over, they would see an endless stream of investigations, reviews, and reports. If recent history had taught Hayes anything, it was that the cover-up usually created more problems than it solved. If national security wasn't on the line, it was best to get everything out in the open. For this mess, that would damage the party. How much was anyone's guess, but it was better than dragging the whole thing out for years. The politics of greed had shown its ugly head in the worst of ways, and because of it, they were now in this fix. Hayes knew what was the right thing to do, and it was probably better to do it now, while he felt a sense of honor, because God only knew if he waited until he was out of this, he'd have a room full of lawyers and consultants telling him to keep his mouth shut and say nothing. Feeling indebted and unusually forthright, Hayes began to tell Warch what had happened. Aziz grinned from ear to ear as he watched the pundits, experts, and analysts go over every word of his speech to the American people. He had changed back into his fatigues and was sitting in the Situation Room. He now sat, remote control in hand, simultaneously watching 6 TVs with his feet up on the long conference table. He was spending more and more of his time with MSNBC on the main screen, but whenever he saw someone on one of the other stations with a title such as former FBI agent or counter-terrorism expert, he couldn't resist switching to that station. The analysis was almost exactly as he thought it would be. For every law enforcement type, there was a former State Department official, politician, journalist, or religious leader that would talk of a peaceful solution to a horrible situation. His favorite comment so far had come from some Baptist minister who had noted an incredible amount of religious tolerance on the part of Mr. Aziz in his acknowledgement of our Christian God. They were literally falling all over themselves in an attempt to make it sound as if a non-violent end to the crisis was within sight. They were saying things like, "The ball is now in Vice President Baxter's court. If he wants to find a way out of this horrible siege, this will probably be his best chance." Aziz loved it. The pressure was a reality. It was no longer something he hoped he could elicit. If things went as planned, he would be in a perfect position for his final demand and his triumphant return to the Middle East. The U.S. would meet his most recent demand. Most of its allies would just as soon begin trading with Iraq again. As long as military hardware and technology were off the table, the deal was palatable to all but Britain and Israel. Aziz confidently rubbed his chin as he thought of the moment when the vault door would be opened, the moment he looked into the eyes of a defeated President of the United States. The sheer joy of being able to gloat over President Hayes, hold a gun to his head, and watch him cry.
After he had broken Hayes and made him think his life was about to end, he would show him the slightest ray of hope, and slowly he would reveal to him how there was a peaceful way to resolve the entire crisis. Then he would change back into his suit and shock the world by going on national TV with President Hayes. The endless parade of military personnel and Secret Service agents who had sworn on their reputations that the president was safe in his bunker would be embarrassed and shamed. They would be shunned in favor of the politicians who could broker the safe release of the president and the hostages. Aziz was relishing his exceedingly favorable luck when an image on one of the TVs caught his attention. His feet were off the table in a second, and the remote control was pointed toward the main TV like a gun. As the channel changed, the unmistakable image of Sheikh Farah Harut took center stage. Aziz's eyes widened as he listened to the anchor on NBC talk about reports out of the UN that Iran was protesting the abduction of an Islamic cleric. A moment later, a woman appeared on the TV. Aziz listened to the anchor say, "We're fortunate to have with us Sheila Dunn from the Washington Post. Sheila, you wrote an article that appeared on the front page of the Post this morning. Can you explain how that article might tie in with this most recent development between Iran and the UN?"
Yes. Dunn looked seriously into the camera. "I have it from the highest sources that the CIA alerted the Secret Service that the White House was targeted for a terrorist attack. It appears that this warning was given with just minutes to spare." The anchor leaned forward, placing his elbow on the desk.
"How do Sheikh Harut and Iran figure in this?"
Well, Iran has filed a grievance with the UN stating that a group of commandos from a foreign country carried out a mission in the Iranian town of Bandar Abbas 3 nights ago that left dozens dead and Sheikh Farah Harut missing. Sheikh Harut is the spiritual leader of the group Hezbollah, and he and Rafique Aziz are very close. So it stands to reason that the CIA obtained the advance information of the attack from Sheikh Harut.
"Do we know what role, if any, the CIA played in this raid?"
No. Dunn shook her head, acting as if she was really disappointed. Both the Pentagon and Central Intelligence Agency have refused comment on the subject. Aziz turned the television off. He would make them pay. The connection had been made, and there was no way they could lie their way out of it. Someone would die for this. Abruptly, Aziz turned and started for the door. A specially outfitted U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter ferried Kennedy, Stansfield, General Flood, and General Campbell from the Pentagon to Langley. When they arrived in the control room on the 7th floor, they all stood in silence while they looked up at the wall of monitors. One of the watch officers had called Kennedy and warned her what was happening. In truth, it didn't surprise her. If she hadn't had so many other things on her mind, she probably would have predicted it. Thomas Stansfield stood, impassive, looking at the large wall, taking in the tiny images. General Flood and General Campbell were a different matter, however. They were men who were used to giving an order and having it followed to the letter, and almost always without question. In this particular situation, General Campbell couldn't have been more specific. He had told Rapp in very clear English that he was to stay put until further notice. In addition to the monitor that showed the inside of the president's bedroom and the one that showed Lieutenant Commander Harris's makeshift command post, 4 more monitors now showed images. They said it all. Those screens didn't come to life all on their own, and since Mitch Rapp was the only person capable of installing them, it was obvious that he had directly disobeyed General Campbell. Kennedy looked at one of the watch officers sitting in the back row. "Have you tried to raise him?" "Repeatedly." "Any luck?" Kennedy knew the answer before the man started to shake his head. Director Stansfield walked toward the front of the room so he could more closely examine the monitors. He tried looking at the monitors both with and without his bifocals. 2 of them covered staircases. The old director knew from memory which ones they were. The other 2 monitors covered the wide main hallways that cut east-west across the 2nd and 3rd floors. As Stansfield was watching, a 5th monitor came online. This one showed a staircase that he was not familiar with. The row of technicians and analysts to his left began talking in earnest as several of them hurriedly flipped through books about the White House. After several seconds, one of them pronounced that the staircase in question was the one that led from the 3rd floor to the roof. Stansfield looked from the monitor back to the rear of the room to find General Flood and General Campbell engaged in a heated and animated discussion.
Watching the two generals talk, Stansfield's face maintained its always neutral expression. His discerning mind was, however, busy extrapolating the problems, complaints, and solutions that this most current bump in the road would create. In a matter of seconds, Stansfield had the solutions formed, filed, and ready to be stated in his always unambiguous fashion. Slowly, he started back up the stairs. When he reached the two generals, he placed a hand on General Flood's shoulder and said,
"Let's go to my office where we can talk."
Stansfield started for the door and gave Kennedy a look that told her to join them. The group proceeded through a locked and guarded door, down a ramp, and then onward to the director's corner office. As soon as Stansfield heard his soundproof office door close, he knew what was about to happen, and it did.
"This is absolutely unacceptable," stated a barely restrained General Campbell. "I gave him a direct order. I don't care how good his reasons may or may not be. This is bigger than him, and we cannot have him running around doing whatever he wants when he wants."
Stansfield turned around to face Campbell. Kennedy, the last one to enter the room, stopped midway between her boss and the generals. Stansfield nodded slowly, acknowledging Campbell's complaint. With his jaw clenched, Campbell continued. "I ordered him to stand down because I knew we would be out of the loop for at least an hour. What happens if he gets caught? If he kills one of Aziz's men? We need to be here." Campbell pointed at the ground. "We need to be monitoring every little move, so if the shit hits the fan, we can give the order to move." Campbell was so upset, it seemed that his bristly flat top was standing even more upright than usual. "Your boy needs to start following orders, or I swear to God—" The stocky ranger stammered for a second, his neck veins bulging. Campbell didn't finish the thought, but it was obvious to all that he was thinking of physical confrontation. Stansfield nodded slowly in an effort to validate Campbell's anger. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he wondered who would actually win that fight. Campbell, although 20 years Rapp's senior, was not a man to be trifled with. Shifting his gaze from Campbell to Flood, Stansfield asked,
"Would you like to add anything?"
Flood shook his sizable head. "There's nothing left to say. It's a no-brainer. Rapp is wrong and he needs to be reeled in." Stansfield digested Flood's comments. They were every bit as warranted as Campbell's. The Director of Central Intelligence walked around his desk and looked out the window for a brief moment. The day was as it had been for the last two, sunny and bright. Turning back to the generals, Stansfield said,
"We have a difference of opinion, gentlemen. I'll tell you what I see. I see a man who is trained to act on his own. A man who is used to spending days, if not weeks, in the field without the aid or interference of his country. Mitch Rapp is not a soldier, and he most definitely is not a politician. His ability to know when to take risks, when to push ahead, when to pull back, is uncanny. It's quite honestly the best I've ever seen. He thrives in this environment where every decision could mean life or death."
Stansfield paused for a moment, and then in an almost academic tone continued.
"He has a much clearer picture of the tactical situation, not only because he is on site, but because he is not distracted by all of the things that we are."
For clarity, he added,
"Most notably, he doesn't have to deal with Vice President Baxter."
Clutching his hands in front of him, and then letting them fall to his side, Stansfield continued.
"Now, with all due respect, gentlemen, you know I think very highly of both of you, but you must understand, Mitch is not a soldier. He has been trained from day one to think independently. If you want to get mad about this, which you have every right to, then get mad at me. He is my responsibility."
Stansfield stopped just long enough to make it seem as though he was giving them a chance to reply, and then said,
"We've made a mistake with you two."
He pointed to Campbell and Kennedy.
"I don't want you attending any more meetings. I want you right here monitoring Rapp and his progress. There are too many meddlesome issues that General Flood and I can handle. I want you two focused on Mitch and how best to aid him. He is our eyes."
The elderly spy master looked from Campbell to Kennedy and back.
"The way I see it, he's doing exactly what we sent him in there to do. Now, General Campbell, if you want to go in there and get Mitch on the radio and read him the riot act, that's fine. That is undoubtedly your prerogative, and I'm not going to stand in your way. but it won't do us a bit of good because he won't listen."
Stansfield could see that his words were getting to Campbell. The ranger's demeanor had calmed ever so slightly.
"What I would propose is that I have a talk with him and explain how important it is that he communicate his every action so we can deal with something if it comes up."
Before Stansfield could start his next sentence, the large phone on his desk started to ring. Stansfield looked down to see where the call was coming from. On the small screen were a string of letters that caused his brow to knot into a frown. The light on the secure phone continued to blink, and Stansfield debated whether he should answer it. After 2 more rings, his frail hand moved slowly toward the receiver. The ambulance fought its way through the late-morning traffic. Downtown D.C. was a quagmire. The security perimeter around the White House had been expanded from 2 to 3 blocks to the north, east, and west. To the south, Constitution Avenue had been blocked off, and the section of the National Mall between 17th and 14th was also closed. The normally congested downtown was unbearable. The driver of the ambulance inched forward on Pennsylvania Avenue. In his side mirror he could see the large dome of the Capitol, and in front of him, a sea of cars locked in gridlock, trying to make their way into the heart of the business district and around the White House. Salim Roussan was surprisingly calm. Part of this was due to his faith in Aziz's plan, and part of it was due to the fact that he would much rather be stuck in traffic than stuck in the White House. The ambulance was the last car to make it through the stoplight at 9th Street. The monolithic Hoover building appeared on his right, the famed FBI headquarters. Roussan did not smile. It was not in his personality. He was more like Benghazi than Aziz. He was a worrier, and that was why Aziz had chosen him for this crucial mission. Roussan was both the backup plan and the surprise. Depending on how things went, he was to do one of 3 things. The first was easy and harmless, and despite what Aziz had told the men, Roussan seriously doubted that option would ever present itself. It would be either the second or the third plan that would have to be executed, and both of those would lead to death. Roussan was sure of it. Not just the death of his comrades, but the hostages, the American FBI agents, and hopefully hundreds of others. Roussan's only hope was that in the chaos that would erupt when the Americans tried to retake their White House, he could further add to the confusion and buy some of his friends the time to get away. Roussan thought he had a chance to survive. The plan for his escape was good, well thought out, and just might work. It was unnerving nonetheless to be heading back into the center of the crisis, to the spot where just 3 days earlier he had fired from the roof of the Washington Hotel and killed a half-dozen Americans. The boldness of the plan was what gave success a chance. Practically every law enforcement officer in the world was looking for him. The old him, he corrected himself. They would never make the connection between Salim Roussan, the dark-haired Islamic militant terrorist, and Steve Hernandez, the openly gay paramedic from Miami. No, he would continue to inch his way toward the White House, taking his time. When he reached the first roadblock, he would hit the lights on the roof, roll down the window, and tell the D.C. police that he had been told to come down in case they needed him. Aziz had told him it was standard procedure for this type of crisis. He would be one of dozens of ambulances waiting to rush people to the hospital if the need arose. Roussan had time. The American assassins did not show their faces when the sun was out. They would wait until it was dark, and if Aziz's timetable was right, they would come either tonight or tomorrow. As long as he had everything in position within an hour or 2 after the sunset, he would be fine. Chapter 33. Deep in thought, Anna really sat, feet pulled close, arms wrapped around her shins, and her chin resting in the valley between her knees. Her shoulder-length brown hair was pulled back in its ponytail again. The long sleeves of President Hayes's black sweatshirt were rolled up several times. She was comfortable, warm, and had a little bit of food in her stomach, along with 2 Tylenol 3s, which helped dull her aching jaw and ribs. All things considered, she was doing pretty darn well. How strange life could be, she thought to herself. 1 week ago she was in Chicago, working at the station, living in her apartment in Lincoln Park. She was ready for a change in both her career and her personal life. Since the rape, things had been jumbled. There had been the boyfriend who couldn't handle what she had been through. He was a pharmaceutical rep, and when offered a promotion and transfer to Phoenix, he jumped at the chance and told Anna he couldn't love someone who couldn't love him back. She'd blamed herself for that one, until she was healthy enough to realize that if he had really loved her, he would have given her more than 7 months to recover. It had actually turned out to be a blessing. Spending the last several years alone had allowed her to grow in strength. Independence and self-reliance were great things. The best part about them was that the only person who could let you down was yourself. The downside, which she was now experiencing, was that you woke up one day and realized you had either pushed everybody away or not allowed anyone to get close enough. Either way, you were left with a lonely existence. Really thought fate had to figure into the equation somewhere. It always did for those large and defining moments in life. What kind of twisted fate had led her to this strange moment, this crossroad? If she hadn't gotten the job as the new White House correspondent, if she had missed her flight to D.C., if her alarm had failed to wake her up 3 days ago, if she had been released with that first group of hostages, if that pig hadn't dragged her up to the president's bedroom, Reilly's eyes got big. If Mitch Cruz, or whatever his real name was, hadn't stepped in when he did? Wow, Reilly thought as a shiver ran up her spine. The thought of Cruz not showing up when he did was horrifying. She owed him a lot, more than she could probably ever express. Reilly stared blankly at the wall opposite her. Her thoughts settled in on the man named Cruz, and on the odds of him appearing exactly where he did, and all of the possible outcomes in between. It was staggering. Call it fate, call it a guardian angel, call it what you like, but someone or something had stepped in and put him there at that exact moment in time. A smile fell across Reilly's face, and she looked upward to say a little prayer of thanks. Before picking up the phone, Stansfield told Kennedy to listen in on a second phone located on the other side of the room. He then asked Generals Flood and Campbell to stay silent. Stansfield's hand reached down and picked up the handset. At the same time, he sank into his chair and brought the phone to his ear.
"This is Director Stansfield."
At first, there was only breathing, heavy breathing, and then the words hissed forth.
"I know all about you. Who you are, what you've done, and all of the people you've sent your missions to kill."
Stansfield looked down again at the readout on his phone. The black letters said W.H. Sit Room. The hostile voice he recognized as that of Rafique Aziz, and it didn't even come close to riling the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Instead, Stansfield leaned back and asked,
"What can I do for you, Mr. Aziz?" "Do for me?" spat an obviously agitated Aziz. "You can tell me what you have done with Farah Harut."
It was a statement made with confidence. Stansfield was sure of that. The director stayed cool and replied,
"I have no idea what you are talking about." "Don't insult me," screamed Aziz. "I know what you have done, and I want to know where Farah Harut is immediately, or you are going to have more dead hostages on your hands." Aziz was screaming so loud that Flood and Campbell could hear him from where they were standing. The two men stepped forward while Stansfield replied, "It is not my intention to insult you. I sincerely have no idea what you're talking about." "You are a snake!" screamed Aziz. "I should have known better than to have thought for a second that you would give me the truth. I swear I will make you pay for what you have done." Aziz was now yelling so loud Stansfield pulled the phone away from his ear and listened to Aziz ramble from a more comfortable distance of 6 inches. The voice squawked from the earpiece. "You give me the truth right now, or I will walk down the hall and put a bullet in the head of one of the hostages, and when I come back, if you do not have an answer for me, I will go back and kill another, and I will keep doing it until you tell me what you have done with Farah Harut." "Mr. Aziz," replied an unflinching Stansfield, "I have no idea what you are talking about. If you would tell me what has got you so angry, I will do my best to find out where Farah Harut is." "Don't toy with me. I know who you are and what you do. You are a liar, and a murderer of innocent women and children." Stansfield sat calmly in the chair, the phone still held several inches away from his ear. He had to think quickly, and he had to get Aziz to back down. Well, Mr. Aziz, if that's the way you feel about me, we must have a lot in common.
Without giving Aziz a chance to reply to the shot, Stansfield continued.
By the way, I must commend you for your speech this morning. It really played well with the politicians. I tried to advise them that you were not serious, that you were performing. To and for what, I have not yet figured out, but I have my ideas.
Silence! Screamed Aziz. I want to know where Farah Harut is immediately, or someone dies.
Mr. Aziz, you don't want to do that, and this is why.
Stansfield glanced up at the two generals for a second, and then said,
Right now, you've done a very good job making certain people in my government think that you have turned over a new leaf, and that you are a man who will actually keep his word. Myself and several others know this is all a sham. If you kill another hostage, I will take a tape of this conversation to the Vice President, and I will leak it to the media so everyone can hear that you are truly not the man you tried to portray yourself as this morning. And then, well, you know our rules of engagement. You were lucky we didn't storm the place after you killed National Security Advisor Schwartz and his secretary. If you start killing hostages again, we will be left no alternative other than to retake the building. And that, of course, means you will die.
Your men will die, screamed Aziz. You are a bigger fool than I thought. I will blow this whole building sky high and all of the hostages with it.
And you will die also, which just happens to suit my needs perfectly. Things will be much easier if you cease to exist.
Stansfield leaned back in his chair.
You are threatening the wrong man, Mr. Aziz, and you know it.
Now came the time to lie, to really make Aziz think that he was everything Aziz thought he was, and then some.
I could not care less what happens to the hostages. I just want to make sure that you and your wretched comrades are dead when this whole thing is over. If we have to lose 40 or 50 hostages to mount your head on the wall, it's a small price to pay.
I am not afraid to die. Even if I die, I will have won.
I don't think so,
replied Stansfield in his calm, analytical voice.
You see, after you have killed yourself, we will pluck President Hayes and quite a few others out of the rubble, and you will have ceased to be a problem. We will rebuild the White House in 6 months, and everything will return to normal.
Aziz was enraged, but he knew that Stansfield had him boxed in, for now at least. But oh, the surprise they would be in for when their president wasn't so safe. Now was not the time to push things, no matter how much Farah Harut meant. Aziz could not do anything to precipitate an attack by the Americans until he had the president in his hands. Aziz would have to swallow his pride and make a tactical retreat. His ego, however, was far too large to do so without taking a parting shot.
You are too sure of yourself, Mr. Stansfield, Aziz spoke in a low, ominous tone. Things are not always as they appear. We will talk again this evening, and by then you had better know where Farah Harut is.
With that, the line went dead. Stansfield set the phone back in its cradle and looked up at the two generals. General Flood asked, "What in the hell was that all about?" Stansfield glanced up at Kennedy as she walked across the large office.
He knows Harut is gone and thinks we have him.
I got that part of it. What was the rest of it about?
He said if I didn't tell him right away where Harut was, he would kill a hostage.
And that's when you decided to play chicken with him? Asked Campbell. Stansfield shrugged his shoulders. It was hardly the phrase he would have used to describe his method.
I took a risk. I obviously don't want to see any of those hostages killed. All I did was give him the answer that fits his belief of who I really am.
Stansfield rubbed his forefinger under his chin.
And he blinked.
Kennedy placed both hands on her hips and frowned. There was more to it than that, Thomas. He didn't just blink. He rolled over and showed you his belly, and did it way too fast. It was out of character.
Maybe he's getting tired?
Kennedy shook her head. No, there's something else going on. Something I haven't told you about yet because I wanted to check on a few things before I got everybody worried. Kennedy moved her hands from her hips and folded them across her chest. I picked up something in Aziz's voice.
When you," Kennedy pointed to Stansfield, "told him that he would be doing us a favor by killing himself because when it was all over we would pull President Hayes from his bunker and so forth." Kennedy made a rotating motion with her finger. "When you were finished, the first thing he said in response was, 'You are too sure of yourself, Mr. Stansfield. Things are not always as they appear.' Did you notice the tone in his voice?" Kennedy looked at her boss hard and gave him a second to recall what Aziz's words had sounded like. She continued, "He sounded like he knew something that we didn't." Stansfield looked at her as if she was reading a little too far into things, and she responded, "Let me fill you in on some other information first, and then it might make more sense." Stepping toward her boss, Kennedy looked up at the generals and said, "That phone call I received from Colonel Fine this morning was in regard to 3 names he was checking for me. 3 names we got from Harut. One of the names had 3 matches. The first was an officer in the Jordanian army, and he's already been ruled out. The second, and we thought the most likely, was an 18-year-old Palestinian kid with suspected ties to Hamas, and the third was a man known as the Thief of Baghdad. It turns out the third of the 3 Mustafa Yassins is the Iraqi who was in charge of looting all of the banks and vaults after they invaded Kuwait." General Flood shook his head. "It's obviously the second one, Irene." "It could be," conceded Kennedy with a nod. "But what if it's the third one? What if Aziz brought along this Thief of Baghdad, knowing there was a good chance the president would get to his bunker? What if at this very moment this man is working on getting the president out of his bunker?" Kennedy stopped and looked each man in the eye, one at a time, while she gave them a chance to think about it. What if Aziz said to Thomas, "You are too sure of yourself, things are not always as they appear," because he knows President Hayes is not as safe as we thought? Everyone's eyes got a little bigger as Kennedy finished stating her case. General Flood looked down at Stansfield and said, "I think this is something we need to bring to the attention of the Vice President." Stansfield stared back at him blankly for a while and then said, "Not quite yet. We need a little more proof before we go to him." "Well, how do we get that proof?" "I have a pretty good idea," Stansfield replied with a nod. Chapter 34. Rapp backed down the long cross hall of the second floor. Each step was placed carefully, heel first and then toe. The cross hall, which was more a long room than a hallway, was brightly bathed in the late morning sunlight. Rapp and Adams, dressed in their black Nomex jumpsuits, stood out against the light-colored walls and carpet. They felt secure, though. Having been out of the stash room for over an hour, they had placed all 5 of the surveillance units and checked each one to make sure it was working. At no time during their sweep did they see or hear a sign of the terrorists. Even when they checked out the back staircase that led to the rooftop guard booth, there had been nothing. With the units in place, Rapp felt infinitely more comfortable, now that he had a secure base from which to operate. How they felt back at Langley would be a different matter entirely. Rapp had known this before he stepped out of the stash room with Adams some 70 minutes ago, but that was just tough shit. There were too many people sticking their fingers in the pie. This thing needed to be streamlined, and someone needed to take action. Sitting around and playing cautious was not in Rapp's nature, especially where Aziz was concerned. Rapp knew whom he was dealing with. He knew what Aziz was up to, and if nobody else could figure it out, to hell with them. This was not one of those moments in life where disagreement was acceptable. This wasn't a policy decision where it was difficult to quantify the benefits of one course over the other. This was black and white. Rapp knew what had to be done, and everyone else could kiss his ass if they weren't on board. As they made it back to the president's bedroom, Adams entered first, and then Rapp. Rapp stood in the doorway for a moment and took one last look to his left, straight ahead, and to his right. Behind him on the other side of the bedroom, a stench was beginning to drift from the body of the dead terrorist. Rapp noticed it and cringed at the thought of how bad the smell would get in another day. Adams tapped him on the shoulder and said, "I've got to piss like a racehorse." Rapp stepped back into the room and nodded to the bathroom. Adams went in and closed the door behind him. A couple minutes later he reappeared, a look of relief on his face. "You just wait," Adams looked at Rapp. "You're too young to understand, but someday you'll know what it's like." "Yeah, if only I live that long."
Adam took the thick barrel of a silencer and pointed to the closet. "Let's check on Anna." Adams went in first and pressed the hidden button. As the closet organizer swung out, Adams stepped into the stash room. Rapp poked his head in and said to Reilly, "Do you need to use the restroom?" Reilly nodded enthusiastically. "Follow me, and don't make any noise." Then, looking to Adams, Rapp said, "Monitor the stairwells until we're back, and let me know if you have any movement." Reilly stood and followed Rapp quietly, which was easy to do in her stocking feet. Walking into the bathroom, Reilly closed the door behind her, and for the first time saw herself in the mirror. She had one hell of a shiner on her cheek, and her skin looked a little pasty. Without wasting too much time in front of the mirror, she got down to business and took care of her more immediate needs. In the middle of that task, she was struck by the bizarre thought that she was sitting on President Hayes's toilet. The same toilet that quite a few presidents had used. When she was done, she closed the lid. Hanging on a bar next to the sink were 2 sets of washcloths and hand towels. Reilly couldn't resist. She felt disgusting and dirty. Opening the faucets, she doused her face with water and began to rub a bar of soap vigorously in her hands. After cleaning and drying her face quickly, she had another idea. Reilly soaped up one of the washcloths and wetted another and one of the hand towels. Next, she checked the medicine cabinet and grabbed the president's shaving kit. Wrapping everything up in a larger bath towel, Reilly opened the door and found Rapp waiting for her. Rapp looked at the towels and asked, "What's that all about?" Clutching the bundle in her arms, she looked up and said, "A little sponge bath." Rapp pointed to himself with a big smile on his face and said, "For me." Reilly almost laughed, but instead shook her head. "No, for me." Rapp kept the smile on his face as the two of them went back into the stash room. Once inside, the door was again closed and bolted. Rapp looked at the radio and knew that he had some explaining to do. Deciding it was better to get on with it, he knelt down and powered up the unit. Milt Adams had the monitor opened on his chest and was checking the reception on each surveillance unit again. When the unit was ready, Rapp picked up the handset and said, "Iron Man to Control, do you read? Over." It didn't surprise Rapp that a voice came back right away. He had expected that. It was the particular voice that surprised him.
"Iron Man, you've been a little busy since we last spoke."
Rapp hesitated for a moment. "Yes, sir. I thought it was the right thing to do."
"I concur," said Thomas Stansfield. "But from now on, let us know what you're up to. We are receiving clearly on both the visual and the audio. They should be a big help. Now, I've got something rather immediate that I need you to check on. We have reason to believe that the president might not be as safe as we thought."
Rapp's eyes darted from the console of the field radio to Milt Adams. "Please clarify."
"Aziz may have brought someone along who specializes in breaking into vaults."
There was a pause.
"Is that clear enough?"
"I think so. How quickly would you like me to verify this?"
"As quickly as you can without risking exposure."
Rapp sat on his heels. He thought about the location of the bunker, the 3rd basement. The only way in or out was one staircase, the same one where an unexpected guard had been posted last night. "Sir, let me discuss this with Milt and see what type of a plan we can put together. I'll get back to you in 5 or less." Rapp set the hard plastic handset down and looked to Adams. "Zip that thing up and get your blueprints out." Adams could tell by both Rapp's expression and tone that something serious had just been discussed. After he finished zipping the monitor up, Adams pulled out his sheaf of blueprints. Rapp scooted forward on his knees. "Excuse me, Anna." Reilly was sitting in the corner with her legs stretched out in front of her. As Rapp moved around her, he looked at the blueprints and said, "Show me the entire 3rd level and all the ways in or out." Adams reached to the bottom of the stack and pulled out the last sheet. Then, grabbing it with both hands, he laid it down on top.
"This is it. There's only one stairwell in and out, the one that we used."
Looking up from the blueprint, Adams asked,
"Tell me what you're looking for, and I might be able to help a little more."
Reilly appeared on her knees at Rapp's side. She looked down at the blueprint and asked, "What's that?" Rapp felt a tinge of anxiety. Another nuisance to deal with. Why couldn't things be simple for once? Rapp cocked his head to the side and looked at Reilly, who was studying the blueprint in earnest. It was time to take this obstacle off the table. There were going to be too many variables coming down the home stretch, and he needed to keep the process as simple as possible. The more he had to think about, the better the odds were that he'd screw up. And screwing up on this one meant that someone would die, most probably himself. There was one thing that would free them up a bit. Rapp had thought about it earlier in the day, and decided if Reilly would go along with the idea, it would make things easier from a logistical standpoint. "Anna, we need to talk." Reilly looked up at him from the blueprint. "What about?" "I need to be able to speak freely with Milt, and I can't do that with you sitting here. So you have to promise me that you will do something when we get out of here." "Sure." "I am going to need you to sign a national security non-disclosure agreement." Reilly moved back a bit. She was familiar with the document, and the thought of signing such a thing was ludicrous. She was a reporter, for Christ's sake. She would be bound by law never to discuss the matters outlined in the document, and that most probably meant never being able to tell her story. Her head slowly started to move from side to side. "I don't think so. I don't like the idea of the government holding something like that over my head. I'm a reporter. It wouldn't be right." Rapp got a little angry. It showed in the way his eyes squinted just a millimeter or two. At that moment he looked at Reilly, and all he saw was a beautiful, selfish, self-centered woman. He didn't have the time or patience for this. "Fine," he pronounced, in a tone that was anything but. "I'll have to remember that our careers are #1 priority. In fact, I probably should have kept that in mind last night." Rapp turned away from Reilly and grabbed the radio handset. "Iron Man to Control, over." "What was that supposed to mean?" asked Reilly in a wounded voice. Rapp put his hand up to quiet her and spoke into the handset. "We are going to go investigate right now. This will only be a light recon. I repeat, a light recon. If we meet any resistance, we will abort and try to find another way to verify. Over." Rapp nodded several times and said, "Correct." After placing the handset back in its cradle, Rapp looked at Adams and said, "Come on, Milt. We'll finish the rest of this conversation in the elevator." Rapp grabbed his submachine gun and rose to one knee. Reilly reached out for his arm. "Hold on a minute. What's with the attitude all of a sudden?" "The attitude." Rapp pulled away and stood. "Last night when that piece of shit dragged you up here to rape you, I turned this radio off because I knew that the people running this show would have told me to stay put, that the mission was bigger than just one person." Rapp stared her straight in the eye and pointed at himself. "What I did last night was not a real big career enhancer, but all I saw out there was a woman who needed help and some piece of shit that deserved to die. Cut and dry, plain and simple." Rapp turned to Adams. "Let's go." Reilly was shocked by the extreme change in his manner. She attempted to speak, but Rapp cut her off. "Anna, I'm done talking." With his submachine gun up and ready, he placed his free hand on the bolt and said, "If I come across any paper and pens, I'll grab them so you can start working on your tell-all story." With that parting shot, Rapp slid back the bolt and slipped into the walk-in closet. Chapter 35. They stepped into the small elevator without talking. Adams shut the door and pressed the button. Rapp stood rigidly against the wall, his head slowly thumping backward into the wood paneling. He was more pissed than he ought to be, he thought. This was a childish, romantic crush, a fleeting hope for something he hadn't felt in so long. It was stupid. With all of the shit that was going on around him, with all of the high stakes, it was a complete waste of time and energy to allow himself to be distracted for even a second by something so utterly juvenile. Somewhere in Rapp's brain, a red stamp crashed down on Anna Reilly's file, and she was banished to a part of his memory that was rarely accessed. It was as simple as that. Compartmentalize and move on. With her out of his mind, Rapp looked at Adams. Adams looked back with a prying expression. "What?" asked Rapp a touch too defensively. Adams kept his basset hound eyes locked on Rapp until his new partner repeated his question. Then Milt licked his upper lip once and said, "Don't you think you were a little hard on her?" Moving away from the wall, Rapp began to fidget in frustration. "She's a non-issue, Milt. We have more important things to worry about." "Are you going to let me in on the secret?" "Yep, and it's a doozy." Rapp took the MP-10 and cradled it across his chest as the small elevator reached the first basement. It appears Aziz brought along some guy who specializes in breaking into vaults. Rapp stopped to see if Adams could connect the dots. It didn't take long. The expression on Adams's smooth face went from an inquisitive frown to one of surprise. "That's not good." "Nope." Rapp shook his head. "Our job is to find out if Hayes is as safe as we thought." Thinking several steps ahead, Adams plucked the folded blueprints from his vest. The series of sheets were like an unruly road map. Adams opened the documents and shuffled the right one to the top. Shooing Rapp out of the way, he held it up against the wall and said, "This is where it's located." Rapp looked at the layout of the third basement. "Only one way in?" "Well, not really. Hold that side for me." Rapp grabbed one side of the blueprint while Adams held the other with his hand. "There's another way down to the third basement." Adams touched a spot on the blueprint. "This is the ante-room to the vault. This little rectangle area here. It doesn't make a lot of sense from a strict design and engineering standpoint, but it's one of those things you need to implement into a design when you're trying to add things to a 200-plus-year-old building." Adams touched another spot on the blueprint. "This is the boiler room where we came in, and this is the hall that I told you led to the bunker." Adams traced his skinny black finger down the hall, took the left-hand turn, and tapped on a door. "This is one of two ways into the anteroom. It's a 3-inch thick steel door. Over here on this wall of the anteroom is the second door. This is probably the one the President used to enter the bunker." "Why do you say that?" asked Rapp. "Because this door leads up a short staircase to a tunnel that runs all the way under the west wing to where there's a much longer set of stairs that lead all the way up to a hidden door just off of the Oval Office." Adams pulled another sheet from the back and showed Rapp the location of the tunnel and where it went. "This tunnel used to be the bunker until this new one was completed just this last year. As this tunnel comes over from the west wing, it stops here. At that point you can either go down this little flight, which empties you into the anteroom, or you can go up a flight of stairs that leads to one of those doors that don't exist." Rapp liked where this was headed. Where is this fictitious door located? Adams changed places again and tapped a spot. "Right here, just down the hall from where we are right now in the China storage room." "That's perfect." "Not quite." Adams shook his head. "These doors that lead to the anteroom are hermetically sealed with rubber gaskets. If we go down through the tunnel, we wouldn't be able to hear or see anything in the anteroom unless we opened the door to it, and I doubt you want to do that." "No." Rapp thought about the options for a second. "Yeah, you're probably right. That means they would have had to get through one of these outer doors first to get to the bunker door." "Yep, and this is the door they would have gone through." Adams changed back to the drawing that showed the layout of the third basement. "This way they only go through one door. If they tried to come in through the tunnel door, that's assuming they could find it to begin with, they would have had to go through an extra door." "That makes sense." Rapp looked at the drawing. "So we have to go down the stairs we used when we came in and hope that a guard isn't posted like he was last night." "I'm afraid so." "Okay." Rapp took his hand off the blueprints. "Put those things away, and let's get ready to move out. You know the routine." After he was done putting the blueprints back in order, Adams folded them up and stuffed them inside his black vest. Then, unzipping and turning on the monitor, he pressed the button to open the elevator door. Rapp stood over his shoulder, while Adams stuck the tip of the snake under the outer metal door leading to the first basement. The tiny lens gave them a slightly warped view of the hallway looking up from the stark concrete floor. Adams maneuvered the lens all the way to the right, and then back to the left. "Looks good," proclaimed Rapp, as he stepped back and readied his gun. Adams pulled the snake back with his right hand and coiled it against his hip. Rapp took the doorknob in his right hand, pulled, and scooted quickly into the hallway. He brought his MP-10 up and swept to the left and right. Adams was just 2 steps behind, having had to pause for just a second to shut the outer door to the elevator. In less than 3 seconds, Rapp was at the door that led to the 2 lower floors. A twist of the metal knob with his gloved right hand, and he was through the door, his thick black silencer moving everywhere his eyes went. Whether he had one hand on the weapon or 2, it made no difference. At these close distances, one-handed, he could hit a head-sized target with about 95% accuracy on the first shot. With both hands on the efficient and compact Heckler & Koch, it was a guaranteed 100%. After checking the stairwell above, Rapp began his controlled descent, keeping his body pressed against the wall, always looking down and checking each new stair as it came into view. Adams followed quietly several steps behind. Rapp was gaining confidence in him. When they hit the landing in between the second and third basements, Rapp stopped. The tiny surveillance unit he had placed next to the door was barely discernible. If he hadn't known it was there, he doubted he would have seen it. Stopping for even 5 seconds out in the open like this seemed like an eternity, but Rapp was trying to get a feel as to whether someone was on the other side of the door. He went down the last 4 steps and stopped, his eyes fixed on the half-inch sliver of light that framed the base of the metal fire door. For another long 5 seconds, Rapp crouched and stared. Still nothing. Rapp waved Adams down. The older man descended the last flight cautiously, holding on to the monitor as if it were the head of a baby. Stepping back and holding his submachine gun ready, Rapp directed Adams to slide the tip of the snake under the door. As Adams moved the device to the left, a pair of boots came into view. They were walking toward the door. Rapp reached out and pulled Adams's hand back, keeping his gun trained on the door. After waiting several seconds for the boots to pass, Adams and Rapp retreated in silence. Brooding might have been the right word, at least at first, but that smug emotion was gone now, replaced by one of self-loathing and personal disgust. Disgust, she told herself. Not disappointment or disrespect. It was disgust. Mr. Secret Agent Man's parting slam had stung, and Anna Reilly's first response had been to fold her arms tightly across her chest and ask herself just who that gun-toting ass thought he was. Where in the hell did he get off judging her so quickly? He didn't know who she was. He was just another one of those arrogant white males, like so many of her dad's cop friends, who thought they were the only ones that knew what life was all about. They had no idea how important it was to have a truly free press. Just who in the hell did he think he was? The voice in the back of her head responded, "He's the man who risked his life to save yours." At that point, Reilly's mood turned from brooding to self-loathing, and now she sat, feeling not so hot about herself. The elevator stopped at the second door, and without having to be told, Adams was already working the monitor to check the different surveillance units. For his part, Rapp was trying to figure out their next step beyond calling Langley. There had to be a way to check on the president. When they got back in the stash room, he would get Adams to spread out his blueprints and see if there were any other options. But that meant Reilly, and that wouldn't work. She already knew too much, and things were only going to get worse. Adams finished checking the surveillance units and told Rapp the coast was clear. Rapp nodded, and after a couple seconds he said, "When we get back to the stash room, I'm going to need you to step outside with Anna for a couple of minutes while I talk to Langley." The twisted expression on Adams's face gave Rapp the impression he wasn't too fond of the idea. "What's wrong?" "I don't like the idea of sitting outside of the room with her and my little six-shooter." The horizontal lines on Adams's shiny black forehead deepened. "I think you're overreacting." Adams saw an instantaneous change in Rapp's demeanor. The lid on the kettle started to wobble. In earnest, Adams added, "Just a bit. I mean, I understand your need for secrecy and everything, but—" Rapp cut him off. "She's a reporter. End of discussion. Let's go." Rapp jerked his thumb toward the door. It was obvious Rapp wasn't going to budge, so Adams zipped up the monitor and opened the door. Rapp stepped onto the white tile floor first, and Adams closed the door behind them. Another quick trip across the hall, and they were back in the large walk-in closet. Rapp pointed at the ground. "You stay here. Use the monitor to make sure no one is coming. I'll leave the door unlocked. At the first sign of trouble, come back in the room." Rapp didn't give Adams a chance to ask any questions. Turning immediately, he opened the organizer and stepped into the stash room. Reilly was sitting in the corner right where they had left her. Rapp looked down at Anna Reilly and wished she weren't there. Wished he could just erase her from his mind. "You're back awfully quick," was the only thing Reilly could think of. Ignoring her words, he stuck his hand out. Reilly grabbed it, and Rapp pulled her to her feet. He maneuvered her toward the open door and ignored her question. Pushing her out into the closet, Rapp pulled the organizer shut with a slight click. He dropped to one knee, grabbed the handset to the field radio, and said, "Iron Man to control, over." A female voice answered and told Rapp to hold. Less than 10 seconds later, Thomas Stansfield's smooth voice came over the thin plastic receiver.
"What did you find out?"
"I came up dry on the first run, sir. There was a tango in the hallway. We couldn't proceed past the stairwell."
"What level was the tango on?"
This time it was General Campbell's voice. "Third basement." Rapp rubbed his brow with his right hand. He was positioned just outside the doors for the stairwell and the boiler room. There was a pause, and Rapp imagined a gaggle of military aides shuffling blueprints around and showing the general the exact location.
"Any thoughts on why he would be there?"
It was Stansfield again. Rapp finished kneading the skin on his brow. "Off the top of my head, I can think of two. First, the guy is down there to make sure no one comes through the shaft again. Or second, he's down there to make sure no one interrupts the progress of this Yassine, or whatever his name is." There was the exhaling sigh of thought, and then the words,
"I would concur. Do you or Milt have any ideas on how we might circumvent this guard?"
"Maybe." Rapp began rubbing his forehead again. "Give me about 10 minutes and I'll call you back." Rapp set the handset back in the cradle. Now it was time to grab Milt and figure out a way to verify whether or not the president was safe. What to do with the reporter? Standing, he popped open the door and pushed it outward. Adams and Reilly were standing in the dimly lit closet, talking quietly. Rapp motioned for Adams to join him and then said to Reilly, "You're going to have to stay out here while we talk." Adams stepped forward, grabbing Reilly's arm and bringing her with him. "She's got something to say to you." Rapp stood in the opening, reluctant to move, looking at Adams and wondering what in the hell he had said. Looking to Reilly, he saw that her feisty attitude was gone. After a long moment, Rapp retreated a step and allowed the two of them to enter the stash room. Chapter 36. SEALs don't like to sit around, especially when there's action to be had, and even more so when one of their own has been killed. Lieutenant Commander Harris wanted a piece of that action, and although he would never admit it to the brass, he wanted to put a bullet in the head of every terrorist in the White House. No prisoners. Now Harris was in the process of exactly that as he strode up the steps of the old post office on the corner of 12th and Pennsylvania. He had walked the 4.5 blocks from his makeshift command post on the east fence of the White House with the bullish Mick Reavers. They were still there, manning the CP, despite the debacle of last night. Rapp and Adams were, after all, still in the building, and the powers that be at the Pentagon had yet to decide on a redeployment, if any. Harris knew that was a distinct possibility. At any minute, he could get the order to pack himself and his men up. The press was asking a lot of questions concerning Aziz's statement that he had turned away an assault. If they pushed hard enough and the politicians started chirping, Six's plug would be pulled. JSOC didn't like operating in the light, and if the current trend continued, they would most certainly pull Harris and his men away from the White House and back under cover. There was one other alternative, but Harris didn't want to think about it. He wanted to believe that the Navy and ultimately the Pentagon would do the right thing, but he knew from past experience that that didn't always turn out to be the case. In a crisis, SOP for the Pentagon often was to circle the wagons and offer up a sacrificial lamb. The beast served to the press was usually the unit commander, and that, of course, was yours truly, Lieutenant Commander Dan Harris. Harris was dressed in his fire-retardant black coveralls. Surprisingly, he and Mick Reavers didn't attract too much attention. By the third day of the crisis, the spectators had grown used to seeing heavily armed men going to and fro in black ninja jumpsuits. The two SEALs had left their submachine guns back at the command post, but both still carried their H&K USP .45 caliber handguns in their thigh holsters. As Harris and Reavers bounded up the steps two at a time, they were met at the top by Charlie Wicker. Wicker turned and opened one of the heavy old doors. Harris and Reavers fell into step behind Wicker, all three men swiveling their heads as they walked into the large old building. Their discerning eyes took an almost instantaneous inventory of all that was around them. Exit signs, windows, strange-looking people, you name it. They did it out of habit. Always know your surroundings. Wicker approached a bank of elevators. The one on the far left was held for them by a security guard. As they stepped into the elevator, Wicker looked at the security guard and said, "Al, this is Lieutenant Commander Harris." The balding man stuck out his hand. "Al Turley, Commander. Nice to meet you." "Same here." Harris grabbed Turley's hand and gave him the requisite bone-crushing handshake. Then, pointing to the mound of flesh next to him, he said, "This big fella is Chief Reavers." His hand still stinging from Harris's handshake, Turley decided to skip the nicety with the even larger Reavers. When the elevator reached the top door, Turley led the way down the hall. At the end of the hallway, they came upon a door labeled Bell Tower. Extracting a key, Turley opened the door, and they stepped into a stairwell that appeared to have been built not too long after the Civil War. The narrow staircase was flush against the wall on one side, and on the other was only a railing. They were inside the dingy bell tower of the grand old post office. Turley, not wanting to slow the others down, let them take the lead. He had already taken the wiry little one up to the top once, and he thought his heart might leap from his chest. As Turley expected, the three black-clad men marched up the steps two at a time. Within seconds they were out of his sight, only the echoes of their footsteps letting him know they were above him. Turley slowed his pace. 10 months from retirement. It wasn't worth it. The three SEALs reached the top without so much as breaking a sweat. Wicker climbed up the ladder that was bolted to the wall, and with one hand he pushed open the hatch that led to the bell tower. Pulling himself up and through, he spun around on his butt and stood. Harris was next, and then Reavers. All three men stood side by side, looking west out the large aperture. The bell tower atop the old post office had the second most commanding view of all Washington after the one from the Washington Monument. From this eagle's nest, they looked straight down Pennsylvania Avenue, past Freedom Plaza and Pershing Park, over the southwest corner of the Treasury Building, and there, perfectly bathed in the bright afternoon light, was the White House. Wicker retrieved a pair of binoculars with a laser rangefinder from his vest and handed it to his CO. After turning his black baseball cap around so the brim was out of the way, Harris held the binoculars up to his eyes. The commander of SEAL Team 6 zeroed in on the roof of the White House and sought out the tiny rooftop guard booth. After a slight adjustment, the blue hue of the bulletproof plexiglass was in the crosshairs. Harris paused for a second and watched the hooded man sitting behind the protective glass. Harris's forefinger pressed a button, and a second later 3 red numbers appeared. Harris handed the binoculars to Reavers and turned to Wicker. 820 meters? Wicker nodded confidently. Yep. What's the forecast for tonight? A lazy southeasterly breeze between 2 and 5 knots. Harris nodded. That was child's play for Wicker. He could hit this shot from almost double the distance at 5 knots. What about the glass? It's half an inch. I've shot through it before on the range. Wicker continued his confident stare, eyeballing the White House with his naked eye. That's the range. This is real life. We need to know how old that glass is, the manufacturer's testing data, everything we can get our hands on. Wicker kept his eyes on the White House, supremely confident in his skills, knowing that there were only a handful of men in the whole world that matched him in skill, and none that could exceed. The glass was installed in '92 and is due to be replaced within the next year. I studied the manufacturer's testing data 2 years ago and have all the info I need right up here. Wicker tapped his temple with his forehead. If that glass was brand new, I could still do it, but it's been baked by the sun now for 7 years. Its strength has been reduced by at least 60%. With 250s, we'll be able to drill right through it. Wicker nodded confidently and added, Hell, the first shot might even get him. Harris was a little surprised that Wicker already had the stats. How did you find out about the glass? I called one of my fellow snipers at the Secret Service. When? Asked Harris. 2 days ago. Wicker kept his gaze on the White House. Harris smiled. He loved it when his men were proactive. You've been thinking about this shot for that long? Wicker turned, a devilish grin spreading across his lips. I've been thinking about this shot ever since we ran that exercise 8 years ago. Harris knew the exact exercise Wicker was referring to. It had been on his mind since the onset of this entire clusterfuck. Slowly, Harris began to nod, and then, with a smile of his own, he looked to Wicker and said, "Don't ever tell anybody that. The boys at the Secret Service might not understand your professional curiosity." "Oh, they understand," Wicker nodded. "We've talked about this shot 100 times. The boys at the Secret Service that they were referring to were the men of the counter-sniper unit, widely regarded as the best professional shooters from top to bottom in the world. There wasn't a single shot at the Secret Service that could match Wicker under combat conditions, but in a controlled urban environment, they were awesome." Harris looked back at the White House. Snipers were a weird lot, kind of like goaltenders in hockey or pitchers in baseball. They were loners, fiercely independent, and more than a little superstitious. "What do you need to make it happen?" Wicker pulled several pieces of paper from his vest. Unfolding them, he held them up for his CO. "First thing we have to do is build a shooting platform. With the right men and equipment, I can have it ready by sundown." Harris looked at the drawings. "What about the noise?" Wicker reached over and flipped to the second page. "We place a top over the platform and line it with acoustic foam. We leave a nice narrow slit at the front, and we're set. Only about 5% of the report will make its way out of the slit, and that won't travel more than a block tops." Harris loved that Wicker was ahead of the game. Handing Wicker the drawing, he slapped him on the back and said, "Good job, Slick. I like it. Make it happen as fast and quiet as you can. Get out of your coveralls and tell the rest of your boys to wear their civvies." Looking at his watch, he added, "I want you operational by 1800. With that, Harris started down the hatch, confident that Wicker would have everything in place by the appointed hour. Now came the hard part. He would have to convince the big boys that an exercise he had participated in 8 years ago would work today. Harris already had the pitch formed. He would keep it as simple as possible and use SEAL Team 6 as the tip of the spear. Delta and HRT would provide the overwhelming force when the time was right. The words weren't going to come easy. At least not at first. Anna Reilly was both a proud and a stubborn person, but she was not, as Rapp thought, an ingrate. Milt Adams had closed the door to the stash room, and Reilly was left facing the man who had saved her life. As Reilly looked at him, she decided she liked him much better when he smiled. In his current serious mood, he looked dangerous. Not just his dark clothes and the various weapons strapped to his lean body, but his chiseled jawline and those dark eyes. The man had an intensity about him that Reilly hadn't noticed before. His tanned, weathered face had the strong lines acquired by a man who does not spend his days in an office. It was the eyes, though, that both drew her in and made her want to shiver. Dark pools of brown, so dark they were almost black, framed on top by 2 thick eyebrows. This was the man who was capable of killing, the man who had plunged his knife into her assailant. Reilly's mouth must have been slightly open because it was suddenly void of moisture. She closed it and swallowed hard, then, opening it slowly, she said, "I'm sorry for the way I handled that situation earlier. I don't want to seem like I'm—" She paused, struggling to get the next word out. "Ungrateful." Reilly had to look down. It was difficult to look into those dark eyes and make the apology. "I'm not crazy about signing anything, especially something the government wants me to sign." Reilly looked up and made a half-hearted effort at a smile, but the dark orbs on Rapp's face turned her gaze back down. "I realize this thing is a lot bigger than me, and if there is anything I can do to help save the rest of the hostages, I'm more than willing to do my part. As far as what happens when this is over, if you wish to remain anonymous, I will honor that. If you feel, or whoever you work for feels, that you need to edit my story before I tell it—" Reilly was forced to pause again, feeling very uncomfortable with this particular concession. Still looking at the ground, she said, "If you really feel the need to edit out material that you are absolutely sure is too sensitive to report, I'll go along. I'll probably do it kicking and screaming, but I'll do it." Rapp was conflicted. His opinion of the young and attractive Ms. Reilly had already been etched into his mind and filed away. Now it appeared he might have been mistaken. She had been wrong, but now she was correcting that, taking a big step to humble herself and admit it. The ball was back in Rapp's court. Chapter 37. Her elbows rested heavily on the table. The hum of computers, faxes, scanners, and monitors droned in the background. The control room at Langley was in the midst of a lull. Kennedy's hand cupped her chin, and her eyes were closed. Opening her eyes, she looked at the red digital clock on the wall. It was almost noon. She let out a yawn and stretched her arms above her head. Things were about to happen. She had felt it herself and seen it in the look Thomas Stansfield had given her. The light on her phone blinked once and then began to ring. She grabbed the handset and answered. "Dr. Kennedy." "Irene, it's Jane. I've been busy trying to get an answer to your question, but things have proved a little more difficult than I thought." "How so?" "Well, the subject is not entirely with us." Kennedy frowned. "Will he be coming back?" "No." There was a substantial pause, and then, "At least, I don't think so." Then, in a slightly defensive tone, Dr. Hornig added, "You must remember this is all new, very cutting-edge stuff." "Did you get anything out of him?" "From what little I could gather. Harut had no idea what this Yasin fellow's talents were. But please keep in mind he's not all there." Irene didn't want to hear excuses. She wanted answers. "Did you get anything out of him?" "I'm afraid not." "Okay. If you find anything out, please let me know." Kennedy disconnected the call and dialed an international number. While the secure satellite technology at Langley started the process, Kennedy turned around and checked to see what her boss was doing. Thomas Stansfield sat comfortably in his chair while Jonathan Brown, the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, relayed a slew of congressional complaints and inquiries. From what little Kennedy heard, she gathered that the congressmen and senators on the Hill were demanding to know what in the hell happened last night. The familiar voice of Colonel Fine answered on the other end, and Kennedy turned around. "Ben, it's Irene. Have you found anything out on Yasin?"
Nothing firm. Some rumblings and rumors here and there, but we haven't been able to nail him down."
"Which one are we talking about? The Iraqi or the Palestinian?"
"I have heard nothing back about the Iraqi, but I have several sources who are claiming they have seen the 18-year-old Palestinian within the last 4 days.
Pondered Kennedy.
Let me caution you, though. We have not been able to track him down."
"I know, but we are definitely leaning closer to one than the other."
"My contacts in Iraq are not as deep, Irene. The man could be there, but I need more time to track him down."
Kennedy looked back at Stansfield and let him know that she needed to talk to him. Into the phone she said, "Ben, I have to run. Thank you for the info, and please let me know the second you find out anything else."
"Before you go," said Fine loudly, "I have something I wish to discuss."
Fine paused, and then continued.
"There are people in my government who are threatening to tear apart the entire peace accord if your country persists with this position of negotiation. We have a very good idea what Aziz's last demand will be, and we are prepared to occupy the territories with troops if it comes to that."
Kennedy stopped everything she was doing. She dissected the colonel's words carefully. Israel was prepared to go to war. "Has your ambassador been informed of this?"
"I do not know."
"Has your Prime Minister informed our Vice President?"
"I do not know."
Kennedy paused momentarily. "Ben, Director Stansfield has the interests of Israel very high on his list, but he is only one man. Now is not a time to play games through back channels. I would suggest that certain people in your government start banging the drum and bang it loudly. They know who to talk to." Kennedy stopped for a moment and added, "Don't worry about your support from Langley. We have never wavered on this issue, and are not about to." There was a moment of silence, and then,
"Good. I will pass that along."
"And I appreciate the information, Ben. Please let me know the second you find anything more." Kennedy hung up the phone and swiveled her chair around. Brown was still talking to Stansfield. Kennedy was not sure about the new deputy director. It wasn't due to a lack of confidence in his skills. He was intelligent and professional. Her issue with Brown lay more in where his bread was buttered. Brown was not an insider at Langley. He had been with the agency for less than a year. In his early 50s, he was a former federal prosecutor and judge who, after leaving the bench, went to work for one of Washington's poshest law firms, making close to $1 million a year. After pressing the flesh with all of the bigwigs in Congress for a half-dozen years, he had obtained a nomination for the deputy director slot and was confirmed. It was a safe bet that his allegiance was more with the senators who had confirmed him than with the man he was now talking to. It was that simple fact that kept Kennedy from speaking in front of the man. She waited for several minutes until Brown left, then rose and approached the elevated desk behind her. Stansfield leaned forward and asked, "What is it?" General Flood also leaned forward, sensing that Kennedy might have obtained a valuable piece of information. "I just spoke to Colonel Fine. He's gotten nowhere in terms of the Yasin from Iraq, and with the young Palestinian, they have several contacts who have claimed to have seen him in the last 4 days. Flood shook his head and said, "That's it, Thomas. We have to tell him." Stansfield's face remained passive, and Flood persisted. "It's our duty. Iron Man hasn't come up with anything definitive, but it sure does look like something is going on down in that basement. Aziz doesn't have enough men to tie up one of them down there." "What about the ventilation duct?" asked Kennedy. "Maybe he's afraid we'll try and use it again." "Bullshit," grumbled Flood. "All he has to do is booby-trap the only stairwell that leads up from the basement, and he has us boxed in." Kennedy agreed. Flood leaned toward Stansfield and said, "We have to tell him, Thomas. We should have told him this morning." Stansfield looked at the large general. He knew Flood was right, but also knew how Vice President Baxter would react. He would wiggle. He would question the validity of their conclusion. He would put off making any decision until he absolutely had to. Despite all of that, Flood was right. They had to tell him. Dallas King sat across from his boss and watched him talk on the phone. The afternoon sun spilled through the windows of the Vice President's study at the Naval Observatory. King was still obsessing over his role in aiding the terrorists. He had decided only one thing thus far, that he would keep his mouth shut. There wasn't a snowball's chance in hell that he would volunteer what he had done to the FBI. It would do no good. They couldn't turn back the clocks. What he had to do right now was damage control. Who else knew about the late-night excursion? There were the 2 women, of course, but they were bombed. There was Joe, the Secret Service officer who had let them in. King thought about checking up on Joe, but that might make things look worse if the story came out. No. For now, he would sit and do nothing and hope that no one would ever link him to the terrorist. Aides shuffled in and out of the room on an almost continuous basis. The large dining room and living room of the mansion had been converted into offices for Baxter's support staff and the dozen or so essential personnel who had been displaced when the old executive office building had been shut down by the Secret Service. It was one of those essential aides who quietly entered the room and approached King. In a voice low enough to not distract the Vice President, she said, "Director Stansfield and General Flood are on the line, and they wish to speak to the Vice President immediately." King stood. "Which line?" The young woman held up 2 fingers and began her retreat. King watched her leave. Out of habit, he checked out her backside as she sauntered for the door. It was nice. He'd been eyeballing her for the better part of the new year, but knew it would be trouble. Office romances were a big no-no. Stick with the married women, King told himself. King made his way over to a credenza on the other side of the large study. After running a hand through his hair and checking himself out in an ornate gilt-framed mirror, King grabbed the receiver from the phone and stabbed the blinking red button. "Director Stansfield, General Flood, Dallas King here." It was Flood who spoke first. "Dallas, where is the Vice President?" "He's right here, but he's on the line with the Secretary General of the UN." "Well, tell him we need to speak with him." Flood's voice was even gruffer than normal. King held the receiver to his left ear, and with his right forefinger he smoothed out his eyebrows. Looking into the mirror to check on his grooming, he replied, "As I said, he's on the line with the Secretary General, and it's rather important. Is there something I can help you with?" Flood, the highest-ranking officer in the entire United States military, was used to people jumping to his requests. Add to this the tense situation and a lack of sleep, and the result was predictable. "God damn it," bellowed Flood. "You've got some things to learn about the chain of command, son." When the chairman of the Joint Chiefs calls and says he wants to talk to the Vice President, you put him on the phone." King pulled the receiver away from his face and looked at it with a frown. Under his breath, he said, "Give me a break." Then into the phone he replied, "Let me see if he can take your call." Without waiting to see if it was okay, King pressed the hold button and set the phone down. Looking into the mirror one more time, he straightened his tie and checked his perfect white teeth. Walking across the spacious study, he approached the Vice President's desk and gave his boss the proper signal. Baxter looked up, and when the moment was right, he said, "Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, would you hold one moment, please?" Baxter covered the phone. "What now?" "General Flood and Director Stansfield are on line 2, and they want to talk to you immediately." "Immediately," Baxter repeated the word in the same tone as King. "Yep, General Flood has got his undies in a bind about something. He snapped at me when I told him you were busy." Baxter took his hand off the receiver and said, "Mr. Secretary, I want to continue this conversation, but I must take an urgent call. May I call you back in a few minutes?" Baxter nodded several times while he listened to the Secretary General of the UN and then said, "Thank you." King looked down at his boss and said, "I think I'd better listen in on this." Baxter nodded his consent, and King quickly crossed the room and stood poised above the phone on the credenza. When his boss reached down to punch the proper line, King did the same. Baxter said, "Hello, General Flood." "Mr. Vice President, I'm on the line with Director Stansfield. We've come across some troubling information that we must bring to your attention." In less than a minute, Flood brought Baxter up to speed on what was going on in regard to Mustafa Yassin and the information provided by the Israelis and CIA. Dallas King watched his boss silently from across the room. He listened to Flood, and in some twisted way the news excited him. King knew it shouldn't, but this was real high drama, and he was one of just a few who were privy to this jarring information. The President was not as safe as they had thought. General Flood moved from stating the facts into stating his case, and he did so with 2 sentences. "Mr. Vice President, under no circumstances can we allow the President to fall into the hands of these terrorists. Delta Force and HRT are ready to retake the White House on your order." Vice President Baxter let out the moan of a man who could take no more bad news. And then, after a moment or so of fidgeting, he asked, "How can we be sure? Aziz has said nothing about the President in any of his demands." "We can't be sure," answered Flood. "But we sure as hell can't take the risk of letting the President become a hostage." "What if this information is wrong?" Baxter looked up at King. "We still have quite a few hostages in there, and from what you've told me, the odds of them surviving a takedown are not good." "Sir, at this point I see no other alternative. We cannot under any circumstances allow Rafique Aziz to get his hands on President Hayes." There was a long pause while Baxter looked up at King. Finally, he sighed into the phone and asked, "What is it that you want from me, General Flood?" "I want you to do what's right. I want you to give me the green light to retake the White House." King was shaking his head vigorously at his boss. No one was going to commit to anything until he and the Vice President had a chance to discuss it. Vice President Baxter looked up at King and nodded. Then into the phone he said, "General, this information seems a little thin to me. As I've already said, you have full authority to move your people into position and to collect intelligence just so long as you don't endanger the lives of the hostages. But I want to make myself clear on this once again. I am the only person who will authorize the takedown of the White House." Baxter straightened up in his chair. "Am I clear on this?" "Yes, you are, sir," answered a frustrated Flood. "That has never been in doubt. That's not what's at issue here. What is at issue is the safety of the President of the United States." In a firm voice, Flood added, "I am asking you for the authorization to take back the White House. I am asking you to prevent President Hayes from falling into the hands of Rafique Aziz." In a soft voice, Baxter answered, "General, this is not an easy decision. I need some time to think about it." "But, sir," snapped Flood, "we might not have the time." Baxter shot back. "I am running the show here, General Flood, and I will decide how much time we may or may not have. Now, I would suggest that while I'm consulting with my aides, you try and find out if this threat to President Hayes is real or imagined. I mean, for Christ's sake, 2 days ago your own people stood up and told me he could last a month in that bunker." Baxter shook his head. Barely able to restrain himself, Flood looked to Stansfield for some support. The director of the CIA simply shook his head. Into the phone, the general asked, "What do you want me to do, sir?" "I want you to keep me informed, and make sure you do nothing to precipitate any more violence from Aziz." "Yes, sir." With that, the conversation was over. General Flood had hung up without waiting to see if Baxter had anything to add. Dallas King put the handset back in its cradle and walked toward his sullen-faced boss. "You handled that perfectly." When King reached the desk, he added, "Off the top of my head, we have several things working in our favor. First, this information they have sounds a little thin to me. I mean, we can't trust the Israelis for shit right now. They'd just as soon see us nuke the place. And secondly," King tapped his chin with his finger, "there's an angle here. Is the president's life more valuable than 50 of his fellow countrymen? There's an awfully strong argument to be made against the imperial presidency. No one American life is greater than any other single American life." Baxter frowned and said, "Come on, Dallas. Who's going to buy that load of crap?" "Your average Joe, that's who." King pointed his finger at his boss. "Even if what Flood says is true, which I doubt, since those guys can't seem to find their ass with both hands, that doesn't mean we need to storm the place. With the exception of Marge's big fuck-up, this Aziz guy has been pretty reasonable. So far he hasn't asked for anything that we can't go back and fix later. And the polls tell us, with the exception of a bunch of right-wing extremists, the American people want to see this thing resolved peacefully. Our job here is to continue to walk this fine line, Sherman. If they can't give you solid proof that the president is in imminent danger, I wouldn't budge an inch. We'll get these UN resolutions passed by the end of the day, and in the morning Aziz will release the next group of hostages. That's 2/3 you will have saved." King stopped and looked out the window. A thought had just occurred to him. Maybe he was cheering for the wrong results. If the terrorists were killed, most of his problem would be solved. "Dallas, what are you thinking?" Baxter asked. King shook his head and turned his attention back to his boss. "Nothing. I was just trying to figure something out." Jack Warch was on his 4th set of crunches, the modern-day version of the much-hated sit-up. He had considered skipping his daily regimen, but decided he had nothing better to do. Warch did 400 crunches every day of the week except Sunday, and on alternate days he threw in 200 push-ups, a 3 to 5 mile jog, and some stretching. He had it down to a science, which allowed him to stay in shape without spending hours at the gym. As Warch finished his crunches, he eyed the pile of weapons sitting on the table across the room. The sight was irritating. All of that hardware in a room full of the best-trained bodyguards in the world, and the president wanted them to surrender. It was ingrained in Warch's psyche to win, not to lose. Coming from the old Vince Lombardi school of, "Show me a good loser and I'll show you a loser," Warch couldn't stand the thought of them raising their hands in surrender. He had risen to the most coveted post in the Secret Service by sheer dogged determination, and he was sure now there had to be a better alternative than surrendering. That's when it hit him, with 3 more crunches to go. Warch stopped, hands firmly clasped behind his neck, staring at the mound of black steel on the table. Some of the most accurate and lethal firepower made, and 9 highly trained individuals. Warch's mind started to scramble. He saw a crack, a slight opening, a way to pull off a Hail Mary. Jumping to his feet, he almost blurted out his idea, but forced himself to sit down on his bunk and think things through thoroughly. He had to have this planned. He had to be able to head off all objections and sell it to the president. Chapter 38. Stansfield allowed General Flood to blow off some steam. As Flood paced back and forth in front of his desk, Stansfield nodded from time to time in an effort to let Flood know he agreed with him. The elderly director of Central Intelligence had expected Baxter's unwillingness to give them the green light, and in his usual analytical way, Stansfield was already looking 3 moves ahead. He could have forewarned the general how Baxter would respond, but felt an angry General Flood would be better than a calm one. Things were coming to a head, and some decisions needed to be made. Now would come the hard part. Stansfield knew Vice President Baxter would never pull the trigger. In his opinion, they should never have started down this road to begin with, but now they had to do something before it got worse. Baxter was maneuvering, trying to buy as much time as possible. The fact that he was doing it during a crisis with such far-reaching implications was almost unimaginable to Stansfield, and that was making his difficult decision much easier. Thomas Stansfield was contemplating doing something that he had done only one other time in the 50-plus years he had served his country. It was something that could end his career in public disgrace, but he was willing to take that chance. He still had his ace in the hole, and now was the time to use it. General Flood looked like a football coach chewing out his team at halftime. Stansfield watched him walk back and forth, shaking his fist and letting a stream of expletives flow from his mouth. Stansfield stayed quiet, letting him take as much time as needed. Gradually, the expletives became fewer and the pacing slowed. The general approached, looking miffed. "You sure as hell are taking this well. It's not as if things weren't bad enough, and now we find out the president isn't safe. I mean, for Christ's sake, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that Aziz brought along this guy for this exact purpose. Now we know why he spaced the demands out the way he did. He needed time." Stansfield nodded and moved in to test the water.
"Yes, but what can we do about it? If Baxter doesn't give us the approval, we are left without recourse."
"There's nothing we can do about it. That idiot's calling the shots, and unless we can find a way to convince him to attack, this will only get worse." Stansfield thought Flood to be a good soldier. The thought of ordering an attack without the approval of Baxter would not even enter his mind. With Stansfield, it was different. Spies were used to operating under a different set of rules. They were used to looking for creative ways to solve problems. Stansfield was not entirely free to do as he wished, but he had significantly more latitude than the general did. Although Stansfield's idea was clearly in violation of the orders Baxter had given him, he had already made up his mind. And he would go it alone. The others had too much to lose. Nearing 80, Stansfield knew the end was not far off. If ever there was a time to stick his neck out, this was it. Looking up at the general with an almost mystical expression, Stansfield said,
"There is one other option."
Flood eyed him with skepticism. He had looked feverishly for a way out and had found none. "I don't see any way out of this other than hoping Baxter comes to his senses."
"There is one way, and it's right in front of us."
Flood was intrigued. "Enlighten me." Stansfield shook his head ever so slightly and said,
"I think it best if you remain in the dark on this one."
Flood's hands moved to his hips, and a strange look washed over his face. He paused, wondering for a moment if he was reading Stansfield correctly. "What do you have up your sleeve, Thomas?" Stansfield looked out the large window behind his desk. Without turning back to Flood, the director of the CIA said,
"We both know what needs to be done, General, and there's no sense in risking two when one will suffice."
Slowly looking back over his shoulder, he said,
"I think now would be a good time for you and General Campbell to go visit the front lines. Maybe have a talk with HRT and Delta. See how they're doing. Make sure they're ready to move when the authority is given."
Flood squinted, part of him wanting to know what Thomas Stansfield was up to, but another part of him wanting nothing to do with whatever the director was planning. "Thomas, what are you up to?" Stansfield gingerly walked around the desk and placed his thin hand on Flood's substantial biceps. Turning him toward the door, Stansfield started to walk with him.
"I have the best of intentions, do not worry."
Several steps closer to the door, and he added,
"Just make sure the boys are ready to go when the time comes."
Less than a minute later, they were standing in the control room. Flood had informed Campbell that they were going to visit the troops. HRT would be first, and then Delta. The Ranger assumed it had something to do with the call to Vice President Baxter, and hoped they were about to get the green light. He quickly gathered his things, and on the way out the door held his encrypted cell phone up to Kennedy and reminded her to keep him informed of any changes. After the two generals and several of their aides were gone, Kennedy looked at her boss, who was standing one step above her. Stansfield looked back at her with his tired old eyes. "Did Baxter give you the assault authority?"
No, I'm afraid not.
Kennedy's lips pursed. Why was General Flood in such a hurry to get out of here?
He had some things to take care of.
Stansfield looked at his watch and then asked,
Is Mitch on the line?
Yes. Stansfield thought it through one last time, making sure he had all of his bases covered. Then, looking around the dark room, he said,
Irene, tell everyone to take a 15-minute break.
Everyone? Questioned Kennedy. He surely didn't mean everyone.
Everyone, stated Stansfield, calmly and coolly. I want the room cleared.
Kennedy, cut from the same cloth as her boss, knew the man did not mince or waste his words. She could only assume he had a very good reason for his rather unusual request, and immediately went about the task of clearing the room. Rather than making a boisterous announcement to the entire group, she started with the front row and worked her way to the rear, telling everyone to finish up what they were working on and then head out. No one questioned her. It took just under 2 minutes, and when everyone was gone, Kennedy and Stansfield were left standing alone in the dimly lit room. The wall of monitors at the front of the room cast a blue hue across everything. Stansfield looked down at his protégé and said simply,
You too, Irene.
Kennedy was surprised. Her security clearance couldn't get any higher. There was nothing she couldn't hear or view unless it was compartmentalized. She studied her boss intently and wondered what could possibly be going on. Why would he need to be alone in this room? Stansfield stood in front of her like a statue, giving nothing away. Kennedy finally stepped for the door, her mind trying to retrace the steps that led up to this unusual situation. Rapp had awkwardly accepted Anna Reilly's apology. Somewhere in the back of his mind it registered that asking her to not tell this story was impossible. She would have to tell it to one degree or another, as long as she now accepted the conditions. From the corner, the secure field radio beeped several times, announcing that an encrypted communication was received. Rapp reached over and snatched the handset. Yep.
Mitchell, it's Thomas. Have you found a way to verify our most recent problem?
Rapp was a little surprised that Stansfield had used his first name. Maybe. Milt seems to think he might have a way, but it might be hard to pull it off from a logistical standpoint. There was no immediate reply. After a moment, Stansfield began to speak in a very slow and deliberate voice.
Mitchell, you've sacrificed a lot over the last 10 or so years, and I'm very grateful for that.
There was another pause.
I'm going to ask you to do something, and I don't want you to discuss it with anyone else.
Stansfield stopped again, letting the gravity of his request sink in.
Am I understood?
Yes, sir.
First, we must verify if President Hayes is safe in his bunker. Second, we need to re-establish radio contact with him. All radio and phone traffic from the bunker has been jammed, as you know. Find and disable that unit so I can speak directly to the President.
Rapp clutched the phone. What are my rules of engagement?
I would prefer it if you did it as quietly as possible, but use whatever force you see fit. Just make sure you get the President back online.
The magic words reverberated through Rapp's mind. He was free to do as he saw fit. Now he could really get things done. Almost as quickly as he had begun to celebrate, he saw that something didn't fit. Does anyone else know about this?
Just you and me.
Rapp closed his eyes. This was unusual. What about Irene?
No, just the two of us.
So I'll be operating without a net for a while.
I'm afraid so.
Stansfield wasn't pleased with this, but there was no other way. Rapp nodded while he thought about his lack of backup. Fuck it, he said to himself. You're used to working alone. Into the thin receiver, Rapp said, I'll take care of it, sir, but make sure the cavalry is ready. Things could get real ugly in here.
I will, Mitchell. And please, be careful.
Always. Rapp replaced the receiver and looked up at Adams. Some weird shit must be happening on the other side, he thought. Ticking through the possibilities of what might have precipitated Stansfield's unusual call, Rapp stopped a short while down the list. No sense in clouding the mind. He had enough to worry about right here. Pointing at the blueprints, Rapp said, "We have to find a way to check this out." Chapter 39. Barely a half hour had passed since Stansfield's edict. Rapp had to remind himself continually to be more cautious as he and Adams searched the blueprints for a way to accomplish the task. Reilly had edged her way over from her nest in the corner and now lay on her stomach, her hands under her chin. Every once in a while her white-stockinged feet would kick up in the air behind her like a little teenager's. She was playing it smart for the moment, saying nothing and listening to everything. She had worked her way back into the group. On at least 3 occasions, Rapp had run through the different options, none of them all that appealing, and now resigned himself to take the direct route. The route that would most quickly accomplish his task, but also endanger the lives of the remaining hostages. Feeling as if he'd been pent up in a cage since he'd landed at Andrews 2 days ago, it was difficult for him to resist the desire simply to go down to the basement, shoot the guard, shoot this Yassine fellow, and disable the scrambler. If he couldn't find another way, it might be the only solution. But there had to be another way, or the whole thing would end in a bloodbath. Rapp was beginning to resign himself to what he had known when the whole mess had started. Take Aziz, enough Semtex to blow up the whole building twice, and you end up with a bunch of dead hostages. Why even risk the assault team? Just let the idiot blow himself up and end the thing. Milt Adams flipped several sheets over and studied something. Rapp watched him, then asked, "What?" Adams looked at the drawing, and then up at the blank wall. He was trying to visualize something. Looking back down, he said, "This is the hallway on the 3rd level. It runs down like this and takes a 93-degree turn to the left." Adams tapped the spot with his thin finger. "There is a recessed vent here. At least I think there is." "What do you mean you think? Isn't it marked?" Adams shook his head. "No, that's why I'm saying I think there is." Adams closed his eyes again, forcing himself to try to remember what the hallway looked like. "I really think there's a vent there." Adams tapped the spot again. "Why isn't it marked?" "These aren't the final blueprints. If I remember right, they were worried that there would be too much moisture in the hallway if they didn't have some ventilation. You see, this entire hall was added when they put the bunker in, and the bunker's environmental systems are buried underneath it, so they can't be compromised." Adams brought his finger up and ran it along his bottom lip. "I'm pretty sure they sliced into the house's regular system through the floor right above." Adams pulled one of the sheets back over. It was the layout of the 2nd basement. He searched for the right spot and said, "This is where they would have done it. They would have just cut in a down chute and brought it in from the 2nd basement." Adams grabbed the next sheet, showing the 1st basement, and pulled it over. His eyes darted excitedly back and forth over the drawing. "This could be perfect." "What?" asked an impatient Rapp, wishing Adams would explain what good a little vent could do. Adams brought his hands up as if he were a quarterback signaling how far to go for a first down. He slid the 2 hands forward and placed them on the outside of Rapp's shoulders. Then, with a frown, he said, "You're too damn big." Frustrated, Rapp asked, "Milt, what in the hell are you talking about?" "I'm almost sure this vent is there, but it's only 18 inches wide. Your shoulders are all that plus a couple." "Back up." With a confused look, Rapp asked, "Where will this vent get us?" Adams flipped back to the drawings of the 3rd basement. "This vent drops right down at the corner. If you could get to it, you would have a clear shot into the anteroom of the bunker. That's assuming the first door is open." "But you're saying I won't fit." "No. You could lower me down, but—" Adams stopped and rolled his eyes. "You'd sneeze and they'd hear it." "Afraid so," Adams nodded. Rapp swore under his breath. He would have done almost anything to get a look at what was going on in that anteroom. Rapp glanced up from the blueprint and looked at Reilly. She looked like a teeny bopper at a slumber party with her ponytail and sweats. He looked at the rest of her body and was willing to bet that Reilly weighed $1.05 tops. It took Rapp only a second to decide it was worth it. If she was going to write a story, she might as well earn it. Returning to the scene of the crime couldn't have been a more accurate description. Salim Roussan had found a spot for his ambulance at the end of a line that ran almost a block long. Immediately to his right was the Willard Hotel, the Washington, D.C. landmark that boasted it had served cocktails to the likes of Abraham Lincoln, Mark Twain, Buffalo Bill, and countless others. In the middle of the block was the Willard office building, and next to that, on the corner, was Roussan's former place of employment, the Washington Hotel. Across the street to his left was Pershing Park, named after General Black Jack Pershing, the commander of the American Expeditionary Force in Europe during World War I. The park was lined on two of its four sides with fire trucks. The firemen that were assigned to the trucks lounged about on the green grass of the park, some of them playing catch with a football, others with a bright orange frisbee. A sandwich truck kept the firemen and ambulance drivers filled with coffee, soda pop, and a variety of sandwiches, soups, and microwavable dishes. 4 D.C. police squads blocked the intersection barely 30 feet behind Roussan's ambulance at the corner of Pennsylvania and 14th Street. Salim Roussan had returned to within 2 blocks of the White House. He slouched behind the wheel of the ambulance, a book perched on the bottom half of the steering wheel, and a pair of headphones covering his ears. He was hoping to avoid conversation. A very thin cover story had been crafted, one that would not stand up well after 2 or 3 well-pointed questions, especially in an industry where, Roussan assumed, many of the drivers knew each other. Fraternizing with the other paramedics could get hairy, so he would keep to himself. Roussan twisted his wrist and looked at his cheap digital watch. It was approaching 2 in the afternoon. He had been sitting in his spot for almost 3 hours. So far, so good. The other drivers congregated from time to time on the sidewalk or across the street at the sandwich truck. Several of them even played catch with the firemen. As he had thought, they seemed to know each other. The ploy of being immersed in a novel was working thus far, but he couldn't sit in the ambulance forever. There were several things he had to take care of, and that meant taking a walk among the enemy. Roussan checked his side mirror again. The reporters and curious onlookers were milling about like cattle behind a police barricade 1 block back to the east at the corner of 13th Street and Pennsylvania. Roussan could make out a cop sitting atop his mount eyeing the crowd. If he had time, he would have to try to plant one of the devices near the crowd. The key was to get people running in every direction, toward the White House and away from it. Looking across Pennsylvania Avenue, Roussan admired the shiny red fire trucks lined up one after another. What a wealthy country. Wealthy and selfish. Selfish and greedy. It would be nice to sneak a bomb under one of the trucks and watch the whole row explode one after another. That would cause some serious confusion. But that was out of the question. Too many firemen, too many of them milling about. Someone would see him. Roussan checked his watch again, a nervous habit. The black digital letters hadn't changed since the last time he'd checked just 40 seconds earlier. It was time to put the book away and get to work. Keeping the headphones on, Roussan stepped through the small passageway into the back of the ambulance. The gurney sat latched to the middle of the floor, and the side compartments were all secured and locked. Using a small key, Roussan unlocked one of the cabinets and pulled out a plastic toolbox. Typically, it would have been filled with medical supplies to treat accident victims, but instead, it was filled with small bombs that had been designed by Aziz. They were ingenious, yet simple. Each bomb consisted of Semtex, a blasting cap, and a pager that acted as both the receiver and the power source. The bombs could be activated either by Roussan or Aziz from within the White House, or, Allah forbid, someone dialing a wrong number and then punching in the wrong code, which the odds were astronomically against. Roussan reached down and with his hand scraped the freshly ground coffee beans to the side. The smell of the coffee would help confuse any canines that the FBI might use to check for bombs. As an extra precaution, Roussan had also rubbed cayenne pepper on the tires and back tailgate before embarking. If one of the pooches got a sniff of the pepper, they would want nothing to do with the truck. Packed in the coffee grounds were 6 bombs. 2 were shaped to be placed under toilet tank lids, thin sheets 1 inch thick with the pager and blasting cap embedded in the clay-like explosive. These 2 sheets of Semtex were wrapped individually in wax paper. Underneath the 2 sheets were 4 cans of Diet Coke. The top of each had been carefully removed, and the cans had been packed with the malleable explosive, pager, and blasting cap. Roussan picked up a black fanny pack that was lying on top of the gurney and carefully slid the 2 sheets of Semtex into the pack. After zipping it closed, he climbed back into the front seat and sat there for a minute. When he had gathered the nerve, he opened his door and stepped out into the sunlight. He sauntered around the rear of the truck, like a man who did aerobics twice a day, 7 days a week. His tight pants and shirt, white hair, pierced right ear, and tattoos announced to all his sexual orientation. Skipping up the steps of the Willard Hotel, Roussan pushed through the revolving door. When he stepped into the opulent lobby, he noticed 2 D.C. cops. Roussan smiled at them as he walked across the tile floor. He had scouted everything out. He knew exactly where he was going and where he would place the first 4 bombs. He continued across the lobby and up a short flight of stairs. The hotel was closed to the public because it was within the 3-block perimeter that had been set up around the White House. When he entered the men's room, he quickly checked to make sure he was alone, which he was. Once in the stall he had pre-chosen, Roussan pulled off the ceramic tank cover and laid it upside down on the toilet seat. He wiped the condensation off the lid and then carefully extracted the first bomb from his fanny pack. It fit inside the lid precisely. Roussan had taken photos of the lid to make sure there were no mistakes. Pressing the Semtex into place, Roussan made sure the bomb was affixed to as much of the surface as possible, and then he extracted a roll of duct tape. At each end of the bomb, there were 2 inches of uncovered ceramic. Roussan cut 3 pieces, laying each one across the Semtex and making sure it was firmly attached to the underside of the cover. When he was done, he put the duct tape back and replaced the lid. Satisfied, Roussan unzipped his pants and began to relieve himself. 1 down, 3 to go. Chapter 40. It had taken almost no effort to convince Reilly. Adams actually made several attempts to douse her enthusiasm, but she would have none of it. She was in. Rapp wasn't sure if she wanted to do it out of patriotism, sympathy for the remaining hostages, or professional greed. He hoped it was one of the first 2 and not the latter. The plan came together in short order. Adams was a natural problem solver with the tedious mind of an engineer. Rapp, with his practical experience, tried to simplify every aspect of the operation, knowing that the more complicated it became, the stronger chance that it would fail. For her part, Reilly listened well and asked pointed questions when needed. Rapp had told them, "This is simple recon, nothing fancy. Just take a look and then get out." He then went on to brief Reilly on how they would proceed, and then before leaving the stash room he gave her one more chance to back out. She didn't waver for a second. With everything covered and the clock ticking, Rapp grabbed the proper gear and gave Adams the go-ahead signal. Adams slid back the bolt, and Rapp was the first one into the closet. Having already checked the surveillance units, they knew no one else was currently on the 2nd or 3rd floors. They moved quickly and quietly across the hall and into the small elevator. Reilly was in sweat socks and made no noise. When they arrived in the first basement, the doors slid open and Adams went to work with the snake. Rapp and Adams were working well as a team, but now with Reilly as the 3rd wheel, it was another variable to worry about. Adams retracted the snake and over his shoulder he whispered, "All clear." Rapp asked, "We go to the right, halfway down the hall?" "Yep." "Good," whispered Rapp. "Here's the routine." Rapp looked to Reilly, who was no more than a foot away. "When we open this door, I step out first. I sweep to the left, and then the right. When I give you 2 the signal to move out, you go, Milt in the lead, you with your right hand on his right shoulder." Rapp was happy to see that her eyes were open wide, a sign that she was paying attention. "You keep that hand on his shoulder, and keep your eyes on the back of his head. If he speeds up, you speed up. If he slows down, you slow down. And if he crouches, you get down. If I have to start shooting, I don't want to worry about you jumping out in front of me." Reilly nodded, and then blinked for the first time in a while. All of a sudden, she didn't think this was such a good idea. Either it was colder down here or she was getting the chills from fright. Rapp asked her something, and she stared back at him with a blank expression. "Are you nervous?" Reilly nodded, eyes wide open. "Good. Rapp grinned. You should be. He grabbed her right hand and placed it on Adams's shoulder. Just follow Milt, and everything will be fine. Rapp cracked the door just an inch at first and looked down the hallway. With nothing in sight, he opened the door another foot and peered in the other direction. With his MP-10 leveled in his left hand, he opened the door the rest of the way and stepped out into the hallway. After checking both directions again, his right hand shot up and pointed for Adams and Reilly to move out. Adams started out on cue, his bald head scrunched down between his shoulders as if bullets might start whizzing over his cranium at any moment, the all-important S key in his right hand. Reilly mimicked his posture and scampered behind him on the balls of her stockinged feet. As soon as they were clear, Rapp closed the nondescript door that concealed the elevator and fell in behind them. Within seconds, Adams had stopped at another door and was inserting his key. He fumbled with it for a second, his hands shaking slightly. After one misfire, he stuck the key all the way in and turned the knob. Adams yanked the door open and was immediately pushed inside the room by Reilly, who was being pushed by Rapp. Rapp pulled the door shut and looked around the rectangular-shaped storage room. Reilly was doing the same and whispered,
"I thought we were going to the China room."
"No," Adams shook his head. "The China storage room." He approached one of the many wheeled gray plastic containers that stood about 4 feet tall. Adams pulled off the protective cloth cover and revealed a collection of plates, saucers, and cups. "These things are spring-loaded." Adams picked up a china dinner plate. "When they decide which china they want for an event, they just wheel this whole thing into the kitchen elevator and take it upstairs." Reilly looked around the room.
"All of these contain sets of china?"
"Yep." "That's great." Rapp was already moving several of the containers out of his way so he could get to the wall where the vent was located. Adams joined in, and they passed the wheeled containers from one to the other. While they were doing so, Rapp looked at a second door located on the wall to his right and asked, "Is that what I think it is?" "Yep." Adams nodded as he looked up for a second. "Good. I think it's going to come in real handy." Rapp moved the last container and saw the vent cover on the bottom of the wall. It looked to be about 1.5 feet wide and maybe a foot tall. Rapp stepped out of the way and Adams moved in. Dropping down to one knee, he pulled out a small cordless drill and quickly backed out both screws. With his fingers, he pulled the slatted cover off and dropped all the way down to his stomach. With a flashlight in hand, he stuck his arm in first and then half of his head. After bouncing the light off the ductwork for a couple of seconds, he found what he was looking for: the down chute that led to the lower floors and eventually to the HVAC unit in the basement. Adams pulled his head out and looked at Rapp, who was kneeling next to him. "It's right where I thought it was. 10 feet down this way, goes straight down 2 floors, and she has to crawl about a dozen feet, and there's the vent." "Which way does she go when she hits the 3rd level?" Adams jerked his thumb. "She keeps going the same way." Rapp looked at his watch and said, "All right." Then, turning to Reilly, he said, "Last chance to back out." Reilly grinned reluctantly and looked at the small opening that Adams was lying next to. "I'm ready." Rapp looked at her and again wondered what her motivation was. Standing there in the President's oversized West Point sweats, she did not fit the image of the brave and bold. Rapp thought she looked scrawny. He had to hand it to her, though. Whether it was professional motivation, sense of obligation to her fellow hostages, or just good old Catholic guilt, the woman was tough. She'd had the crap kicked out of her, was almost raped, and yet here she was, willing to go right back into the fray. Rapp nodded at her with admiration and said, "Give me a couple of minutes, and we'll get you on your way." Rapp took off his fanny pack and laid out the climbing rope and one of the surveillance units. "Is she going to have enough light in there?" Adams thought about it for a second. "Yeah, it spills through the vents about every 10 to 15 feet. "Good." Holding the rope up, Rapp turned to Reilly and said, "Go lie down over there by the vent, and we'll tie this around your ankles." Rapp cut a 4-foot section from the end of the rope and tied one end to Reilly's right ankle and the other to her left. When he was satisfied with the knots, he tied the rope to the middle of the 4-foot section. This allowed Reilly to move her legs independently, which would have been impossible if her ankles were tied together. After asking her how the knots felt, Rapp asked, "Any questions before we get started?" Reilly looked up from her position on the floor.
Yeah, how in the hell do I signal for you guys to pull me back up?
Rapp frowned. That's a good question. How about if you tug 3 times on the rope?
How?
Reilly craned her neck backward and looked into the duct.
There isn't enough room for me to do that.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Looking to Adams, Rapp asked, Any ideas? Adams thought about it for a second, his lips scrunched up. Finally he said, Yeah, I got one. Adams then sat and began taking his boots off. He took out the left bootlace, then the right, then tied them together. He tied one end to the long rope and the other one he loosely knotted around Reilly's neck. When you want us to take you back up, tug on this 3 times. Reilly nodded, and Rapp said, Good thinking, Milt. Then looking down at Reilly, he said, Down this way about 10 feet, and then straight down until you hit the bottom. Now remember, when you reach the 3rd level, you're going to need to turn yourself around 180 degrees so you can bend at the waist. Then, once you get back into the lateral duct, you can spin back onto your stomach. Rapp mimicked the maneuver with his hand. From there, you crawl down to the first grate, and that's where you should have a view into the room just outside the bunker. Don't hang around long. This should take no more than a minute. Note how many people you see, if any, and what type of equipment. Then tug on the shoestring, and we'll pull you right back up. Reilly nodded, her face tense with nervousness. And don't forget to flip back over on your back so you can make the turn when we're pulling you back up.
All right, let's get going before I change my mind.
Reilly rolled over onto her stomach and started squeezing into the vent.
3 tugs.
That was it, and then she wiggled her thin body into the air duct. It was cramped and dusty. Reilly doubted that Rapp could have fit in the duct, and if he could have, there wouldn't have been any room left for him to maneuver. It didn't take long to reach the shaft. As Rapp had said, it was maybe 10 feet. Reilly paused at the top, only her fingertips and chin hanging over the bottom. There was just enough light for her to see the bottom. It wasn't as far as she had expected. Slowly she started down, her arms first, her head, then her whole upper body. After that, the rope became tight, and Rapp and Adams began to lower her. Reilly remembered what Rapp had said, and when she neared the bottom, she spun herself around so she could bend at the waist and make the turn. She pulled herself into the lateral duct and rested for a second. The knots felt a little tight on her ankles, but were bearable. After gathering herself, she spun back onto her stomach, and that was when she heard it. A whining noise. The sound of machinery working. The sound of a drill. Reilly's heart rate quickened. The first vent was just ahead on her right. From where she was positioned, she felt as though she could almost reach out and touch it. With some reservation, she inched forward several feet and stopped. The noise had not gone away. As slowly as she could, Reilly scooted forward an inch at a time, using all of her concentration to make sure no noise was made. The duct became brighter with the light from the hallway. As she neared the grate, she grew nervous at how well she could see her hands. Approaching the vent, she could start to see the off-white wall of the hallway. The cover had a series of vertical slats that were angled to force the air down. Reilly laid her head flat so she could try to get a look straight down the hallway and into the bunker. What she saw caused her to hold her breath. Straight ahead, just down the hall, was the shiny vault door to the president's bunker, and attached to it were the objects that were making the noise she had been hearing. Drills of some sort. 3 of them. 1 big and 2 small. Reilly moved her head around and tried to get better angles of the anteroom, but could find none. On the floor there appeared to be a variety of toolboxes and some tanks. She could see only part of the room because the first door was not swung all the way open. Reilly was finishing her inventory of what little she could see and was preparing to reach for the string around her neck when a man appeared. He came into her view from a part of the room that she could not see. Reilly's first reaction was to move back a little out of fear that he might be able to see her. She quickly realized this was stupid and told herself to calm down. The man, who looked more like a plumber than a terrorist, approached the drills with a cup in his hand. He touched the casings of each one with his hand and then went about measuring their progress with a tape measure. Oh, this was going to be one hell of a story, Really thought to herself. She watched the man for another couple seconds and then tugged on the shoestring 3 times. After a slight pause, she began sliding back down the vent. Jack Warch had decided on a course of action. He wanted to build a consensus among his agents first and then bring his plan to the President. He didn't want any surprised faces if the President asked them for their opinion. Warch had taken a minute or two with each agent, and all of them had enthusiastically backed their boss's idea. Now came the hard part. President Hayes was sitting next to Valerie Jones on one of the couches playing a game of gin. Before walking over, Warch checked the door one more time. All indications were that they were running out of time. Walking across the carpeting, Warch stopped just on the other side of one of the longer couches and cleared his throat. When the President looked up, he said, "Excuse me, sir. Do you have a second?" The President looked back at the discard pile and said, "Sure." Hayes closed his hand up and set it face down on the table. "Excuse me, Val." After getting up, he walked around the couches and joined Warch, who had walked over to the corner by the bathroom. "What is it, Jack?" "Sir, I want you to hear me out before you say anything." Warch gave his boss a stern look that told him he was very serious. Hayes nodded, and Warch continued. "I have an idea, one that I think will work, but it's going to take some balls on our part and a little bit of risk." "Okay, let's hear it." "I want to start out by saying that just sitting here is not a good option. Every one of my agents is willing to sacrifice his life for you, so I want you to stop thinking about us. We volunteered for this duty, and we all knew what the risks were when we signed." Hayes started to shake his head. "I'm not going to change my mind, Jack. There's been enough bloodshed. When that door opens, we are going to surrender peacefully and take our chances." Warch snapped at the President. "Let me finish." Hayes backed up a half a step in surprise and nodded his consent for the special agent to continue. Warch composed himself and started again. "We," he said, pointing to himself, "are not what is at issue here. You are what is at issue. And not just you as a person, but you as the President. In the big picture, all of our lives," Warch pointed to the other agents in the room, "don't add up to one president. The President must be protected at all costs. That's my first point." Warch held up his forefinger. "My second point is that just laying our weapons down and surrendering doesn't guarantee us anything. Who's to say they won't line us up and shoot every single one of us, including you?" The President thought about it for a moment, and then said, "There are no guarantees, Jack, but I don't see any other alternative." "I have one. It's a little daring, but it's a heck of a lot better than sitting around and waiting for them to open the door." "What is it?" "It's something they'll never expect. We have 9 highly trained agents in this room. 3 of them have served on the counter-assault team and have extensive training in hostage situations. My proposal is—" Warch paused and took a big breath. "That instead of waiting for them to get this door open, we open it ourselves and catch them off guard." The President frowned. "Hear me out, sir. We have the firepower to get you out of here, and we'll have the element of surprise on our side." Hayes folded his arms across his chest and thought about it for a moment. Looking at Warch, he said, "Tell me more. If we're going to do this, we need a game plan." When they pulled her out of the vent, her black sweatsuit was covered in dust, as was a healthy portion of her ponytail. Really flipped over onto her back and sat up. Rapp and Adams were poised just above her, eagerly awaiting the report. Remembering to keep her voice at a whisper, Really nodded her head vigorously. "They're doing it. They've made it through that outer door you told me about, and they're working on the big shiny door that leads to the bunker." "With what?" asked Adams. "I'm not sure." Really gestured with her hands. "I think they're drills. At least that's what they sounded like. The guy who's down there pulled out a tape measure and held it up to the door." Adams tried to ask another question, but Rapp stuck his hand out and stopped him. "From the top," he said to Really. "What did you see?" Really took a deep breath and let her hands fall to her lap.
I saw 3 objects attached to the door. Like I said, I think they were drills. On the floor, there were 2 boxes, like toolboxes. One was red and the other one was gray. Really stopped and tried to remember every detail. There was one man. He walked from the left side of the room where I couldn't see him because that first door isn't swung all the way open. Reilly's eyes danced over her story as she pictured it. The man had a cup in his hand. It was probably coffee, and he walked over to the drills. Reilly's left hand was cupped, as if she were carrying a mug, and the right was held flat. He placed his hand on the drills. I think he was checking to see how warm they were.
Adams nodded knowingly. He's afraid they're gonna burn out on him.
Reilly shrugged. Well, after he was done doing that, he pulled out a tape measure and held it alongside each drill.
What did he look like? Asked Rapp.
Not like the others.
You didn't see him when you were being held in the mess?
No.
How did he look different?
He was, Reilly searched for the right adjective, pudgy and I guess a little older.
How old?
I'd guess late 40s to 50.
Was he armed?
This one stumped Reilly. Her eyes looked to the ceiling while she tried to remember. After a moment she shook her head and said, I'm not sure.
Rapp accepted the answer and tried to think if he was missing anything. Did you see anyone else? Hear anything else? Anything you can think of?
Reilly shook her head. Nope. I wasn't down there very long.
Rapp reached down and started untying the rope. Nice work, Anna. Now, I want you to wait here while I go back upstairs and report in. I think we're going to have some more work to do, but I have to let them know that their hunch was right.
Rapp finished untying the rope and stood. Reaching for his gun, he said,
Milt, let's go.
Adams struggled up from one knee and pointed at his feet.
What do I do about shoelaces?
After looking at Reilly's white-stockinged feet, Rapp said, Take the boots off and go in your socks. We're just going up and right back down. Adams took the boots off, and then moving toward the door with Rapp, he said sheepishly,
Mitch, I have to go pee again.
Rapp looked at him sideways. Something clicked in his head, and he stopped. Turning back to Reilly, he asked,
Anna, did you say the guy was drinking coffee?
Reilly nodded. I think so.
Rapp smiled and glanced at Adams. Milt, you're a genius.
Chapter 41. Harris and Reivers pulled up to the main gate at Andrews Air Force Base and presented their credentials. They were saluted and waved through quickly. Harris was on a mission to find General Campbell, and the fact that General Flood was reportedly with him was all the better. Might as well hit them both up at the same time. Flood, after all, would have to give his stamp of approval to anything they would want to execute. Reivers maneuvered the heavy Suburban around several turns and gunned the gas-guzzling V8 engine. Harris had told him to step on it. Right now, Delta was getting face time with the generals, and every second counted. SEAL blood had been spilled, and Harris was going to do everything possible to make sure they had a piece of the action. Less than a minute later, Reivers came to an abrupt stop near General Flood's limousine and its 2 security sedans. Several Pentagon pukes were standing around in their cleanly pressed green uniforms, keeping an eye on the cars. Inside, no doubt, were more of them, waiting to wipe General Flood's nose in case he got a sniffle. Harris and Reivers jumped out of the Suburban, Harris with a file folder, Reivers with a submachine gun. The file folder Harris carried contained a briefback. The briefback was a Special Forces document that outlined a specific mission that was being proposed down to the last detail. Harris and Reivers moved toward the rear of the hangar, where Harris spotted 2 of General Flood's staff pukes milling about. Approaching the door, one of the general's aides, a major, put up a hand and attempted to ask Harris his business. Harris, not wearing any rank or insignia, continued right past the officer and opened the door. Reivers followed his boss and closed the door behind him. Inside, standing in front of a chalkboard, were Generals Flood and Campbell. They were both listening to Colonel Gray, Delta Forces commander. Several other Pentagon, JSOC, and Delta intelligence and administrative types were seated at a long table working among themselves. Harris and Reivers approached the front of the room and snapped off salutes to General Flood. After Flood returned the salute, Harris apologized for the interruption.
That's all right. We wanted to talk to you anyway. Then, gesturing to the blackboard, Flood said, "We were just going over several takedown scenarios. I'd like to hear what you think." Harris eyed the old blackboard for a second and said, "Billy and his people know their stuff. They don't need me looking over their shoulder." Harris looked to Colonel Gray and winked. Gray gave his counterpart at SEAL Team 6 an approving nod. "I do have an idea about something else, however. A solution to an obstacle that we need to overcome before we even consider launching something like this." Harris gestured to a large diagram of the White House compound taped to the right side of the long blackboard. "We know from Iron Man's recon of the mansion that there are explosive devices to be dealt with. He found a bomb in the president's bedroom. Why put a bomb there if you're Aziz?" Harris looked quizzically at the two generals and Colonel Gray. "All of the hostages are over here." Harris pointed to the diagram, "in the West Wing. The only reason I can think of is to bring the whole building down and add to the chaos surrounding any attempt by us to retake the building." Flood thought about it and slowly nodded. "I would agree." "Knowing this, we can infer that, like with rats, when we see one, we can assume there are many more." Pausing for emphasis, Harris let them think about the harsh reality of sending dozens of operators into the building only to see them engulfed in a ball of flames and flying debris. "Before we launch any type of a mission, we need to get someone in there, and they need to find a way to neutralize those bombs." Colonel Gray nodded emphatically. "This hasn't been lost on us. Right now we're banking on the fact that we can get in and shoot fast enough to stop one of them from hitting the plunger." Gray didn't look too enthused about his odds. "And if Aziz has the hostages booby-trapped?" Gray shook his head, knowing that this was probably the case. "We're screwed." "Exactly. That's why I think we have to get a small team of operators into the building just prior to the main assault, to assess the situation and find a way to defuse or temporarily disable the bombs. Otherwise, we can kiss our asses goodbye." The other men thought about the ugly scene, and after a moment General Campbell spoke. "Let me guess, Dan. You know just the person to handle this delicate aspect of the operation?" Grinning, Harris replied, "As a matter of fact, I do, sir." "Let's hear it." With his voice a touch lower, Harris said, "Did any of you ever get wind of a training op we did with the Secret Service 8 years ago?" General Flood at the time had been in Korea, and General Campbell had been on a special detachment working with the SAS in Britain. Colonel Gray, however, had been with Delta. Gray searched his memory. They were constantly doing training ops, but off the top of his head he couldn't remember doing anything with the Secret Service. "You're going to have to refresh my memory," said the CO of Delta Force. Harris leaned in a little closer. It was very hush-hush. They wanted the boys at 6 to help them test certain security precautions, and for obvious reasons they didn't want it publicized, especially after the results. Before Harris could continue, one of the general's aides approached the group and apologized for the intrusion. Extending a secure digital phone, the captain said, "Director Stansfield is on the line, General." Flood took the phone in his hand and said, "Thomas?" The general's eyes tightened, and he said nothing. After about 20 seconds, he said simply, "Shit." After another 10 seconds, he replied, "I agree. I'll catch a chopper back. Get everything set up." Flood ended the call and handed the phone back to his aide. Then, looking at the men around him, he said, "We just got some really bad news. Iron Man confirmed that they are drilling into the president's bunker." Shaking his head, he looked to Colonel Gray and said, "Bombs or not, you're going in." Then, looking to Harris, he said, "I have to get back to Langley immediately. Whatever this idea of yours is, I hope it's good, and I hope you can put it together in a snap." Harris nodded confidently. "My men have been on it since this morning." Rafique Aziz leaned back in the president's chair. The long, shiny surface of the Situation Room's conference table was laid out before him. Aziz's eyes were closed, and his arms folded across his chest. It was the middle of the afternoon, and he was trying to get some sleep in anticipation of a long night. In front of him on the table was his MP5. The overhead lights were extinguished, the glow of the bank of muted TVs at the far end throwing a dim light. There was a knock on the door. Aziz's alert eyes snapped open, and he said, "Enter." The door opened slowly, and Muammar Benghazi stepped into the room. "You asked me to wake you at 3.
Thank you. A yawn crept up from his throat. How are the men?
They are well.
Are you making sure they get some sleep? This will be their last chance for a long time. Benghazi approached the conference table and placed his hands on the back of one of the leather chairs.
As you ordered, they are sleeping in two-man rotations for 2 hours at a time.
Good.
May I sit?
Aziz rubbed his eyes.
Yes.
Benghazi set his AK-74 on the table and sat. Looking guardedly toward his leader, he asked,
What are your thoughts on tomorrow?
Aziz unfolded his arms and checked his watch. By nightfall, we should have the president in our hands, and then, Aziz's lips parted and turned upward at the edges, we will truly have the upper hand.
Will you tell them that we have him tonight, or will you wait until the morning?
I will tell them in the morning. Aziz gestured to the TVs. They have been reporting that the UN will meet our demands. Vice President Baxter will keep them at bay until he gets his next batch of hostages tomorrow. Benghazi was persistently guarded.
You do not think they will come tonight?
Aziz shook his head, feeling so confident in his prediction that he didn't need to give a verbal response.
I wish I shared your optimism, but after what they tried to do this morning, I can't help but think they are preparing to attack.
The comment caused Aziz to smile. That is why you are so valuable, Muammar. You are so cautious. They will not do anything until they hear the next round of demands. Aziz tapped the side of his head with his forefinger. You need to understand the American mind, especially the mind of the politician. Being decisive is not in their character. They will put off making a decision until they are forced to do so. Right now, they have gained the release of a third of the hostages, and they are playing under the assumption that they can continue to negotiate for the release of more.
Benghazi frowned. It makes no sense to me. Surely the military is advising to attack.
They probably are, but it makes no difference. As long as the politicians think they can free more hostages without firing a shot, they will do so.
Not when they find out what the next demands are.
Benghazi shook his bald forehead.
There is no way.
When we have our hands on the president, everything will change. Speaking of the president, how is our little thief proceeding?
He says he is still on schedule. Sometime around 7 this evening.
Aziz smiled with anticipation. It will be a great moment. Benghazi nodded slowly, not sharing in his leader's complete confidence. After looking down at the table for a while, he said,
I think we should announce that we have the president as soon as we get him out of the bunker.
Why?
It will deter the Americans from attacking.
Shrugging, Aziz placed his hands behind his neck. My plan will not change. When I make my final demand tomorrow, I will need the surprise of having the president standing beside me to shock the world into doing what is right. Chapter 42. Reilly stretched out on the concrete floor, her legs before her forming a V. First the left leg, hold it for a 20 count, and then the right. The stretching felt good. While she worked out the soreness in her legs and lower back, she thought about her career. Reilly was, after all, an insider. She had pulled back the curtain and had watched and participated in the mighty and powerful Oz's show. The public was not allowed to peer behind that curtain to see how stories were shaped, how careers were made or broken around those one-week periods known as Sweeps Week. The public never saw how producers and executives juiced up stories, exaggerating some details and downplaying or ignoring others, how they went after something or someone not based on how strong or important the story was, but what their ratings books told them. Anna knew her story would be hot. It would be more than hot, it would be incredible. She would have to be cautious. NBC would try to suck the story from her on every possible outlet. The Today Show, Dateline, CNBC, and MSNBC. They owned her. There were no illusions about that. She was on the clock, and her contract left no loopholes for appearing on other network news shows. To keep her happy, they would repay her with exposure, probably allow her to do some stories for Dateline.
That was the way the game was played. There would be a book deal, for sure, but she would have to be careful about that. She wanted to write it herself, and take her time. No big bucks hire a ghostwriter and have it on the shelves in 2 months deal. The key would be to find the right agent, one who was willing to push for money and more time. The result would be a more authoritative story. She honestly felt that this was a story that needed to be told, but in the right way, dignified, worthy of the seriousness of the situation and of the people who had died. She would work with Mitch Cruz. Really smiled pleasantly at the thought of the man who had saved her. He was all man and then some. Nothing pretty about him. Handsome and rugged. A real man. As to his real identity, the no-brainer answer was that he worked for the CIA, but one could never tell. He could be FBI. They weren't exactly forthright with information either, at least when dealing with journalists. Really could hardly blame them, though. She'd seen her father and his fellow law enforcement brethren get burned countless times by dishonest journalists. Really had vivid memories of her father's scathing criticism of reporters, especially newspaper reporters. Barely a week passed when he wouldn't throw the paper down in disgust and explain to her mother how the reporter had his or her facts all screwed up. Seeing how lax reporting affected her father served as motivation for Really to get things right. That's what she would do with the book. Really smiled as the ideas fell into place. The very thing that would make the story all the more appealing, and at the same time honor Cruz's request, would be to keep him as he was. A very lethal, dark, rugged, and anonymous individual. She would be protecting her source, just like a good reporter, and it would only add to the intrigue of the book. Really heard something on the other side of the door. Her heart leapt into her throat, but before she could scurry for cover, the door opened. Rapp and Adams quickly entered the room. Really placed her right hand on her chest and felt her pounding heart. From her spot on the floor, she said, "You guys scared the hell out of me." Rapp's face was tense. Sticking his hand out to help her up, he said, "Next time we'll be sure to knock." Really ignored the comment and took his hand. Standing, she asked, "What's next?" Rapp didn't speak at first. Instead, he looked over at the room's second door. He was thinking something through. After a short while, he looked Really in the eye. "We're going to try something that might be a little risky, but there's no other alternative." Really looked at the door, not knowing what was behind it. Cruz's intensity sent a shiver up her spine. With a forced confidence, she asked, "What's behind that door?" Dallas King strutted back and forth in front of Baxter's desk. The two had been debating what to do with the new information, that there was a good chance Aziz was in the process of extricating President Hayes from his bunker. In his typical defeatist tone, Baxter had whined that it was over. Everything they had done was for naught. Helicopters would be sent in, the men in black would rappel from ropes, and the bloodbath would ensue. He would forever be remembered as the man who presided over the destruction of the White House and the deaths of dozens of Americans. His presidential ambitions were gone, snuffed out. This would be a disgrace the fragile American ego would want to forget. And Sherman Baxter III in the Oval Office would be a constant reminder of this entire ugly week and this gruesome assault on the American way. King stopped his pacing and started snapping his fingers in front of Baxter. "You're not listening to me. Pay attention." "Shut up, Dallas. I'm listening to you. I just don't believe you." The Vice President leaned back in his chair and tossed a black pen onto his desk. It hit a leather-bound desk calendar and skidded to a stop in between a photo of Baxter's family vineyard and a photo of his parents. King looked down at his boss, not really hurt by the harsh words, but acting as if he were. King was practicing patience. His boss needed to be both coddled and whipped, depending on the situation. Looking down, the Chief of Staff pulled back the white cuff of his blue dress shirt and looked at his watch. "Maybe I'd better leave you alone for a while. You seem like you could use some rest." King pulled his cuff back over the watch with an aristocratic flair. Baxter pointed to King. "Don't speak to me with that condescending tone of yours, Dallas." "Well," King looked down at his fingernails, "my opinion doesn't seem to matter much to you, so I thought it would be best if I left you alone." Baxter rocked forward. "Don't give me this crap, Dallas." King turned to face his boss. Now was the time to dig in and then hit him over the head with both the carrot and the stick. "Then why do I have to fight you at every turn?" King put his hands on his hips and looked to his boss for an answer. "Sherman, no one ever said this would be easy, but for Christ's sake, I'm getting sick of your loser attitude." To himself, he added, "If you had my problems, you'd want to crawl under a rock and die." Baxter pulled away, leaning back in his chair. After eyeing his agitated chief of staff for a second, he said, "I don't see what in the hell I should be so positive about." "How about the fact?" King stopped and looked over both of his shoulders, making sure no one was around. Then, leaning over the desk, he whispered, "That maybe a certain person might not make it out of the White House alive." Nodding his head confidently, he added, "One heartbeat away. Don't ever forget it." Baxter looked down at his desk for a moment, too embarrassed to let King see the thirst in his eyes. The politician in him told him to say the right thing. "I don't want to become president that way." "I know you don't, but Sherman, it would be your duty." Baxter chewed on the thought. "We don't know where this thing is going to end up," King continued. "That's why we have to stay loose. That's why I need your head in the game." King studied Baxter to see if he was getting through. "Keep the pressure on the UN, and I'll worry about the rest of it. I have some ideas on how we can handle things if Flood and Stansfield keep leaning on you, but I have to think them through." King looked out the window while he thought about his plans. It was getting late in the day. Maybe 4 more hours of sunlight, and then it would be dark again. If they could just make it until the morning and get another third of the hostages released, that would go a long way toward a victory. Then they could turn Flood and Stansfield loose, and hopefully his other problem would then be taken care of. Chapter 43. Rapp pointed to the second door, saying, "Behind that is a reinforced steel door that leads into a tunnel, the tunnel that was used to evacuate the president when the attack started. It runs from here, down a flight of stairs, under the rose garden, and up into the west wing." Reilly was leaning against one of the wheeled storage containers, and Rapp and Adams were standing. Reilly listened intently to Rapp's plan. Talk of hidden tunnels and the evacuation of the president had her curiosity piqued. "At this end, the tunnel goes down a flight of stairs," Rapp gestured with his hand, "a quick turn to the left, and then down another short flight, where there's another door. That door," said Rapp, talking very fast now, "leads to the room just outside the president's bunker, the room that you could see from your spot at the ventilation duct." Looking up, Reilly asked, "So where does that get us?" "We need to re-establish communication with the president. Aziz is using some type of a jammer to block communication with the bunker." "How do you know that?" Out of habit, the reporter was ticking down her notepad of questions. "When the raid started, we were in communication with the president via Secret Service radio and cell phone for a short period. That is how we knew he was safe in the bunker. When Milt and I came in through the air intake, our reception got worse the closer we got to the White House. Up on the second floor, the reception is a little better. We're pretty sure that the jamming unit is located as close to the bunker as possible for maximum effect." Reilly took in his words and asked, "So why do we have to risk this just to talk to the president?" This is where it gets tricky, Rapp told himself. He didn't want to lie to her, but at the same time he knew he couldn't tell her what he had figured out, that the reason they were doing this was that the vice president wouldn't order the takedown. "Anna, I can't get into that with you right now, maybe later, but trust me that there's a good reason why we need to re-establish contact with the president." Reilly eyed him suspiciously, wondering what he was hiding. "This is one of those things we'll talk about over dinner when you tell me your life story." Rapp laughed. "Yeah, sure. I'll put it at the top of the list." Nice laugh, Reilly thought. He used it as a defense mechanism. Every time he wasn't comfortable with a question or a proposition, he laughed and moved on. Reilly gave him a knowing look as if she could see past the smoke screen. "So I'm going to crawl back down there and wait for that guy to go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to tug on the rope twice." Reilly held up 2 fingers to make sure. "Twice. And then you're going to run down there and do whatever it is that you do for whatever agency it is that you work for, but can't say you work for." Rapp's quiet laugh and smile popped up right on schedule. "That's about it." "What if this guy doesn't need to go to the bathroom?" "Don't worry, he will. My guess is he's been up for almost 3 days straight, and he's probably had 20 cups of coffee." Rapp looked over at the door and then back. "Any questions before we get started?" "What if I give the signal and 2 seconds later he turns around and starts coming back?" Rapp nodded and pointed to her. "Now that's a good question. If that happens, tug on the rope 4 times, nice and hard." Rapp watched her nod and then again asked, "Any more questions?" "Yeah," said Reilly. "What if I have to go to the bathroom?" "Hold it." Rapp reached into his pocket and pulled out a Velcro patch and one of the mini surveillance units. "I want you to install this while you're down there. Lay it flat like this." Rapp set the small device in the palm of his hand and held it horizontally. "This little wick at the end contains a fiber optic camera. Make sure it has an unobstructed view of the bunker door." Reilly took the device and nodded. "I'm ready when you guys are." "Milt?" Rapp looked at his partner. "I'm good to go." "Good." Rapp brought his hands together and said, "Let's do it." Rubbing them, he shrugged his head toward the second door and said, "Let's get that thing open, and then we'll lower Anna down." Adams walked over to the gray door and extracted his S key. He opened the outer door, and there stood a sturdy steel door with rivets securing the hinges and a handle on the right-hand side. Adams brought his face to within inches of the control pad and then stopped. Stepping to the side, he looked at Rapp and said, "You'd better give this a try. You're going to be on your own when you open the second door." Rapp agreed and stepped up to the control panel. He entered the 9 numbers from memory and pressed Enter. Immediately there was the hiss of air releasing, and then a metallic click. Rapp stepped back and brought his submachine gun up. Adams looked at him and pointed to the handle. "Just lean on that thing and she's all yours." Rapp pushed Adams completely out of the way and pressed down on the handle. He didn't expect any trouble, but now was not the time to be lax. Rapp pushed the door in. Before him was a small landing and a set of stairs. The floor and lower half of the walls were covered with a brown carpet. Rapp stood hugging the door frame with his silhouette minimized. The thick black barrel of his MP-10 searched every inch of the dimly lit staircase before him. He turned to Adams and Reilly. "Everything checks out. Let's get Anna on the move, and hope this guy has a little bladder." A minute later, Reilly was wiggling her way back into the vent, and Rapp was playing out the rope. When he reached the vertical shaft, Rapp carefully eased her down it. From there, Reilly inched her way through the narrow confines until she came upon her spot. Gingerly, she inched forward the last several inches and peered through the slats. The high-pitched whine of the drills filled the air. Clutching the surveillance unit Rapp had given her, she looked out intently at the large, shiny door of the president's bunker. No one was in sight. The pudgy man that she had seen the time before was not visible. Reilly watched the 3 bulky drills working to breach the door. She wondered briefly if she should tug on the string and give the signal. After a moment, she thought better of it. She could see only part of the room, and for all she knew, someone was in there, or he was gone and could be on his way back. Taking the arm of her bulky sweatshirt, Reilly reached in front of herself and cleared out a spot for the Velcro patch. She secured the surveillance unit to the spot and made sure the fiber optic camera had an unobstructed view between the bottom of the opening and the first slat. With that done, she stretched out and tried to get comfortable. Wicker had a crew of 8 motivated Navy SEALs working feverishly. Planning ahead, as always, Wicker had called a lumber yard in Forestville, Maryland, and placed an order for the supplies he would need to build the shooting platform. When his CO, Lieutenant Commander Harris, had given him the green light, Wicker was on the phone within seconds. SEAL Team 6's strike element, which would be used to chase the terrorists if they left the country, was billeted at Andrews Air Force Base, where they were biding their time in hopes that they would be sent into action. Wicker explained his situation to the unit's executive officer and told him that Harris had given him the okay. Wicker requested 6 men specifically, and within 20 minutes they had borrowed a truck from the motor pool and were on their way to the lumber yard. The fact that they had not obtained authorization for the truck was something the paper pushers could sort out later. By a little past 2 in the afternoon, they were downtown in their jeans and t-shirts unloading their equipment. Everything was ferried by hand up the bell tower of the old post office, and now the men, all of whom were experienced snipers, were putting the finishing touches on the platforms. Building one platform would not work. 2 shots would be fired by 2 men using .50 caliber rifles. Although the platform's construction was sturdy, if only one were used, the slightest movement by one man could send the other man's shot dangerously awry. The 2 platforms were actually rectangular boxes constructed of 1-inch plywood and reinforced by 4x6s and glued and screwed together. Wicker grabbed a hard plastic rifle case by the handle and laid it down on one of the platforms. With the others watching, he popped the clasps on the case and opened it. Inside sat a massive .50 caliber Barrett rifle. 61 inches from muzzle to shoulder butt and weighing 30 pounds, it was one of the largest rifles in the world. It used the powerful .50 caliber Browning cartridge and was capable of taking out targets at distances in excess of 1 mile. Wicker, not a particularly large man, was only a half-foot taller than the rifle. Scooping the heavy black weapon from its foam encasement, he pulled the fixed bipod into its extended position and set it down. He climbed onto the platform, slid in behind the rifle, and drew close to the scope. He peered through the circular eyepiece, and within seconds he was staring at the hooded terrorist sitting in the guard booth on the roof of the White House. At this short distance, the .50 caliber Barrett would normally be way too much firepower, but considering the security afforded the terrorists by the bulletproof plexiglass, it was the right weapon for the job. Not just 1 Barrett, but 2. Wicker shifted his weight and moved subtly while he kept the crosshairs of the scope centered on the hooded man 620 feet away. There was no wobbling. The platform was sturdy. Satisfied, Wicker stood and placed his rifle back in its case. While he put the case back in the corner, his men went to work to complete the project. Wicker looked at the setting sun and noticed a change in the weather just over the horizon. A welcome change. Grabbing the digital phone from his hip, he punched in a number and waited for the person on the other end to answer. Chapter 44. Reilly didn't have her watch and had forgotten to ask what time it was before she was lowered into the vent. From the stiffness in her hip, she was guessing that she had been in the tiny space for at least 30 minutes, maybe even an hour. For the better part of that, she had seen no movement from the room. With nothing else to do, her mind wandered and fatigue set in. Several times she caught herself dozing off only to have her head bob back up and bump the top of the vent. The cramped confines and the drone of the drills reminded her of lying in a tanning bed. That she was not seeing any sign of the terrorists began to make her nervous. She started to wonder if the room was vacant, if now was the right time to give the signal. The problem was that she couldn't see all of the room. If they did this again, she reminded herself, ask for a watch and a better set of instructions. As the minutes passed by, Reilly grew more stiff and tired. Finally, when she was really beginning to doubt that there was anyone in the room, she heard a sound that was different from the steady drone of the drills. She squinted so she could get a clear shot through the slats, and Reilly saw something move. It was a shadow. There was someone in the room. A moment later, the pudgy man she had seen on her previous trip stepped into the full view of the open door and stretched his arms above his head, his potbelly bulging outward. She watched as the man moved out of sight and then approached the drills to measure their progress as she had seen him do on her first trip. When he was done taking his measurements, he tossed the tape measure onto something that was not in Reilly's view, and then, with his hands stretched over his head once again, he started down the hall toward her, his mouth agape, a yawn swirling its way out of his rodent-like face. Reilly's face grimaced in disgust at the man's slovenly appearance and harsh features. At first, she drew closer to the vent and then quickly moved back for fear of being discovered. As he neared her position, the fingers of her right hand reached up and fumbled for the black loop around her neck. Really found what she was looking for, and as the man turned the corner beneath her, she pulled hard on the shoelace twice. Rapp and Adams had stood alert for the first 10 minutes, Adams standing by the open vent with the rope in his hands, and Rapp poised at the top of the stairs, his MP-10 strapped across his chest and his silenced pistol in his left hand. Rapp had decided that the submachine gun was too much to handle for this little foray. After 10 minutes of standing awkwardly across the room from each other, Rapp saw that there was a better way to utilize their time. Crossing over to Adams, Rapp had taken the rope and asked Adams to pull out his blueprints. After Adams spread the documents out on top of one of the containers, Rapp gave him the rope back. He then proceeded to pick Milt's brain on the layout of the West Wing, exactly where the tunnel came out on the other end, and what he could expect to find when he opened that door. Rapp and Adams had already gone over most of this before, but Rapp wanted to make sure he had a good grasp of the floor plan. He knew if he could pull off this phase of the operation, his next task would be to get into the West Wing and get a first-hand look at how the hostages were being held. From everything they could guess, and from what Reilly had told them, they knew the bulk of the hostages were being held in the mess. The problem that Rapp faced was finding out if any of the Secret Service agents and officers were still alive, and if so, where they were being held. As Rapp prodded Adams about the best way to check out the other areas of the West Wing, Adams lurched suddenly. Looking at Rapp, he spat, "That was it. 2 tugs." Rapp was instantly moving across the floor. Looking over his shoulder, he whispered, "If you get the recall sign, start calling my name and bust your ass down these steps so I can hear you." Rapp was gone into the tunnel, racing down the steps like a running back going through a set of tires. Out of habit, he had his pistol out in front of him, leading the way. When he hit the bottom step, he looked briefly down the length of the tunnel and then turned immediately to his left. Leaping down the next flight, he came to a crashing halt at the reinforced door and switched his gun from his right hand to his left. Breathing a little heavier, he paused for a second to listen for Adams. Nothing. No warning from above. Pulling the numbers up from memory, he punched in the first 8 and once again stopped to listen. Not more than 2 seconds later, he punched the last number and stood back. The 9mm Beretta went back into his right hand as the rubber gasket surrounding the door hissed. There was the metallic click of the locking stems retracting, and Rapp's left hand shoved down on the door handle. It was no time to be timid. Shoving the door open 3 feet, Rapp led with the pistol. The first thing his senses picked up was the sound of the drills, and then a strange smell. His eyes picked up the back of the open door that led out into the hallway, and as he continued to open the door and step into the anteroom, the door hit something, and there was the sound of metal hitting metal. The noise startled Rapp, but wasn't loud enough to be heard over the clamor of the drills. Rapp slid around the door, leading with the gun, careful to show only as much of his body as necessary. Quickly, he jerked the pistol to the left and then the right, his eyes following. The room was empty. He approached the open door and took a quick peek down the hallway. Nothing. Taking a longer look this time, he looked up at the vent in an attempt to see Reilly. He was relieved to see that he couldn't. Returning his attention to the task at hand, he turned and looked for the source of his and many others' frustration. There it was, immediately to the left of the bunker door, touching the shiny polished steel. The black box was no bigger than a large stereo receiver. Rapp stepped over a toolbox and around another. Dropping down to one knee, he looked at the control panel and studied the dials and digital readout. The unit was manufactured by one of Westinghouse's little-known subsidiaries, who just happened to do a lot of work with the CIA, FBI, and Secret Service. Aziz had taken this baby from the Secret Service's arsenal. Rapp pulled the box away from the door so he could get at the wires and antenna in back. He grabbed a small pair of wire cutters from his web vest and lowered the arm of the lip mic on his headset. Rapp snipped the wire that led to the antenna. "Milt, can you hear me? Milt, can you hear me?" Rapp waited a couple seconds. After failing to raise Adams a second time, Rapp flipped the jammer onto its front and looked at the perforated black metal on the back. Through the cooling slats, he could see several bound groups of wire. Turning the thing off wouldn't work. He had to disable it. The key was to make it look as if it were still on. Rapp plunged the wire cutter in between two of the cooling slats. The pointy nose of the wire cutter bent the metal. Rapp twisted the tool back and forth several times to get more access, and then opened the snips. As he clamped down on the first group of wires, it never occurred to him to unplug the machine first. Rapp squeezed hard, and as soon as the metal jaws of the wire cutter broke the protective insulation of the wires, sparks shot up, and Rapp was knocked back onto his butt. With tingles shooting up his right arm, and feeling as if he'd lost all of the hair on his body, Rapp mumbled, "Shit." Shaking his right arm vigorously, he started to get back up. Over his headset, he heard the voice of Milt Adams, and then someone else, a voice he didn't recognize. Irene Kennedy sat at her elevated position in the control room with a phone to her ear. On the other end of the secure line, General Campbell was explaining Lieutenant Commander Harris's plan to send in a small team of demolition experts to clear the path for the strike teams. Kennedy was not excited about the plan at first. That was until Campbell explained to her that Harris, smack dab in the middle of the big board, was a picture of a shiny silver door that could be nothing other than the one to the President's bunker. Campbell repeatedly called Kennedy's name. After the third or fourth time it registered, and she said into the phone, "He did it." "Who did it?" asked the slightly irritated Campbell. "Mitch did. We have a picture of the bunker on the board." Kennedy paused for a second while one of her people pointed to his own headset and spoke to her. Kennedy clutched the phone and said, "You'd better get back here right away. We have Mitch on full audio from his Motorola, not the field radio. I think he's taken out the jammer. Hustle back. I have to let Thomas know." Without waiting for a response from Campbell, Kennedy hung up the phone and quickly dialed the extension for her boss. At the same time, she riffled through a stack of papers. Stansfield answered on the second ring, and Kennedy could barely contain her excitement. "Thomas, Mitchell has taken out the jammer. We have him on full audio, and we've picked up 2 more surveillance feeds." "I'll be there in a minute," Stansfield calmly replied. Kennedy hung up the phone and put on her headset as she called out Rapp's code name over the microphone hanging in front of her lips. She came across the document she was looking for, a list of numbers provided by Secret Service Director Tracy. Chapter 45. President Hayes looked at his watch. It was nearing 5 o'clock. "Are you sure we shouldn't wait until it's dark?" Jack Wart shook his head. "I'd like to, but we don't know how much time we have." All of the agents were either sitting or standing around the group of couches in the middle of the room. Warch had convinced the president that their chances for survival were better if they made the break. Valerie Jones had also agreed. Not that it made a huge difference, but at this crucial juncture, the less dissent the better. After getting Jones out of the way, Warch had brought the agents in, and they were now finalizing the plan. Warch looked up at Pat Cowley. Cowley was hands down the best shot of the group with either a pistol or submachine gun. The former Supreme Court police officer had just finished a 4-year stint with the Secret Service's counter-assault team, where he had spent the majority of his time riding around in the back of the old, black, armor-plated Suburban that followed the president's limousine wherever it went. These were the men that carried the big hardware. If the motorcade came under attack, it was their job to, first, cover the president's evacuation, and second, neutralize the threat if possible. Their basic doctrine was to carry enough firepower that they could enfilade the threat with a volley of bullets while the president was evacuated from the area. Warch continued going through the agents' assignments one by one. He picked 2 agents to leapfrog behind the point as they moved, and assigned Ellen Morton and 3 other agents to stay with the president at all times. The last agent was to provide a rear guard if needed. Warch himself would stay fluid and try to lead as they moved. After all questions were answered and the evacuation routes were decided on, Warch got the troops lined up. 5 of the 9 agents carried MP5 submachine guns, along with their Sig Sauer pistols. The others, including Warch, were armed with their pistols only. With weapons checked and ready, Warch turned to Ellen Morton and said, "Take the president and Valerie and put them in the bathroom. When we give you the all-clear, you bring them out, and we move." As Warch turned for the door, he was interrupted by a noise he had been waiting to hear for more than 2 days. Simultaneously, every head in the room snapped toward the small kitchen table. On the second ring, Warch bolted toward the noise. Reaching out, he snatched his digital phone and pressed the send button.
Hello?
"Jack, it's Irene Kennedy." Warch's heart was in his throat.
Thank God.
Kennedy spoke quickly, her eyes staring at the monitor in the center of the big board. "How's the president?"
He's fine, but somebody's drilling through the bunker door. What in the hell's going on?
Kennedy took a deep breath and started in. "Jack, we don't have a lot of time, so I'll give you the short version. Rafique Aziz and a group of terrorists have taken over the White House. They are holding hostages, and we know they are trying to break into the bunker." Warch was a little surprised that Kennedy knew about the assault on the door. The president was now coming toward him from across the room.
Well, what are you guys doing about it?
"We're working on it, but we need to speak to the president first."
Sure, he's right here.
Warch handed Hayes the phone, saying,
It's Irene Kennedy.
Hayes took the small gray phone and held it to his ear. "Dr. Kennedy?" "Yes, Mr. President. How are you doing?"
Good,
exclaimed a relieved Hayes.
It's great to hear your voice.
"It's nice to hear yours, too, sir. But we have a lot to cover, and we're short on time, so I'm going to hand the phone over to Director Stansfield." Stansfield and General Flood had just entered the room. Kennedy had her chair turned around, and as the men hurriedly approached their seats, she held up 3 fingers. Stansfield grabbed his phone and pressed line 3. In his normal, businesslike tone, he said,
Mr. President, I apologize for taking so long to get through to you, but we've been experiencing some difficulties.
"What in the hell has been going on?" asked Hayes. Stansfield started from the top and moved through the highlights of what had happened over the last 3 days. He covered the demands that had been made and met, and those that were in the process of being met. He told the president of the murder of the National Security Advisor and his secretary, and the subsequent mental breakdown of his attorney general. He intentionally stressed certain events and exchanges that hinted at Vice President Baxter's incompetence. Stansfield gave him the soft sell. It was better to let Hayes come to his own conclusions than to hit him over the head with the obvious. The president, for his part, let Stansfield brief him without interruption. President Hayes was not happy about much of what he heard. The only bright spot thus far was the news that Stansfield had managed to get someone inside the White House. And not just anyone, but the man he had just learned of several days earlier. The man the president knew only as Iron Man. A man that had been billed as the absolute best Thomas Stansfield had ever seen. When the director of the CIA explained the vice president's reaction to the news that Aziz was in the process of extracting the president from his bunker, Hayes lost it.
He told you to do what?
Hayes's face was tense with anger.
He told us that before he would risk the hostages' lives by ordering a raid, we would have to present him with more precise information.
Hayes shook his head. "It sure as hell sounds to me like you had pretty good information."
Yes, replied Stansfield. We felt so, sir.
"Well, get him on the phone so I can give him irrefutable information that he's an idiot." Now came the time for Stansfield's calm vision. His ability to slow things down when they seemed to be speeding up for everybody else had been one of his greatest assets over the years. That, and his ability to approach a situation like a grand master and plot his moves far in advance. Stansfield was pretty confident where this entire situation was headed, and for now, he knew it was best to keep the knowledge of their contact with the president to a bare minimum. In regard to putting the president in touch with his next-in-command, Stansfield said,
I would advise against that right now, sir.
"Why?"
We have suffered several leaks from the vice president's camp thus far.
Stansfield paused, giving the president time to digest the innuendo.
We know that Aziz is monitoring the news, and I would not want it to leak out that we are in contact with you. We need to let Aziz continue to think that he has the upper hand. General Flood and General Campbell are in the process of putting the final touches on an assault plan. As soon as they are ready and you give the order, we can end this.
Hayes thought about the decision. His mind was made up almost instantaneously, and then he paused, wondering why Baxter hadn't given the approval. Turning his back to the group of agents and his chief of staff, he asked, "Why hasn't the Vice President given this order?"
"I'm not sure, sir. I have some ideas, but I don't think you're going to like them."
"Try me."
"I think it would be best if we waited to discuss them face to face."
Hayes nodded. "All right." Then, moving on to practical matters, he said, "I'm assuming that the powers of my office have been transferred to the Vice President?"
"That's correct, sir."
"Well, if I remember my Constitution correctly, we have some procedural issues to take care of."
"Such as?"
"We need to inform both the President pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House that I am able to resume my duties. Technically, unless we do that, the transfer of power is not complete." Stansfield exhaled an uncharacteristic sigh. To someone who had spent years trying to skirt, bend, and sometimes break laws, this technicality seemed to be utterly trivial. He reminded himself that President Hayes was both a lawyer and an amateur presidential historian. Stifling the temptation to tell Hayes that it was a waste of time to discuss such a point, Stansfield instead said,
"Sir, you are the President. The powers of your office were transferred to the Vice President for the sole reason that we could not communicate with you. That is no longer the case. General Flood and I are going to take our orders from you. If you feel that it is absolutely imperative to inform the Vice President and the Speaker of the House that you are once again able to discharge your duties, we can do that in the minutes just prior to the raid."
Hayes thought about it. Always a stickler for detail, he wanted to make sure everything would be legitimate. "That sounds fine to me. I just want to make sure those calls are made."
"We can do that, sir."
Hayes turned and looked at the bunker door, the humming sound of intruders just on the other side. "Thomas, what are we to do if they breach the door before the strike teams are ready?" Stansfield paused for a moment and looked at Kennedy. Kennedy was listening in on the call, and she pointed to herself. Stansfield nodded for her to go ahead. "Mr. President, it's Dr. Kennedy again. We are monitoring your situation and have both audio and video surveillance of the bunker door. Iron Man is very close by. If it appears that they are about to get the bunker door open, we can order him to prevent that. In addition, the FBI's hostage rescue team is deployed across the street at the Executive Office Building. They have a pretty good idea of where the hostages are being held and—" Kennedy sounded less than enthusiastic. "If we really need to rush it, they can be inside the West Wing within 30 seconds of the execute order." Hayes picked up on Kennedy's tone and said, "I get the feeling you have some reservations, Doctor." "Aziz brought a lot of explosives with him, and he has threatened to bring the whole building down if there is any rescue attempt." Hayes thought about this new disturbing piece of information. "Any chance he's bluffing?" "None at all, sir." "Can we handle this?" Kennedy looked up at her boss and General Flood. "We're working on it, sir." The sun was falling in the western sky, and from the east a solid wall of gray was approaching. Salim Roussan stood near the tailgate of his ambulance and looked in both directions. A deeply superstitious man, he did not like the foreboding change in the weather. One of the other ambulance drivers had stopped by and introduced himself, and as luck would have it, the man was gay. Instead of the disguise working as a repellent, it had done the opposite. After several moments of idle chit-chat, Roussan made up the excuse that he needed to run and make a phone call. When the other ambulance driver offered his cell phone, Roussan declined and stated that in addition to having to call his boyfriend, he also had to use the bathroom. He turned and started walking to the east down Pennsylvania Avenue. Just a dozen paces later, he approached 2 D.C. cops manning the barricade at 14th Street. "Excuse me, officers," he asked. "Can you tell me where I can get a bite to eat?" One of the officers eyed him with a frown, while the other paused for a moment, and then pointed down the street. "If you head down East Street here, you'll run into a deli and a couple fast food joints." Roussan smiled and said thank you as he passed the 2 men. Then, turning, he asked, "Will I have any problem getting back to my ambulance?" "No, we'll be here for a while." Roussan turned on his toes. He ducked under the blue sawhorse at the far end of the intersection. He was immediately pleased with the volume of people. After pressing his way through the crowd, he found that it ran about 10 people deep and then loosened up. A large concrete trash can, overflowing with trash, sat behind the crowd. There must have been a McDonald's nearby, because 8 or so of their bags littered the immediate area around the receptacle. All the better, since the bomb would do more damage lying on the sidewalk than in the garbage can. He pulled one of the cans of Diet Coke from his fanny pack and bent over. Taking one of the spent McDonald's bags, he wedged the can in with the rest of the refuse and set the whole package back on the ground. He positioned the bag so the majority of the blast would be directed toward the crowd. Roussan stood and started down the sidewalk again. He would come back the same way and make sure the bag was still there. Up ahead on his right, he could make out the ugly brown surface of the Hoover building. He wouldn't go that far, although it was very tempting. There were too many cameras and too many professionals with a trained eye. Roussan would play it safe for now. There was no need to risk exposure. Chapter 46. The conference room at the Counterterrorism Center at Langley was bustling with action. The room was actually a room within a room. Built several feet off the floor and surrounded on 4 sides by glass, it was enveloped in an electromagnetic field that made eavesdropping impossible. Irene Kennedy stood at the front of the room with General Campbell as the meeting attendees filed in. Director Roach and Special Agent Skip McMahon of the FBI entered the room with Thomas Stansfield holding on to each man's elbow. The elderly director of the Central Intelligence Agency led them to where Kennedy was standing. Stansfield released his grip on the men and said,
"Irene, I was just filling in Brian and Skip on Iron Man."
After hanging up with the president, Stansfield had sealed off the control room. No one was to breathe a word that they had re-established contact with the president. Stansfield, Flood, Campbell, and Kennedy were the only people outside the control room that knew. The men from the FBI would be informed of this piece of information by the president himself. Kennedy was half ready to have Skip McMahon chew her head off until Stansfield said,
"I was telling Skip and Brian that you had wanted to let them in on what we were doing with Iron Man. I take full responsibility for this, gentlemen, and I have good reasons for doing so."
"Such as?" asked an edgy Skip McMahon. Stansfield played his old man status for all it was worth. Reaching out, he patted McMahon's large forearm and said,
"That's why I like you, Skip. Always vigilant, always pressing for the whole story."
"That's right, so let's hear it."
"I'm afraid that will have to happen during a later conversation. Right now I have something I think you will be far more interested in. Now, if you will please take your seats, we need to get started."
Stansfield gestured to 2 chairs near Kennedy, and McMahon and Roach sat. Stansfield turned to Kennedy and said,
"Let's get started."
The director walked to the far end of the table and sat next to General Flood. The attendees at the meeting were chosen on a need-to-know basis. The Secretaries of State and Defense were bypassed, as were several other high-ranking officials. Stansfield, Flood, and the President had agreed that, for now, only a select few would be told that contact had been made with the President and that his life was in danger. Those selected, other than those already mentioned, were the commanders of HRT, Delta Force, and SEAL Team 6. One of Kennedy's people closed the airtight door to the conference room, and Kennedy pressed a switch that lowered dark blinds over the glass walls. Standing at the front of the room next to General Campbell, Kennedy started off by saying, "Gentlemen, what General Campbell and I are about to tell you doesn't leave this room. You don't tell the people on your teams, you don't tell your bosses, you don't tell your wives." General Campbell stepped forward.
"I can promise all of you,"
Campbell eyeballed the 3 commanders of the elite counterterrorist strike teams.
"If I find out you breathed a word of this information to anyone, I will make sure your career is ended."
Campbell waited to get a nod from each of the 3 commanders. Behind Kennedy and Campbell were 5 TVs, 4 25-inchers and 1 36-incher. Kennedy dimmed the overhead lights, and then with a remote control she turned on the TVs. Dead center on the 36-inch TV was the live feed of the bunker door. As all of you know, the President was evacuated to his bunker in the initial minutes of the assault. Shortly thereafter, we lost the ability to communicate with him due to the fact that Aziz was using a state-of-the-art mobile jamming unit that he conveniently borrowed from the Secret Service's arsenal. Yesterday evening, we were able to sneak 2 individuals into the White House. One is a civilian with intimate knowledge of the White House, and the second is a counter-terrorism specialist, who for our purposes we will refer to as Iron Man. The images that you see on the screens behind me are provided from surveillance units they have in place in the White House. Kennedy turned around and pointed at the middle screen. For those of you who haven't figured it out, this is a shot of the door that leads to the president's bunker. This slovenly man that you see moving about is Mustafa Yassin, an Iraqi who specializes in breaking into vaults. These three objects you see attached to the door are drills. We have no idea how far along they are in this process, but we are not going to wait around for them to succeed. Kennedy pressed a button on the remote, and a white screen lowered from the ceiling. On it was an overhead view of the White House compound. Turning to General Campbell, she signaled for him to take over. Campbell pointed to the West Wing and said, "The bulk of the hostages are being held in the White House mess on the ground floor. Intelligence from the FBI and the NSA leads us to believe that there is a second, smaller group of hostages being held in the Roosevelt Room on the main floor. Iron Man thinks this second group of hostages consists of any Secret Service or military personnel that are still alive. Dr. Kennedy and I agree." Sid Slater, the special agent in charge of the FBI's hostage rescue team, raised his hand. The general looked at him and said, "Sid, do we have any video on the hostages?" "I'm afraid not, at least not at this point. We don't have a lot of time, which brings me to my next point. H-hour is set for 2030. "Whoa," proclaimed Director Roach of the FBI. "The order's been given to go in?" "That's affirmative," said General Flood from the other end of the room. Roach looked at his watch. It was several minutes past 5 in the evening. "Baxter gave you the go-ahead?" asked the skeptical head of the FBI. From the overhead speaker system, a very familiar voice answered Roach's question. "No, I did." Half of the faces in the room looked up toward the heavens as if God were speaking to them. President Hayes cleared his throat and said, "Men, I know we're not giving you a lot of time, but I have an immense amount of faith in you. Now, if I may make a suggestion, I think we should all keep a lid on any questions until General Campbell finishes briefing us. General, please continue." Campbell looked up at the speakers in gratitude and then back at the group. "Gentlemen, we don't have much time, so we're going to use the KISS rule. HRT?" Campbell tapped the left side of the screen. "The West Wing and the hostages are all yours. Sid, I know you and your people have been working on different scenarios. You are going to need a two-pronged assault at a minimum." Campbell held up his finger and cautioned the stocky head of the hostage rescue team. "We have some ideas for entry, and I'll get to them in a minute." With his usual precision, Campbell did a left face and tapped the roof of the mansion. "Delta Force will be responsible for the mansion." Campbell looked at the unit CO, Colonel Gray. "Billy, your boys are going in on the Little Birds, and they have to be ready to move lightning fast. Before I get to the master plan, I want to caution everybody that there is a real chance that we might not make it to H-hour. If we get any inkling that they are about to get that bunker door open, we have no choice but to move." Campbell looked at the commanders for a moment, and then held up a file. "What I have here is Commander Harris's briefback." Campbell shook his head. "This is one of the finest, most thorough briefbacks I have ever read. I have to compliment you, Commander Harris, on doing such a fine job on such short notice." Campbell shook the file and looked at the rest of the group. "This thing is a doozy. If Lieutenant Commander Harris hadn't already performed part of this, there is no way he could have sold me on it, but he did." Campbell shook his head. "Here it goes. Almost 8 years ago, Commander Harris and 3 of his fellow SEALs jumped out of an MC-130 combat Talon in the middle of the night and parachuted onto the roof of the White House undetected by the Secret Service. This was no stunt. It was an exercise that the Secret Service wanted the Navy to help them conduct. The results have been confirmed." Campbell paused and looked at the group. "I'm sure some of you are wondering why I am even considering a crazy James Bond maneuver like this, and here's my reason. Iron Man has verified that explosive devices have been planted in the mansion. We have separate intelligence that tells us Aziz brought along enough Semtex to level the whole building, which means that most likely any raid will result in the loss of all the hostages and most of the assault teams. Our only chance is to get a group of demolition experts into the building just prior to the assault and figure out a way to disable these bombs. This is what we were trying to do early this morning when one of the men on Commander Harris's team was killed." Campbell paused for a moment, and then said, "Here is how things will go if we make it to H-hour. Commander Harris and 3 of his men will do a halo jump out of a Special Forces MC-130 Combat Talon. Our intel people think the rooftop cameras that monitor the grounds are still operational and being used. Because of this, all 4 men must land on the roof. 2 of SEAL Team 6's best snipers have set up shop 4 blocks away from the White House and the bell tower of the old post office. Just prior to the landing of the first element, the sentry in the rooftop guard booth will be taken out by the snipers. From there, Commander Harris's team will be met by Iron Man, who will lead them via a tunnel that runs through the basement of the mansion over to the West Wing." Campbell paused for a moment to backtrack. "Between now and H-hour, Iron Man will reconnoiter the West Wing and collect as much information as possible. His first priority will be to obtain video surveillance of both groups of hostages. His second task will be to scout out both primary and secondary assault lanes for the hostage rescue team. Having taken care of that in advance, he will lead Commander Harris's team to open at least one of those lanes, if not both. If Commander Harris and his team fail to open those, we have one other backup in place. Within 30 minutes, an Air Force E-3A sentry will be on station above the city. We have reason to believe that Aziz has the ability to detonate the bombs by remote control. We don't know if this remote is radio, cellular, or digital, and we can't take a chance on guessing. So if the order is given, the AWACS will shower the area around the White House with a storm of disruption that will jam everything except the stuff that we are using." Looking at the commanders of HRT and Delta, Campbell said, "We considered lighting up the area from the get-go, but decided against it. The break in communication may tip them off and allow them to manually detonate the bombs." There were several seconds of silence, and then Slater and Gray looked at each other. They both knew it would do no good to start asking questions. There wasn't enough time to really plan an exercise. This would be one of those times that they had talked about during their countless training exercises. This would be one of those times they had feared, a time when they would throw the playbook out the window. The commander of JSOC looked around the room. After a moment of silence, he focused on the warriors to his left, the men who would be going into battle. Speaking as one commando to another, he said, "1,000 things could go wrong at any stage of this operation." The 3 commanders acknowledged the warning given to them from a decorated soldier with a knowing look. Campbell frowned, biting his lower lip, and then added, "Stay loose. Pick your best shooters. This one is going to be all instinct and reaction. There's no time to rehearse." Rapp and Adams were back in the tiny elevator with all of their equipment, descending to lower levels of the White House. The stash room had served them well, but now they needed to be closer to the action. Before heading up to retrieve their gear, Rapp had affixed one of the surveillance units to the bottom of a fire extinguisher in the hallway. With the jamming unit out of action, Rapp could now speak clearly with the control room at Langley and bypass sticking the fiber-optic snake under the door to check and see if everything was all right. As the elevator came to a stop, Rapp spoke into his lip mic. "Iron Man to control. We're back in the basement. Give me a check on the hallway." A monotone male voice came back. "The hallway is clear. Over." Rapp nodded for Adams to open the door. When Adams did so, Rapp stepped out into the hallway, his MP-10 sweeping from left to right. Adams joined him, and after closing the outer door to the elevator, they moved quickly down the hall. With key in hand, the wiry old engineer opened the door to the China storage room, and the 2 of them entered. Anna Reilly looked up, relieved they were back.
"How did it go?"
"Fine," answered Rapp as he set his weapon down and started to take the heavy backpack off. "Except Milt had to go to the bathroom again."
"Again?" asked Reilly.
Adams stood there looking the miniature version of Rapp, with his matching black baseball cap and black Nomex coveralls. Placing his hands on his hips, he shook his head and said, "You 2 just wait. I'd like to see you try and do this secret agent junk when you're my age." Rapp laughed. "If I could only be lucky enough to live that long." The statement sobered up Reilly in a snap. She realized that although he had said his statement with levity, he was serious. Rapp moved his gear to the floor and said, "Milt and I are going to go over to the West Wing and check some things out while you wait right here."
"Why can't I come with you?" Reilly asked.
"Because," Rapp kept a level tone, "this could get real hairy, Anna. And I'm going to have a hard enough time keeping an eye on Milt."
I promise I won't get in your way. In fact, I could probably be a help.
Rapp shook his head. It's not going to happen, Anna, and I don't have the time to sit around and discuss it with you. I've been ordered to find out what is going on in the West Wing, and I need to do it quick. Because of the situation with the President, we might be forced to launch a raid at any minute. Reilly nodded reluctantly.
Is there anything I can do while you're gone?
If things proceed as I think they might, there's a chance I might need your help with something later, okay? For now, just sit here and look pretty. She gave a fake smile.
Thanks.
Well, Rapp stood, it shouldn't be very hard for you to do. Turning to Adams, he said, Milt, come here. Adams walked over, and Rapp affixed a small object to the side of his headset. The camera was about 3 inches long and 1 inch in diameter, with a lens at the front and a cord at the back that was hooked up to a transmitter. Rapp tucked the transmitter into a pocket on the back of Adams's combat vest, then arranged another camera on his own headset. Rapp adjusted his lip mic and said, Iron Man to control. You should have 2 more feeds from the head-mounted cameras. Can you confirm? The reply came over their headsets a second later. That's affirmative, Iron Man. We are receiving both feeds. With his baseball cap on backward, Rapp swung the arm of his headset up above his forehead and grabbed one of the fanny packs. After strapping it around Adams's waist, he said, There are 10 of the surveillance units in here. We'll decide where to put them when we get over there. Are you ready? He nodded. All right. Turning back to Reilly, he said, You should be safe here until we get back.
What if someone shows up?
Rapp put a hand on his hip and thought about it. There was a chance he and Adams might not make it back. Grabbing for his thigh holster, he drew his silenced 9mm Beretta. You told me your dad taught you how to shoot?
Yep.
Rapp checked to make sure the weapon was on safety, and then handed it to Reilly. He pointed to a spot on the far wall almost 30 feet away. You see that scuff mark just above the shelf? Reilly nodded. She's locked and loaded, 1 in the chamber and 15 more in the magazine. Take her off safety and squeeze 1 off at the scuff mark. Rapp always felt that you could learn a lot about someone by watching how they handled a firearm. Reilly held the weapon in both hands confidently. Keeping it pointed down range, she turned it slightly, and with the thumb of her right hand she flicked off the safety. She stood with her feet a shoulder-width apart and took aim. The silencer made the gun nose heavy, forcing her to adjust for the weight. When she had the scuff mark lined up in the sights, she squeezed the trigger. There was a spitting noise from the end of the gun, and a split second later the louder noise of the bullet hitting the smooth concrete wall. A chunk the size of a quarter broke free and fell to the floor. Reilly's shot missed the mark by about 12 inches, low and right. She put the gun back on safety and said, The silencer makes it heavy. But nice and quiet, replied Rapp. Yeah. Reilly looked at the smooth black weapon. That's not a bad shot. My advice is for you to sit right over there. Rapp pointed toward the door that led into the hallway. If anyone comes in that door dressed in green fatigues and carrying an AK-74, you put a bullet in his head and ask questions later. Reilly licked her lips and nodded. Rapp started back toward the door that led to the tunnel. Whatever you do, Anna, don't come looking for us. If we're not back within an hour, that means something has gone wrong. You're better off waiting right here until someone from our side comes and gets you. Rapp turned to Adams, who had the outer door open, and said, Let's go. Adams punched the code into the reinforced tunnel door and pushed it in. Rapp followed him into the tunnel and turned to give Reilly a smile and a nod. Then they were gone, the door closed, on their way to the West Wing. Chapter 47. Aziz looked up at the digital clocks on the wall to his left. The clock closest to him gave the East Coast time. It was 6:29 p.m. He took the remote control and turned the main TV from CNN to NBC. The nightly national news was about to start, and he wanted to feel the force of America's #1 news network announcing another victory for him and his jihad. When the overly dramatic music announced the start of the program, Aziz grinned with anticipation as the logo flashed across the screen, followed quickly by the words, White House Crisis, Day 3. Tom Brokaw came on, and after a brief lead-in, he cut to the United Nations in New York. The network's correspondent clutched her microphone and passionately retold the late-breaking news. The UN Security Council had unanimously voted to lift all economic sanctions against Iraq except those involving military imports and technology. The reporter went on to tell how Israel was the only UN member to protest the vote, but since they were not a permanent member of the Security Council, they could do nothing to prevent the lifting of sanctions. Aziz stood and smiled triumphantly. He had won again. Now all he needed was the president, and he would have complete victory. Aziz grabbed the radio and barked the name of his little thief. "Mustafa!" Aziz repeated himself 2 more times, and then one of his other men answered. "Rafique, this is Ragib." The man was standing watch in the basement by the door to the boiler room. "I don't think he can hear you because of the drills. Do you want me to get him?" "Yes." Ragib let his radio fall to his side, and he walked down the hallway toward the bunker. When he rounded the corner, he yelled, "Mustafa!" The plump man appeared from behind the door and peered down the hallway. Ragib held up his radio and yelled, "Rafique wants to talk to you." Mustafa Yassin nodded and started walking toward Ragib. After taking his ear protectors off, he brought his radio to his mouth and said, "Rafique, I am here." The plump little man kept walking. The farther he got from the drills, the better he could hear. Back in the Situation Room, Aziz watched the UN story unfold on the TV and asked, "What is your progress?" "I think it will take me about an hour." "Are you sure?" "I think so. The drills are getting close. Once they have reached their mark, all I have to do is take them off the door and then it should take me another 10 to 20 minutes of tinkering and it should be ready." "Call me when you are ready to take the drills off the door, and I will come over." Yassin wasn't sure he heard him correctly and yelled into the radio, "You want me to call you when I'm ready to take the drills off the door?" "Yes." "Okay." The dumpy safecracker turned and walked back down the hallway toward the bunker. Irene Kennedy and General Campbell were back in the control room getting ready to monitor Rapp's foray into the West Wing. Director Stansfield and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Flood, were sitting quietly 1 row behind, watching and waiting to offer their approval or opinion if needed. General Campbell turned to one of his staffers sitting to his right and covered the mic on his headset. "Do another check on the communication links with Commander Harris, Delta, and HRT, and make sure we have backups in place." The aide nodded and went about following the order. On the big board at the front of the room, several new shots from within the White House had been added. The 2 that Kennedy and Campbell were most interested in were the images provided by the head cams mounted on Rapp and Adams. They had made it to the other end of the tunnel and were in position to open the door and enter the hidden hallway that led into horsepower and up a flight of stairs to the Oval Office. The danger, of course, was their inability to check what was on the other side of the gasket-sealed door. Back at Langley, a piece of intel had been collected that was creating quite a stir. Mustafa Yassin's conversation with Aziz had been picked up by the tiny surveillance unit that Anna Reilly had placed in the ventilation shaft. Kennedy immediately ordered Rapp and Adams into a holding pattern while they reviewed the tape. The words of Mustafa Yassin were replayed. When the segment was over, General Campbell looked to Kennedy and said, "That's it. We're not going to make it. We have to move H-hour up." Kennedy agreed, and Campbell turned to the colonel on his right and said, "Reset H-hour for 1930 and notify all commands." Campbell then stood to join Kennedy, who was conferring with Flood and Stansfield. The commander of JSOC listened to Kennedy explain the new time constraints. "We need to get Iron Man moving. We have less than an hour to collect and disseminate any information he can gather." "I disagree," Campbell shook his head. "I think we should put Iron Man in a holding pattern until just before the strike." "Why?" asked a frowning Kennedy. "Commander Harris and his team will be in position to jump within 20 minutes. I don't think it's worth risking a confrontation until we have everything in place. When we're ready to move, we do so with complete surprise and overwhelming force." Flood nodded in agreement. "And we make sure there is no chance Aziz can get his hands on the president." "Absolutely." Campbell pointed to the monitor on the board that showed the bunker door. "With our surveillance, we can guarantee to stop him before that happens." Kennedy folded her arms stubbornly across her chest. "I disagree. I think we need to collect the intelligence. We can't send HRT in blind or it will be a slaughter." Flood looked at Director Stansfield. "Thomas?" Stansfield stared at the big board for a half-dozen seconds and then said, "Let's consult Mitch. He's on site, and I'd like to get his opinion." Without waiting for agreement, Kennedy turned around and grabbed the headset off her desk. Holding it over one ear, she adjusted the lip mic and said, "Control to Iron Man, come in." Rapp was leaning against the wall by the reinforced steel door, waiting impatiently. His thoughts had drifted back to putting a bullet in the center of Aziz's forehead. Again, he had not shared this with the people back at Langley, and he wasn't about to. But if the chance came up, he was going to do it. Tactically, it made the most sense to him. Kill the leader and watch the others flounder. The voice of his boss interrupted his pleasant thought. Rapp pushed away from the wall and said, "I'm here. Go ahead." "It appears they will have the bunker door open in about 60 minutes. There was a pause, and Kennedy added, "We're not going to make it to H-hour." "Well, I'd better get moving then." Kennedy looked at the three men. "Have some dissension on how to proceed." Rapp rolled his eyes. "I'm listening." "The new H-hour is set for 19:30. Rapp looked at his watch. "That only gives me about 48 minutes. Like I said, I'd better get moving." General Campbell had grabbed his headset and was standing next to Kennedy. "Iron Man, we will have Six's element in place in approximately 20 minutes. We don't want to risk precipitating a confrontation until we have everything in place." "But we have absolutely no idea what we're up against there." Campbell looked at Flood and said, "Right now we think it's better that we retain the element of surprise." Rapp was getting pissed. Milt Adams stood from where he had been sitting and asked, "What now?" Rapp waved him off and said into his lip mic, "I disagree. If we don't find out where the bombs are and what we're up against, this is a suicide operation." Rapp listened for a response but got none. He knew they were conferring with each other. Not wanting them to come to a decision without his input, he asked, "Why are we talking about changing the plan?" Kennedy fielded the question. "The surveillance unit you placed in the ventilation shaft picked up a radio conversation between Yassine and, we think, Aziz. Yassine told him that he would be done with the drills in about an hour. After that, it would take him anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes to get the door open." "Anything else?" "Only that Aziz wants Yassine to call him when he takes the drills off the door." Rapp thought about the number of terrorists. The information they had gotten from Harut told him there were 11. He had personally reduced that number by 1, leaving 10 to be dealt with. Rapp tried to guess how Aziz would proceed with the next part of his plan, focusing on the operational aspect of how Aziz would have to extract the president. That was when it hit him. "Aziz is going to want to be there when Yassine gets the door open, right?" Campbell answered, "I suppose. Not only will he want to be there, he'll have to be there. He knows the president has Secret Service agents with him, right?" "Probably." "Whether he wants the president dead or alive, he's going to have to bring some firepower with him to deal with those agents." "Where are you going with this?" asked Campbell. "He's going to have to split his force. Our intel tells us Aziz went in with 11 people, including himself. He's down to 10. One of those 10 is on the roof, and 2 more are in the basement by the bunker." The plan crystallized in Rapp's mind. "The way we attack this is, we wait for Aziz to split his force. When they shut the drills down, we'll have a minimum of a 10-minute window of opportunity to strike. During that time, the number of terrorists guarding the hostages will be no more than 6, maybe less if Aziz brings more men over to back him up." Back at Langley, the plan was gaining ground, especially with General Flood, a military tactician who loved the idea of dividing his enemy's forces. "Iron Man, I like the idea. Sit tight for a minute while we run this one by the president." General Flood set down his headset and looked at Stansfield. "What do you think?" Chapter 48. Vice President Baxter sat behind the desk in his study and stared blankly at the TV. The images were nothing more than a blur, and the voices a hum of background noises. He was immersed in the thought of becoming president. It was so tantalizing, so tempting, it had drawn him into a fantasy world. Since early childhood, he could remember dreaming of being president one day, and now, with it so close, he had some reservations. Not reservations about assuming the office, but how it would play if word leaked that he had been given information that the terrorists were working on getting President Hayes out of the bunker. Baxter started to think angles. He started to think PR. First, he had been in New York when the whole mess started. He wasn't the one who had invited these terrorists into the White House for coffee. Second, he would somehow have to let it be known that the Pentagon's best and brightest had sworn the president was untouchable in his new bunker. General Flood's information that the terrorists might be attempting to extricate the president would have to be downplayed. They would have to say the information was vague and incomplete. On top of that, they could spin the story of the two SEALs getting caught in the ventilation shaft and Aziz's subsequent warnings. Dallas King would be proven right, though. Eventually, they would have to rely on the morally superior premise that they acted in the interest of saving the hostages. That in good conscience they could not have risked the lives of all those people just to make sure the president was safe, when in fact the information to the contrary was incomplete at best. Dallas King entered the room eating a banana. He said, "We need to talk about something." King continued walking across the large study. He sat in one of the two chairs in front of the Vice President's desk and took another bite. Vice President Baxter picked up the remote control for the TV and hit the mute button. "What now?" "Everything went off great at the UN, but I'm a little nervous about tomorrow." "Why?" Baxter placed his right elbow on the chair's armrest and rested his chin on his hand. "I was just talking to Ted." King was referring to the Vice President's National Security Advisor, Ted Wilson. "He says Israel is starting to make waves." King sat back and took the last bite of his banana. "What's their problem now?" "They think they know what Aziz's final demand is, and they want it to be known that they will refuse to cooperate." "What do you think the last demand will be?" "They think he will ask the U.S. and the UN to recognize a free and autonomous Palestinian state." "And?" Baxter shrugged as if it was no big deal. "Israel has sent word that they will not be bullied into any such agreement. Ted says his sources are telling him that in 4 hours the Israeli Defense Forces will go on alert, and if Aziz demands a free and autonomous Palestinian state, the Israelis will occupy the territories." Baxter swung forward in his chair. "Damn it! You get their ambassador on the line and tell him if they do any such thing, I'll make sure their aid from us dries up to nothing." King shook his head. "You can't do that, and they know you can't. There are too many senators and congressmen that would come to their aid." Baxter's temper flared. "The hell I can't." King looked at his temperamental boss and waited for him to calm. After several moments, he continued. "Picking a battle with Israel is bad politics. It plays horrible in New York and even worse with our big donors out in Hollywood. I have an idea that might keep everybody happy." King sat back with a grin and crossed his legs. On edge, Baxter blurted, "Well, out with it. I don't have all day." "I think it's time to broker a backroom deal with them. We tell them to protest loudly if the demand is made, but to take no military action. In return, we promise that as soon as this next group of hostages are released, we'll retake the building." "I thought we didn't want to do that." "I thought so at first," King said cautiously. "The more I think about it, though, you don't want to be seen as too big a wimp. If you can succeed in getting 2/3 of the hostages released and then give the orders to retake the building," King smiled, "you will be seen as someone who is not just a good diplomat, but someone who can get tough when it's called for." To himself, King added, "And you'll solve my problem in the process." "Maybe," Baxter frowned while he thought about this new strategy. Then, looking at his watch, he asked, "Why hasn't Director Stansfield or General Flood come to me with this information?" King shrugged. "If Ted knows about this, they sure as hell do." "I don't know. Maybe Ted has a better source." "Come on," scoffed Baxter. "Better than Thomas Stansfield? I doubt it." Baxter reached for his phone and then realized he didn't know where either Flood or Stansfield was. One of the minions could take care of that. He had more important things to do with his time. Looking across his large desk, he said, "Get General Flood and Director Stansfield on the line for me." Stansfield had decided it would be better if they called the president from the conference room, so he, Flood, and Campbell and Kennedy left the control room and entered the glass-enclosed bubble. In under a minute, both Rapp and President Hayes were on the line. General Flood gave the president a brief overview of Rapp's plan to wait until the last possible moment before launching the assault. President Hayes listened intently. The first question out of his mouth was, "What's the downside if our timing is off and we wait too long?" Hayes had an inkling of what the result would be. "If we miscalculate, sir," General Campbell paused for a second, "we might jeopardize all of you." "General Campbell?" It was Rapp on the line. "Delta Force is handling the mission, correct?" "Correct." "How much time will it take to get them from the forward staging area to the White House, assuming the skids are warmed up and the shooters are locked and loaded?" "Colonel Gray tells me he can put 12 operators on the roof in under 2 minutes, and have 12 more on site within the next 30 seconds. "Excuse me for asking," back in the bunker, President Hayes was frowning, "but if we can put that many people on the roof by helicopter, then why in the hell are we screwing around with parachuting these SEALs onto the roof?" General Flood fielded the question. "Element of surprise, sir. If we start moving the troops in by helicopter, the media and the thousands of people downtown will see them. We hope to land the SEALs and get them into the mansion without anyone noticing. It's risky, but it's the only chance we have of defusing some of the bombs so we can get the HRT in to save the hostages in the West Wing." Rapp grabbed the chance to drive his plan home. "And my point, Mr. President, is if we wait for Aziz and an unknown number of terrorists to head over to get you out of the bunker, we will significantly increase the chances of successfully rescuing the hostages." General Flood liked the idea and added, "It's a sound plan, Mr. President. We divide their forces at a time when you are still safe in your bunker, and our main concern is saving the hostages over in the West Wing. Instead of having to deal with 8 tangos, we'll only have to worry about 5 or 6. "So, you're telling me it will increase our chances of saving hostages?" "Yes." Hayes didn't pause for a second. "Then let's do it." There was a knock on the conference room door, and then one of General Flood's aides entered. "Excuse me, General. The Vice President is on the line, and he wishes to speak to you and Director Stansfield immediately. If you'd like, I can have the call patched through to you here." President Hayes's voice floated down from the overhead speaker system. "I think it's time we let Vice President Baxter know that he's no longer running the show." Flood turned to his aide. "Patch the call through." 10 seconds later, one of the lines on the main telecommunications console started to ring. Irene Kennedy punched the proper buttons and brought the newest party into the teleconference. She nodded to her boss and Flood to let them know the line was up. Flood called out in his deep voice, "Vice President Baxter?" A woman's voice answered and told them to hold the line while she got the vice president. For more than a minute, the group sat in silence, waiting for the man who had initiated the call to join them. No one spoke. They all waited with anticipation to witness the ensuing confrontation between the 2 biggest players in American politics. When Baxter finally came on the line, he said, "General Flood, are you there?" "Yes, I'm here with Director Stansfield." "Good," replied Baxter in a voice that implied anything but. "I just received some troubling information." Baxter paused, waiting for them to ask what it was. No one bit on his lead, so Baxter expanded. "My national security advisor just informed me that Israel has been making certain threats." Baxter stopped again, waiting for Stansfield or Flood to respond. The 2 men looked at each other and said nothing. If it weren't for the tense situation, they probably would have been smiling, taking the time to enjoy the impending moment. Baxter started again, frustration showing in his voice. "Have either of you heard any of these rumors?" "Yes," replied General Flood, "we have." "Well, why haven't you bothered to tell me?" Flood looked up at the speakers, wondering when the president would decide to join the conversation. "We've been busy, sir." "Busy?" Baxter mocked General Flood. "Too busy to pick up the phone and inform the Commander-in-Chief of a crucial development." "Commander-in-Chief." President Hayes's voice floated down, neither angry nor calm, just supremely confident. "I don't think so, Sherman." Only Stansfield kept a straight face. Flood, Campbell, and Kennedy all grinned with satisfaction. There was a long moment of silence before Baxter responded. When he did, it came forth with a combination of insincere relief and fear. "Robert, is that you?" "Yes, it is, Sherman." "What happened? How did we get a hold of you?" "Never mind, Sherman. I hear you've done a super job setting our foreign policy and national security back a half a century." "I don't know what you've been hearing," Baxter sounded panicked, "but this has been no easy task, trying to save American lives and balance our foreign policy concerns. We have been working very hard to ensure—" President Hayes cut him off by saying, "I have been fully briefed on what you, Marge Tutwiler, and your lapdog Dallas King have been up to, and I don't like one bit of it. I don't have the time, the patience, or the energy to deal with you right now, but when I get out of here, you are going to have some explaining to do."
"But Robert," Baxter's voice was cracking from the tension, "I think you have it all wrong. I don't know what General Flood and Director Stansfield have been telling you, but I'm sure I can explain. I have had the best of intentions in every decision I have made during this crisis."
"I'm sure you have," replied a skeptical President Hayes. "You've had your chance to sit on the throne, and you've screwed things up miserably. Now it's time to get the hell out of the way and let the professionals handle things."
"But Robert—"
"But nothing, Sherman. This conversation is over." All that was heard from the Vice President was the click of his phone hanging up. After a couple of long moments of silence, the President's voice floated back down, asking, "Now, where were we?" Chapter 49. The Air Force MC-130 Combat Talon cruised through the skies over Washington, D.C. at 10,000 feet. Part of the 1st Special Operations Wing, the Combat Talon was a unique asset in the delivery and retrieval of Special Forces operators. Lieutenant Commander Harris stood in the back of the modified C-130, looking out the open ramp and down at the city. The wind whistled through the back of the cargo area, and the 4 engines outside rumbled in the evening air, making communication difficult. To Harris's right, the bright orange orb of the sun was falling beneath the horizon. To his left, storm clouds were moving in. The first was a good sign. Darkness was something that he welcomed. But the second was not. Wind and rain did not go well with parachuting. The pilots were flying up and down a 15-mile corridor 5 miles east of the White House. Harris and his fellow SEALs had made every jump there was. He'd done both high-altitude high-opening, hey-ho, and high-altitude low-opening, halo jumps, as well as static line jumps from 500 feet all the way up to 30,000 plus. 8 years earlier, when he had participated in the exercise for the Secret Service, he and his men had conducted a hey-ho jump out of the back of an Air Force C-141 Starlifter. At an altitude of 25,000 feet, the men leapt from the plane and popped their chutes. From almost 5 miles up, Harris and his men expertly guided their double canopy parachutes over a 45-mile distance and set themselves down gently on the roof of the Executive Mansion. At first, the Secret Service was shocked by the results. But after they sat with the SEALs and realized the years of training and high level of skill that such a jump required, they ruled the possibility of a terrorist group successfully conducting such an operation all but impossible. Harris and his men were about to put all of their jumping skills to use. General Campbell had briefed him minutes earlier on the newest aspect of the plan, and it was creating a mathematical nightmare for the SEALs. No longer would they be able to choose their jump time. They would now have to wait for Aziz to make his move and then quickly get the plane into position. Repeating the jump he had done 8 years earlier was not an option. Jumping from that altitude would have required that he and his men and the crew of the unpressurized aircraft go on oxygen an hour before takeoff. By the time his plan was approved, they had missed that window of opportunity. There wasn't enough time, so Harris had decided they would jump from 10,000 feet and go into a free-fall glide for the White House. At 1,000 feet, they would pop their chutes and float down the last leg. Commander Harris moved away from the back of the ramp to inform his men of the impending rain. Inside, the bleak cargo area glowed with the red light to help the men gain their night vision. Harris had brought along the large Mick Reavers, who was serving as the jump master, and Tony Clark and Jordan Rostein, 2 of 6's best shooters and demolitions experts. All 4 men were dressed in their black Nomex coveralls, balaclava hoods, and gloves. The fire-retardant material was a must in any operation, and even more so when dealing with explosives. Operating in a dry environment, all of the men were carrying 9mm Sig Sauer P226 pistols, integrally silenced MP10s, and a bevy of extra magazines in their assault vests that fit snugly over their Kevlar body armor. Radio checks had been completed on the ground. The 4 operators were using Motorola MX300 radios rigged with throat mics and earpieces. Harris approached his men and screamed over the wind, "That storm keeps coming in from the east, and it doesn't look good." Clark shook his head at his CO. He'd known Harris for over a decade and knew the man to be just crazy enough to try to jump in the middle of a storm. Clark reached up and adjusted his goggles. While doing so, he leaned closer to Harris. Over the roar, he yelled, "We ain't jumping in the rain, Harry!" Harris nodded, and then, turning back for the ramp, he muttered to himself, "We'll see." Out the rear of the plane, Harris saw the storm intensifying. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up the sky and streaked toward the ground in two separate veins. The strike was followed by a crack that could be heard over the roar of the engines. Sheets of rain could be seen falling over the Chesapeake. The rain would continue to roll in across the Maryland countryside and envelop the capital. They had 30 minutes tops before the rain rendered the jump suicidal. Rapp and Adams were ready to go. They were at the door going over the final checklist. If things went sour, HRT was 20 seconds away from breaching the building, and Delta Force could be on site to secure the president in under 2 minutes. Now was the time to take risks and roll the dice. Before telling him to punch in the code, Rapp asked Adams, "Are you good to go, Milt?" Adams pulled off his baseball cap, and with a handkerchief he wiped a layer of sweat from his bald black head. Then, with a nod, he said, "I'm ready." Rapp did one last quick check of his equipment and said, "Iron Man to control. We're going in. Over." Rapp then nodded to Adams, who punched in the code. At the first sound of air escaping from the gasket-sealed door, Adams stepped back, allowing Rapp to move forward and take the lead. Rapp didn't know what to expect on the other side. The door could be booby-trapped. Aziz could have a guard posted on the other side. There was no way of knowing. Rapp had to guess. With a limited amount of resources, Rapp thought, Aziz wouldn't be able to afford to place a guard outside the door. And that was assuming he had found it. The bigger concern was a bomb. Rapp pushed Adams against the wall closet to the door's hinges and placed his hand on the handle. After pausing for a moment, he turned his head away, pushed down on the handle, and pulled the door in 2 inches. Hiding behind the heavy steel door to protect him from the possible blast, Rapp listened for the telltale sound of a tripwire pulling a pin. He counted to 3, then 5 for good measure. With his left hand clutching his MP-10, he reached back with his right, and Adams handed him the snake. Rapp nosed the tiny fiber-optic camera around the corner. He scanned to the left, to the right, and then up. The shadowy images were being broadcast back to Langley. Over his headset, he heard the voice of General Campbell. "Everything looks good, Iron Man." Rapp peeked around the door to get a better look. To his left was a set of steep concrete stairs. Rapp had half expected the passageway to be dark. Instead, the hidden staircase that led up to the Oval Office was dimly lit with only 2 bulbs. Straight ahead, a sliver of light shone from underneath a door that led to Horsepower, the Secret Service's Presidential Detail Command Post. That was where the alarm systems and surveillance cameras were monitored. All video surveillance of both the grounds and the interior of the West Wing, Executive Mansion, and East Wing were monitored by the new Joint Operations Command, across the street in the EOB. Horsepower was concerned primarily with the President and watched only the areas of the compound where the President was. The Uniformed Division was responsible for everything else. In Rapp's Secret Service briefing, they had explained that in the moments after the raid, the interior cameras around the White House began to go offline one by one. The obvious reason was Aziz did not want the Secret Service to be able to watch what he was doing. Rapp's responsibility was to discover how much of the system was still online and if any tangos were monitoring it. Stepping completely from behind the door, Rapp carefully edged forward into the small landing area just outside of Horsepower. Adams followed close behind, then slid the tiny lens under the door and began working it from one side of the room to the other. Rapp watched over his shoulder. A couple of old metal desks came into view, and then they spotted something. Rapp gestured for Adams to bring it back. There, all the way across the room, were the shoulders and head of a man. "Mark 1 Tango," said General Campbell over Rapp's headset. "That's the control panel. Can you get us a better look at what he's watching?" Adams zoomed the camera in on the man sitting behind the door. In front of the terrorist were a dozen small black and white monitors mounted in a metal rack. The bottom middle two were obscured by the man's head, but the 10 other monitors all appeared to be showing images of the exterior of the White House. Rapp turned away from the door and, in as soft a voice as possible, asked, "You're recording this, right?"
That's affirmative,
replied Campbell. "Good. We're going to plant a monitor here and move on." Rapp fished one of the micro video and audio surveillance transmitters out of his pocket and turned it on. Then, setting it on the floor, he edged the unit's thin fiber-optic camera under the door as far as it would go. Turning away from the door again, he whispered, "Are you receiving the new signal?"
That's affirmative.
Rapp tapped Adams on the shoulder and pointed up the stairs. Adams retracted the snake and coiled it back into a loose loop. Before proceeding, Rapp bent over and checked for any tripwires. After making sure it was safe, he took the lead. At the top there was no landing, just the interior of the wall panel that accessed the area between the Oval Office and the President's private dining room. Adams pointed to a latch and said, "It opens in." Rapp nodded. He would have preferred to have quietly drilled a hole in the wall and inserted a camera to see what was on the other side, but they were short on time. Rapp pressed the latch and held his MP-10 ready. The narrow section of the wall popped in. Pulling it open further, Rapp looked out across the hall at President Hayes's private study. Almost instantly, his nostrils filled with a ripe stench. The smell crawled into the stairwell, and Rapp started breathing through his mouth. Remembering Adams, he turned and whispered, "I think there are some dead bodies up here. Are you going to be all right?" Adams nodded and waved Rapp forward. Rapp pointed at Adams and then the ground, signaling for him to stay put for a second. Rapp moved to the right and hugged the wall. The failing evening light came through the windows. In the dining room ahead, the overhead light was lit, as well as a table lamp. It was as if the building were stuck in time. Several half-filled coffee cups littered the table, and a tray filled with dishes was waiting to be carted away. To the right, the pantry door was open, and Rapp could see out into the main hallway. This caused him to pull back a step. Everything Rapp saw, the people back at Langley saw. Campbell came over his headset.
"Iron Man, there is a door on your left that leads out into the rose garden."
Rapp's head swiveled toward the door, and the general said,
"That's it. Let's check it for explosives."
"Roger." Looking back to make sure there was no one in the hallway, Rapp moved out around the left side of the dining room table. A large plant stood next to the door, and behind was the same gray metal box Rapp had seen in the President's bedroom. From the side of the box, a clear filament wire wove its way through a series of eyelet screws. The clear wire, really nothing more than fishing line, went across the base of the door, through another eyelet screw, up 3 feet, where it went through another looped eyelet, and then began its horizontal course across the door again. Rapp followed it to the other side and stopped.
"Shit." "What is it?" asked Campbell.
"You can't see the wire?"
"No."
"It runs across the base of the door, up 3 feet, and then back across. But the big problem is it doesn't stop." Rapp walked along the wall, eyeing the clear wire as he went. "It runs all along the wall, not just the door."
"That could be a problem."
They had guessed that the doors would be wired, so the HRT was planning to blow mouse holes in the walls to enter the building. With wire running across the walls, that wouldn't work. "I'm going to keep moving. We'd better hope those seals are good, or we're in a lot of trouble." Rapp walked quickly back toward the other end of the room. Instead of heading back into the short hallway, he cut into the pantry and carefully approached the door that led out into the main hallway of the first floor of the West Wing. Clutching the thick grip of his integral suppressor, he inched his way to the doorframe. His eyes were instantly drawn to the trails of dark, dried blood that stained the hallway carpeting. The blood came from both directions, as if bodies had been dragged, and went into the room that was across the hall and to the right. Rapp didn't want to think about what was behind the closed door, but believed it was probably what was causing the grotesque smell. As he checked up and down the hallway, he noticed another bomb to his left. Rapp cringed and tried to focus the head cam on the gray metal box. This was worse than he thought. Not only was there an outer layer of bombs, it appeared there was also an inner layer to contend with. Rapp retreated to join Adams. "Did you get a bead on that second bomb and its location?"
"Affirmative. Was the discoloration on the carpeting what I thought it was?"
"It looked like it was dry blood," replied Rapp, as he reached Milt Adams's position. Rapp continued past him 2 steps and poked his head into the Oval Office. Instantly, he saw the cause of the smell. The bloated body of a man lay between the 2 couches on the floor. His head had fallen next to the embroidered presidential seal and had deposited a large pool of blood. Rapp edged around the first sofa and tried to get a look at the man's face, but it did no good. His cheeks and neck were so swollen they looked as if they might break the binds of the dress shirt and necktie. The man's hands had suffered the same gross expansion. Rapp moved on and checked the curved wall behind the president's desk. Near the door that led into the oval colonnade he found another bomb. The clear wire traversed the wall horizontally twice. Exhaling, he said, "Same thing as the other room. I'm taking Milt, and we're going to check out the interior." Adams was standing in the doorway, looking at the puffy body on the floor. As Rapp pulled close, he asked, "Do you recognize him?" Adams shook his head. Rapp jerked the barrel of his gun back in the direction from which they had come. As he walked into the dining room, he hugged the wall to his right and kept his gun up and leveled. He turned back to Adams and asked, "There's a door right across the hall here. Where does it lead?" "The Roosevelt room." "What's in there?" "Just a big conference table." Rapp nodded. "Okay. I'm going to cover you from this little room here. I want you to go across the hall to the Roosevelt room and stick the snake under the door. And remember, stay on the left side of the door frame. Don't stand in the middle." Adams nodded his little head. Rapp had been adamant about where to stand so as not to get shot. Rapp moved and stepped into the small pantry off the dining room. At the doorway to the main hall, he eased his head out and checked in both directions. His right hand came up by his shoulder, and he waved Adams forward. Milt scampered through the pantry and across the hall. The door to the Roosevelt room was just to his right, and the main door to the Oval Office was almost directly across the hall from it. Staying on the left side, as Rapp had told him, Adams eased the tip of the snake under the door and stared at the monitor. He wasn't sure at first what it was that he was looking at. There were lumps on the floor, and the large conference table had been overturned and flipped against the far wall. Something moved, and that's when he figured out that the lumps on the floor were bodies. What had moved was a leg wearing blue trousers with a red stripe running down the side. Adams immediately recognized the pants as those belonging to a U.S. Marine. A pair of more discerning eyes were back at Langley, watching both the shots from the head cams and the fiber-optic snake. General Campbell's voice came over Adams's headset. "Milt, give me a full sweep nice and slow, and then pull back away from the door." Adams turned the dial with his thumb and slowly moved the snake from the left to the right and then back again. When he was done, Campbell told him, "That's good, now bug out." Adams withdrew the snake and went back across the hall to join Rapp. Rapp whispered into his lip mic. "Control, what did you see? Over." "One Tango at 11 o'clock sitting in a chair facing your door, holding what appears to be an AK-74 in his lap." As Rapp listened, he could hear other voices in the background. Campbell came back seconds later. "I've been advised that there are 2 other entrances into the room, one of which is blocked. On the floor, we appear to have at least a half-dozen hostages, maybe more. They look to be tied and wearing hoods." Adams, who was standing just behind Rapp, was hearing the same thing, and he added, "One of those men in there is a Marine." "That's affirmative. We are reviewing the tape to see what else we can get, but for now, it looks like we've found our missing hostages." Rapp peeked back around the corner and then looked at the base of the door to the Roosevelt room. Turning his head back toward Adams, he whispered, "Milt, fish out one of the surveillance units. Bend the lens at a right angle and stick it to the base of the door. I'll cover you." Adams nodded, walking quietly across the hall, and placed the camera. Rapp asked, "Control, how does the new feed look?" "Good. We've got about 80% of the room, and the Tango is in the picture." Rapp turned back to Adams. "Rig me 2 of the black ones." Adams steadied the first one and handed it off to Rapp, who stepped out into the hallway. Immediately to his right was a small credenza with an arrangement of wilting flowers sitting in an ornate vase. Rapp reached behind the credenza and stuck the surveillance unit to the back of it. Stepping back into the pantry, he retrieved the second unit and placed it underneath the credenza at an angle that would cover the hallway as it went in the other direction. Chapter 50. Mustafa Yassin was proud of his work. He double-checked his progress again and grinned. With satisfaction, he flipped off the power switches on all 3 drills and backed the bits out of their holes. He had reached the proper depth early. Yassin did not have the brawn of men like Aziz, but he was smarter than most. The little thief had learned from dealing with men like Saddam to pad his estimates and manage his superiors' expectations. The main drill, and the largest of the 3, sat on a tripod. Yassin tugged at the base and pulled it back out of the way. The other 2 drills were magnetized. After wresting them from the door, he sat on his toolbox and lit up a cigarette. The plump man inhaled deeply and picked up his radio. He toggled the transmit button and called Aziz. Aziz was snacking on a sandwich in the galley of the White House mess when he heard the call. Pulling his radio to his mouth, he said, "Mustafa, this is Rafique. What do you want?" "I am ready for you." Aziz set his sandwich down and wiped the crumbs from his fingers. "Say again?" "I am ready for you. When you arrive, I will proceed with the last part." Aziz was elated. "I will be over shortly." Grabbing his MP5 from the counter, he walked out into the mess and looked over the mass of huddled hostages. There was one person in particular he was looking for, someone who would elicit the proper emotion from the president. Aziz circled the group looking for the face of Sally Burke, the president's secretary and mother of 5. If the president's bodyguards chose to fight, Mrs. Burke would be used as a shield. Aziz found her sitting with a group of women. With his long, thin finger, he gestured for her to join him. Burke pointed to herself nervously and asked, "Me?" "Yes, you, Mrs. Burke." Smiling, Aziz extended his hand to help the woman to her feet. Burke reluctantly grabbed it and stood. "What do you want with me?" "Don't worry. Everything will be all right. We just need you to talk to someone." "Who?" "Don't worry. Everything will be just fine." Aziz squeezed his shoulder and again told her not to worry. Then, gently, he turned her toward the door and led her from the room. Bringing his radio to his mouth, he said, "Muammar, meet me in the press room." To Rapp's left was the hall leading to the main entrance for the first floor. To his right was the press room and a door that led out onto the colonnade. Rapp wanted to check both of them and see if they were as strongly defended as the doors in the president's dining room and the one in the Oval Office. As Rapp headed for the press room, he heard an increase in the chatter over his headset. At the same time, he heard voices from somewhere ahead. He began rapidly backpedaling down the hallway. General Campbell came over the headset, his voice rushed. "Iron Man, we're out of time. They've stopped drilling and are getting ready to open the bunker door." Rapp couldn't respond at the moment. He had more urgent things to worry about and didn't want to give himself away by making any more noise than he had to. He made it back to the pantry seconds later and ducked out of the hallway alongside Adams. He whispered into his headset, "Are you sure?" "Yes." "How much time do we have?" They cut through the dining room and into the hallway, where he pushed open the wall panel. "We're not sure." Rapp closed the wall behind him and gestured for Adams to start moving down the stairs. "What's our best guess?" he whispered. There was some discussion on the other end, and then, 10 minutes tops." Rapp and Adams hit the landing outside of Horsepower, and Rapp pushed Adams into the tunnel. Once they were inside, Rapp closed the door so he could speak without worry of being heard. "Control, let's take it from the top. The place is wired to the gills, and we've only seen a quarter of it. Our only shot is to get these SEALs in here and have them defuse a point of entry for HRT. We've got another problem. We just discovered that one of the monitors in Horsepower is tuned to a rooftop camera." Rapp thought about it quickly and came up with a solution. "I'll wait down here, and if the Tango in Horsepower sees them come in, I'll take him out." Rapp looked at Adams and waited for Campbell's reply. He quickly grew frustrated with being cut out of the discussion process on the other end. After more than 10 seconds of waiting, he shouted into his lip mic, "Irene, are you there?" "Yes." "Keep me in the loop. I'm your only on-site asset, and we don't have time to debate every point." General Flood came on the line. "Iron Man, we've got some logistical problems. We were off by almost 30 minutes on our last estimate, and we can't afford to be off by that much again, not with the President's life on the line." "Then bring Delta in quicker, but we have to get Harris and his boys going or those hostages are all dead." "They might be anyway," stated General Campbell. "I'd say right now the chances of getting HRT in that building are between slim and none. And if we do get them in, the chances of them coming out alive aren't much better." Rapp was pissed. The minutes were ticking away, and people were getting cold feet. "I need help. I can take out the Tango in horsepower. I can maybe take out the Tango up in the Roosevelt room, but there's no way I can contend with all of these bombs and take out the Tangos in the mess. We need to take some risks." Flood's deep voice came over the headset. "We don't want to see the hostages die either, but we're not about to send good men on a suicide mission." "We're paid to take risks, General Flood. You've been out in the field, and if you were 20 years younger, you would want in no matter how bad the odds. Put the question to Harris and his men, and I'll guarantee they'll want in." There was a moment of silence, and then General Campbell said, "I agree. We have to try." Kennedy and Stansfield agreed with Campbell, which put all the pressure on General Flood. It was a risky operation, but they had to try. Flood knew it. After a brief moment of reflection, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs gave the approval. The second he did so, General Campbell turned around and started barking orders to the JSOC staff sitting in front of him. The officers in turn relayed the orders over secure lines. The MC-130 combat Talon was 3 minutes away from the jump point when they received the go-ahead from JSOC. The navigator informed Commander Harris of the countdown, and the 4 SEALs moved to the back ramp with their bulky chutes and packs. Under their left arms, their suppressed Heckler & Koch MP-10 submachine guns were safely secured. The 4 men stood in single file at the top of the ramp. Reavers, the jump master, was first in line. He checked everyone's chute one last time and then took up his place in the number 1 slot. Harris walked up to Reavers' side and looked out at the horizon. To the west, the sun was now down, but the sky above it was still lit. To the east, it looked as if the world were about to end. The sky was black from as far to the north and east as the eye could see. Looking down, Harris could see the Beltway running east to west, and to his right was the University of Maryland. Beyond the university, the city of Baltimore was getting pounded by the storm. The commander could tell from the trees below that it was gusting hard. Mick Reavers yelled into his CO's ear, "Great weather to jump in! Who's the crazy bastard that came up with this plan?" Harris smiled. "We've been in worse situations, Mick. Just make sure you hike up your skirt before you jump. We wouldn't want it to get caught on anything." Reavers gave his boss the bird. Harris smiled at the big slab of beef before him and slapped Reavers on the shoulder. Returning to his spot at the end of the stick, the commander checked the altimeter strapped to his left wrist and waited for the signal. Through the eerie red light of the cabin, the green jump light began to flash. Almost instantly, Reavers raised his right hand and gave the signal for the men to stand by. Seconds later, Reavers gave the go signal and leapt from the open ramp of the combat Talon. Tony Clark came next, then Jordan Rostein, and lastly Dan Harris pivoted and leapt from the plane. All 4 men turned 180 degrees in the air and assumed the free-fall position known as the frog, arms and legs extended and bent slightly upward. In the darkening sky, the luminescent tape on their helmets helped them keep track of each other and line up. Beneath them and to the south, the White House was easily identifiable. Rapp was receiving steady updates from Langley while he tried to think of potential problems. He had identified many, but there were 2 he could actually do something about. He turned to Adams and asked, "Is that door to horsepower locked?" "Yes." "Does the S key open it?" "Yep." Rapp nodded to Adams. "Take the monitor off, quick." As Adams started to do so, Rapp grabbed his lip mic and said, "Control, I am sending Milt up to the roof to guide the team through the tunnel." General Campbell came back. "Are you sure we need to do that? They've studied the blueprints. We can't afford any screw-ups. Milt knows the way." Rapp flipped his lip mic up. "Milt, bust your ass back over there and grab my silenced pistol from Anna. I don't want you using yours. Tell her to hurry back over here because I need her help. Then you get up to the back staircase that leads to the roof. Someone will be talking to you on the radio and telling you if the coast is clear. When you hear that the snipers have taken the shot at the terrorist in the guard booth, I want you to pop that hatch immediately. If that terrorist is still alive, you are to put him down. You cannot allow him to say anything over the radio." Rapp grabbed the monitor from Adams and started him down the stairs. "Hurry up, Milt." Adams raced down the stairs with amazing agility for his age and disappeared into the tunnel. Rapp checked his watch and listened to the radio chatter coming over his headset. Waiting for Reilly to get back, he tuned the monitor into the surveillance unit that was mounted just outside of horsepower. The image of the back of the terrorist's head appeared on the screen. Less than 30 seconds later, Anna Reilly hustled up the stairs out of breath and holding her side. Rapp looked at her and asked, "Is it your rib?" Reilly nodded with a look of pain on her face. "Just hang in there a little while longer. Here's what I need you to do." Rapp held up his S key. "There's a door on the other side of this, and that key opens it. In that room, one of the terrorists is watching surveillance monitors. We might need to take him out, but we don't want to unless we absolutely have to." "So you want me to open the door with this?" "Yes. I'm going to open this door, and once I do that, we have to talk in whispers. Just do everything I tell you to do when I tell you to do it, and we'll be fine." Rapp punched in the code for the door, leaned on the handle, and stepped into the landing area. He set the monitor and his MP-10 on the ground. Dropping to a key, Rapp moistened the jagged end of the S key with spit. When he had it wet enough, he grabbed the doorknob with one hand and brought the tip of the key to the lock. Looking back and forth between the monitor and the lock, he began to slide the key in. It was inserted a third of the way when Rapp stopped. The terrorist leaned back his chair and clasped his hands behind his neck. Rapp didn't move, didn't breathe for 5 seconds. Then slowly, he slid the key the rest of the way in. He leaned back and gestured for Reilly to join him on the ground. Pulling her close, he whispered into her ear, "When I give you the signal, I want you to grab the key and the doorknob. After that, if you hear me say the word, go, open it as quickly as possible, and then get out of the way." 3 MD-530 Little Bird helicopters worked their way up the Potomac River. The small, agile, and quiet helicopters were being flown by the elite pilots of the Army's 160th Special Operations Regiment, the Night Stalkers. Each helicopter carried 4 Delta Force operators. The commandos stood on the chopper's landing skids, 2 to a side. The helicopters approached the group of bridges just to the south of the George Mason Memorial Bridge, skimming the wind-swept waters of the Potomac. Instead of climbing to fly over the bridges, the pilots of the 160th continued to hug the deck. Under the 4 bridges they went, working their way north and closer to the White House. They were to stay out of sight until given the green light. The choppers closed on the Arlington Memorial Bridge and began to slow. When they reached it, the 3 choppers pulled in under the bridge and hovered. This was where they were to wait. Meanwhile, a second flight of 3 Little Birds worked its way up the Anacostia River to the northeast. The 3 helicopters passed over the Frederick Douglass Bridge and turned north. Skimming over the roofs of apartment buildings and row houses, they cruised at an easy 60 knots, keeping the noise of their rotors and engines nice and quiet. The choppers passed around the east side of the Capitol so no one out on the National Mall would notice them. The wind buffeted them as they turned west and cruised over the roof of the Department of Labor. Dead ahead, 5 blocks away, was the monolithic structure of the Hoover Building. The choppers slid in over the rooftop and hovered just 5 feet above the structure. That was where they were to wait. The operators standing on the skids were loaded for bear. Each man was outfitted with the latest in body armor, including ballistic Kevlar helmets and throat protectors. Gas masks were readily accessible in spare pockets, as were night vision goggles. 10 of the 12 men carried suppressed MP-10s. The 11th carried a Mossberg 12-gauge shotgun, and the 12th carried the heavy 7.62mm M60ES machine gun. All of them were confident they could overcome anything they met with one exception: the bombs. If the SEALs didn't find a way around them, they would be in for a real nasty operation. Chapter 51. 4 blocks away from the White House, in the bell tower of the old post office, Charlie Wicker slid in behind his .50 caliber Barrett sniping rifle and was looking through his Leopold M1 Ultra 10x scope. On the wooden platform next to him, his fellow SEAL sniper Mike Berg was doing the same thing with another of the exact same massive weapon. The acoustic top was on the shooting platform. Constructed out of plywood and lined with foam, the covers would absorb 95% of the significant noise when the .50 caliber rifles were fired. Wicker was very confident the shot would work. So confident that he thought he would get the tango on the first shot. If he didn't, he knew Berg would. The odds of them missing from this distance were almost zero. The only thing that made him nervous was the weather. Wind and rain did funny things to the flight of a bullet, things that he couldn't always control, and that drove him nuts. The wind had been steadily increasing for the last several hours, but as if they had been given a gift from above, it had just died down. Unfortunately, Wicker knew, the reprieve would only be temporary. They were in the proverbial calm before the storm. The black sky was descending from the east, and the relative calm would not last. Wicker had been listening to the play-by-play as his team members jumped out the back of the combat Talon and was relieved the operation was underway. He would make the shot count. Only Wicker could hear what was being said between Harris and the other three jumpers. Having too many operators on the radio created unneeded confusion. Berg was to take his shot after he heard Wicker take his. There would be no command, no signals, nothing to distract the second shot. Berg would shoot when he was ready. The two snipers could clearly hear their spotters outside the blind calling out the descent of the 4 SEAL Team 6 operators. Wicker focused entirely on the task at hand. His whole body was molded to the big .50 caliber rifle as the crosshairs of his scope stayed centered on the terrorist's head. Wicker felt no remorse over what he was about to do. The man he was about to kill had put himself in this situation, and he had miscalculated the skill of his opponent. He naively sat behind the bulletproof glass thinking he was safe. At 1,000 feet, Mick Reavers pulled the ripcord on his parachute, and his rapid descent stopped. Looking up, he decided to make sure his double canopy had unfurled itself properly, then maneuvered himself into position for the short glide onto the roof of the White House. Reavers didn't bother to look to see if his team members were in position above him. His job was to stay on line so the others could follow. Harris had also opened his chute as close to 1,000 feet as possible. After he got himself sorted out, he did a quick count of the airfoils beneath him and moved in to line up behind Rothstein. At the same time, he looked over at the tall steeple of the old post office and said, "Slick, this is Whiskey 4. Do you copy? Over." "I copy, Whiskey 4. We're getting close. Just give me the bingo." Harris floated down, looking beyond his men at the street and traffic lights. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind, and then a raindrop touched his cheek. Looking back to the east, he could see a wall of driving rain marching toward him. The heavy stuff looked to be less than a mile away. Harris looked down and tried to judge how close Reavers was to touchdown. Harris checked his altimeter and then looked back to the lead chute. He waited patiently, watching Reavers glide in from the darkness toward the roof of the White House. Harris waited to the last possible moment and said, "Bingo, Slick. I repeat, bingo." Wicker heard the call and began a slow, even exhale. He had already lowered his heart rate to fewer than 40 beats a minute and was completely at ease. The terrorist was offering him a full-profile shot, and Wicker held the center of the crosshairs just above the man's ear. With a steady, constant pressure, he began to squeeze the trigger, and with a loud report, the bullet was away. The recoil from the massive rifle jolted Wicker back several inches. Another round was chambered, and as he maneuvered his scope in an attempt to reacquire the target, he heard Berg's massive .50 launch its round at the target. Wicker brought his scope back in on the guard booth a second later, but there was nothing to shoot. The only thing in sight was a large hole in the bulletproof glass the size of a fist. Reavers came in hot. He had felt the wind picking up and had adjusted accordingly, allowing himself to drop like a rock for 30 feet, and then at the last second he pulled down on the risers and filled his chute with air. When his feet hit the roof, he opened the vents and got enough slack in his canopy to collapse one side of it. Clutching at his shoulder hooks, he pulled them from the main harness and wrestled the chute to the ground. Reavers bundled the chute quickly, threw it out of the way, all the while running for the guard booth. On the way, he reached for his machine gun and said, "Whiskey 1 is down and on the move." By the time Reavers got to the guard booth, his silenced MP-10 was up and ready. As he looked inside, he saw the semi-decapitated body of a terrorist lying on the floor. Reporting his findings, he said, "Tango 1 is out of commission." Reavers looked up for a second to see how the others were doing, and then began to check the guard booth for booby traps. Clark and Rothstein came in much the same as Reavers. There was a pattern that was developing, though, and as Reavers finished circling the guard booth, he grew alarmed. Each man overshot the previous man's landing area by a good 20 feet. Reavers looked up and saw his CO struggling to get down as the wind picked up. With no time to waste, Reavers began running toward the western edge of the roof. As he did so, the rain started to fall. Commander Harris was allowing himself to drop at a dangerous rate in an effort to get down before he overshot the landing area. With less than 15 feet to go, he pulled on his risers as hard as he could. The chute fluffed with air, and just as the commander's feet hit the roof, a 40-mile-an-hour gust grabbed the parachute and yanked Harris toward the edge. Rapp knelt outside the door to horsepower, intently watching his monitor. Reilly knelt next to him, afraid to speak. They had been sitting in silence for several minutes, waiting, when Rapp noticed her look of fear. A little bit of fear was a good thing, but too much could lead to freezing in the heat of battle, and they couldn't afford that right now. Rapp pushed the lip mic of his headset up and leaned close to Reilly. Whispering in her ear, he said, "Don't worry, Anna. Everything is going to be fine." Rapp moved away and smiled. Reilly looked at him with eyes filled with dread. She leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "I don't want you to die." Then she hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. Rapp's heart fluttered, and he felt a feeling in his stomach that he hadn't felt in a long time. With a huge grin on his face, he pulled her close, touching his forehead to hers. "Don't worry about me. I've been in worse situations than this, much worse." He felt like kissing her, but held back. "Besides, you owe me dinner." This finally got a smile from her, and after a couple of seconds she added, "All right, just don't do anything stupid before I get a chance to pay you back." Before Rapp could reply, he heard Commander Harris and Charlie Wicker talking on the headset. Rapp pulled his mic back down and pointed to the doorknob. Reilly nervously put one hand on the knob and the other on the key. Rapp brought his silenced MP-10 up with both hands and clutched the extended stock firmly between his cheek and shoulder. With his eyes on the monitor, he kept the gun level and ready to fire. He listened to the news as the shot was taken, and then the words that the first SEAL was down. Rapp looked for the slightest sign that the terrorist was onto something. The seconds passed by, and there was nothing. It appeared they had eliminated the tango on the roof without alerting the others. Then came the news that the second and third SEALs were down. Rapp started to ease up just a bit. Amazingly, everything was going off as planned. Harris was helpless as the wind filled his chute and yanked him toward the edge. Passing by one of the chimney stacks, he reached out with his left hand. This slowed him for only a second as the force of the gale peeled him away from his temporary brick mooring. Several feet off the ground, he was again airborne and headed for the edge. "Whiskey 4 is in trouble," announced Reavers as he sprinted across the narrow flat section of the roof. Pumping his legs as fast as they would move, he saw his CO slow for a second and then start moving. Reavers gained on him, and when he thought he had a chance, he dropped his weapon clear and leapt, both hands extended. Reavers caught Harris's right boot, and they came to a skidding halt. Only half of Harris's upper body was on the roof. The other half was dangling over the edge, the parachute fully inflated by the driving storm, continuing to tug him from Reavers' grip. With Reavers preventing him from floating away, Harris got enough play in one of the main straps to undo the clasp and let it go. The chute instantly flattened and began snapping in the wind. With the tension reduced, the other clasp was free and released in seconds. The parachute then floated away for about 50 feet until it hit the southeast corner of the west wing. There it came to rest, flapping in the wind, hugging the building. Rapp honestly thought they were about to pull off the infiltration without a hitch, and then he heard the call that Whiskey 4 was in trouble. His ears perked up, and his eyes intently watched the small monitor at his feet. The terrorist on the screen was sitting with his back to the door. Rapp could see the Tango's AK-74 leaning against the table within arm's reach. After several tense seconds, it came over the radio that Whiskey 4 was okay and that the team was proceeding into the mansion. Rapp eased a bit, and then he saw the Tango come forward in his chair. Rapp's body shifted forward as he continued to watch the small screen at his feet. The Tango had seen something on one of the monitors. Rapp couldn't see what it was. When the terrorist's left hand reached out, Rapp noticed what looked like a radio sitting on the console. "Go!" The word came from his mouth without any thought or pause. Reilly turned the key, twisted the knob, and shoved the door open. Rapp was moving through the opening instantly, his silenced MP-10 hugged tight and his left eye boring down the sights. The terrorist's head was framed perfectly. The radio was coming to his mouth. He had already got the name Rafique out and was just starting to say something else. Rapp squeezed the trigger once and held it for a second. 2 rounds spit from the end of the silencer and hit the Tango directly in the back of the head. The hollow-point Glacier rounds breached the skull and released a total of 660 lethal miniature projectiles. The terrorist was propelled forward, his head landing on the console and his radio dropping to the floor. Rapp moved quickly for the terrorist's radio, saying over his lip mic, "I need help. Get the whiskey team over here on the double." Keeping his gun trained on the open door that led out into the hallway, he grabbed the radio and brought it up to his ear. The voice he heard on the other end caused Rapp's skin to crawl. It was Aziz. Rapp had to think fast. Speaking into his own headset first, he said, "Control, we may have to go with jamming. Be ready to do so on my command." Rapp thought about how to play it. After just a second or two, he brought the radio to his mouth and hoped his clipped Farsi accent would work. "Everything's all right. It was nothing." There was silence for a moment, and then Aziz asked, "Who is this?" Rapp hesitated for only a second. Into his lip mic he said, "Control, jam everything. I repeat, everything." Chapter 52. Aziz looked at the door to the president's bunker, and then at the electronic device in his hand. He spoke into his radio for a third time and then held it to his ear. Nothing came back. Without having to be asked, Benghazi tried his radio. The result was the same. Aziz calmly checked the digital pager clipped to his hip and then looked at Benghazi. "Take Raghib, check the stairwell, and try to re-establish radio contact." Aziz then turned to Yasin, who was sticking a long, spike-like object through one of the holes he had drilled. "Keep working," he told the plump little man. Aziz walked down the hallway, followed by his men, and when they reached the stairwell, he waited for them at the bottom. As Benghazi and Raghib disappeared into the stairwell, Aziz tried his radio again. It still didn't work. Now he began to get nervous. If the radios failed, that was one thing. But if the Americans were jamming them and they covered the frequencies of his digital pagers, that would be something entirely different. The countdown would begin on the bombs, and if the Americans did not stop jamming the signal, there was nothing he could do to stop them from going off. He had only several options, and he didn't have a lot of time to think them through. Rapp stood next to the main doorway of Horsepower, looking down the hall, waiting for a Tango to come around the corner any second. Reilly had ventured into the room and was staring at the dead terrorist. Rapp brought his hand up and motioned for her to get behind him. She didn't see his gesture, and Rapp said, "Anna, get over here and stay behind me." Rapp looked back down the hall again and said, "Whiskey 4, where in the hell are you?" "We're in the tunnel. We'll be there in a second." "Hurry up." Commander Harris, who was in the lead, passed a tired Milt Adams and sprinted up the stairs. He arrived in Horsepower with his weapon up and sweeping the room. Rapp heard him enter and turned. "We need to take these guys out quick before they figure out what's going on." "What about the bombs?" The other 3 black-clad SEALs entered the room. "We pray they don't go off while we're shooting, and we worry about them later." "Slow down a minute," General Campbell's voice came over their radios. "We need to make sure we know what we're doing first." "We've got 1 Tango upstairs watching a half a dozen hostages or more." Rapp spoke rapidly. "We're blind in the mess, but we know there's at least 3 Tangos watching over the hostages. There's nothing else to discuss. These guys are going to get real antsy if they don't start hearing something on their radios. We need to move now." "I agree." Harris backed up Rapp. "What's the Tango in the Roosevelt room doing?" asked Rapp. "Nothing. He's just sitting in his chair, but Aziz and several others are on the move." "Where's Delta?" "They're on their way in." Rapp looked at Harris. "The mess is down the hall, first left and then first right. Take your team and clear the room. I'll go upstairs and take care of the loner." "Why don't I give you Mick?" Rapp shook his head. "Thanks, but I don't need him. I've got video of what he's doing. You're flying blind. You need the extra man more than I do." Rapp started to move for the other door. He grabbed Reilly's hand and said to Harris and the boys, "Good luck. I'll see you in about 20 seconds." When Rapp reached the back steps, Milt Adams was slowly climbing the staircase from the tunnel. He looked exhausted. Turning to Reilly, Rapp said, "Wait here with Milt." Then, on the way up the stairs to the Oval Office, he remembered all of the bombs. Into his lip mic, he said, "Control, you'd better start thinking of a way to get us out of here." Back at Langley, Kennedy was already on the job. Things were moving along at a frantic pace. General Campbell's Joint Special Operations Command staff was busy monitoring every aspect of the mission and telling the general only the things he needed to be most concerned about. Fortunately, everyone in the room had received enough training and, in some cases, real-life experience that they knew to keep their mouths shut unless what they had to say was imperative. During a frenetic operation like this, it was easy to swamp the lines of communications. Kennedy tapped Campbell on the arm. "I'll handle Iron Man. You worry about the whiskey team." Campbell nodded his consent. Colonel Gray, the commander of Delta Force, was to his right and overseeing the actions of his Alpha and Bravo teams. The Alpha team was on the move and about to be inserted onto the roof. The Bravo team had left its cover under the Arlington Bridge and was on its way in. General Flood and Director Stansfield sat in the back row and watched. They were both very careful not to interrupt. Kennedy looked at the 3 monitors on the big board that most concerned Rapp. "Iron Man, you are all clear. There is no movement in the hallway, and the Tango is sitting with his gun resting on his lap." Kennedy squinted at the screen. "There's a chance he could be sleeping." "Roger that." Rapp climbed the steep concrete staircase that led to the Oval Office. When he reached the top, he pressed the latch and pulled the wall in toward him. He checked to his left first, and then moved through the dining room and into the pantry. There he stopped and looked out at the door across the hallway. "Whiskey 4, are you in position? Over." Harris and his 3 SEALs were crouched against the wall just outside the White House mess. Having gone through this drill together countless times, they fell into their slots. Reavers was number 1, followed by Clark, Rostein, and finally Harris, the same way they had jumped out of the plane. "We're ready to go on your command, Iron Man." Before moving, Rapp asked, "How does my Tango look, Control?" "No change in status," replied Kennedy. "Roger that. All right, Harry, let's bag 'em on 3. 1, Rapp moved across the hall. 2, he placed his right hand on the doorknob. 3, Rapp threw the door open and stayed in his crouch. The Tango looked up, and as he did so, the thick black suppressor of Rapp's submachine gun coughed twice. Downstairs, Mick Reavers raced into the White House mess in a crouch and peeled to his left, sweeping his area for targets. A split second into the room-clearing maneuver, he found one. The Tango was standing with his weapon cradled across his chest. Reavers placed 2 rounds directly in the center of the man's forehead and sent him to the ground. The next 3 SEALs came in right on top of Reavers, each man peeling away and searching their area. Tony Clark, the number 2 man in the train, found his target 30 feet away and directly across the room. The Tango was bringing his gun up to fire, but it never happened. 2 bullets hit him right between the eyes and sent him back over a chair. As Jordan Rostein entered the room, he peeled further to the right and came up blank. He fought the urge to sweep further to his right and went back over his area again. Harris was right on his heels and pivoted 90 degrees to cover the area all the way to the right. No more than 8 feet away, the snubbed muzzle of a shortened AK-74 was being brought to bear. Harris was quicker and sent 2 rounds into the man's face. Reavers called clear, and he was followed in quick succession by the other team members. They heard Rapp's call over their radios, and then several of the hostages began to cry out for help. The SEALs ignored them and kept their weapons up as they searched the mass of hostages for any Tangos that might be using them for cover. Harris ordered Clark and Rostein to watch the hostages, and then he and Reavers moved out to secure the other areas of the room. Chapter 53. The 3 Little Bird helicopters moved out from their holding pattern and raced in over the White House. The rain was falling in sheets and the wind was howling. Most helicopter pilots had the common sense to stay on the ground during weather like this, but the pilots of the 160th Special Operations Regiment trained in the worst possible conditions for this exact reason. The only adjustment they made was to loosen their formation a bit to allow for some error that might be caused by the gusting wind. The first little bird came in and hovered 10 feet off the deck over the eastern end of the roof. The no-tar system on the chopper's tail gave it unmatched hovering stability. All 4 troopers kicked free at the same time and rappelled the short distance to the rooftop. The men pulled their ropes from their rappelling clips and headed out for the guard booth. The second chopper came right behind the first, and then the third. The 12 operators of the Alpha team immediately set out for their objective in the basement. Aziz was trying to figure out what to do when he heard the distinctive noise of an AK-74 being fired somewhere on the floors above. The noise caused him to freeze at first, and then he raced back to the anteroom of the bunker. Neither Racine nor the woman had any idea that something was wrong. Aziz grabbed the woman by the arm and yanked her to her feet. Pulling the woman down the hall, he yelled back to Yassine, "Get that door open!" As they neared the stairwell, shots could be heard again. Aziz opened the door and yelled for Benghazi. He waited a moment, but got no reply. Furious at all this, when he was so close, he grabbed the woman by the hair and shoved her into the stairwell. He had to get to the first basement, or there would be no escape. Aziz pushed the woman before him as the noise of battle grew louder. When they made it to the first basement, he pressed on. At the next landing, they found Benghazi and Raghib. The 2 of them were firing furiously at the stairs above them. Brass shell casings came tumbling down the steps. A hail of bullets hit the plaster wall just in front of them, and chips of the wall flew in every direction. Aziz began backing down the staircase, yelling to Benghazi, "Muammar, hold on for another minute, and then meet me in the tunnel." Without turning, Benghazi yelled, "Go!" As Aziz headed back down the stairs, there was a bright flash and a loud bang from above. He reached the door to the first basement and burst through it with the president's secretary. Using her as a shield, he checked both directions and then headed for the Treasury tunnel. He had to fight all of his urges to go back downstairs and see things through with the president, but he knew that would end only one way. This was it. He had been so close, but somehow the Americans had figured out what he was up to. Aziz rounded the next corner to the left and stopped. Holding the woman up in front of him, he brought his fist back and then punched her with a right hook. The woman spun from the blow and went to the floor like a wet noodle. Aziz set his MP5 down and began to tear off the green fatigues he'd been wearing for the last 3 days. Rapp did a quick search of the room and came up with nothing. One by one, he pulled the canvas bags off the hostages' heads, counting 9 of them. The room reeked of urine. "Whiskey 4, what's your status?" "We're golden. 3 tangos down, and all of the hostages are secured." Rapp looked over at the bomb by the wall. Its red light was blinking. "We're not out of this yet. Get your boys working on these bombs." Turning his attention back to the hostages, he said, "Don't worry. Everything is going to be fine." He took his knife and cut the first 2 uniformed Secret Service officers free. Then, giving his knife to them, he told them to free the others. Rapp spoke into his headset. "Control, what's the plan?" Kennedy answered, "Start moving the hostages into the tunnel. If there's no other safe way out, we'll offload them by helicopter from the roof." "Roger that." Rapp looked back at the hostages who were still trying to get up. "Can you people move?" A couple of them nodded, and Rapp said, "All right, follow me and don't touch anything. Those of you that can't move, I'll come back and get you." Rapp led the first 3 out of the room and toward the hidden staircase. "Control, what's the update on Aziz?" Rapp waited but got no reply. He repeated the question as he went back to grab a couple more hostages and was stopped cold in the hallway outside the Roosevelt room. He heard a beep and looked down at the bomb on the wall. The red light had stopped blinking and was now green. Beneath that, 2 red numbers appeared. "Shit, we've got big problems. These bombs are counting down. Control, did you hear me? Whiskey 4, did you hear me?" Rapp ran back into the Roosevelt room. "People, we have to move fast. Who needs help?" One of the remaining 6 raised his hand. Rapp snatched the Secret Service officer from the ground like a rag doll and threw him over his shoulder. "Say again?" General Campbell asked. "These bombs are counting down. Something went wrong. Get the Alpha team back up to the roof." Rapp headed out of the room. "Let's go! Everyone follow me!" As Rapp raced across the hall and into the president's dining room, he yelled, "Harry, move everybody into the tunnel fast. It's our only chance." Rapp cut through the short hallway and started down the steep stairs. When he reached the bottom, he handed the wounded Secret Service officer off to several other hostages and told Anna and Milt to head down into the tunnel and keep people moving. Rapp then ran into Horsepower, where he saw the first of the hostages coming his way. Rapp screamed, "Come on, people! Move! Hurry up!" The line slowed for a second, and Rapp backed up to the door and screamed, "Get your asses moving! This whole building is wired to blow!" The line instantly surged forward. Rapp checked his watch. He had no idea how much time they had left, but it couldn't be much. Harris and the other 3 SEALs finally appeared. Reavers was carrying a hostage in each arm. Clark, Rostein, and Harris appeared within seconds, each of them helping a hostage. "Is anyone else left?" "No." Harris passed Rapp and said, "Get your ass in the tunnel." Rapp didn't need to be told. He was right on Harris's heels and slamming the heavy steel door closed behind him. Rapp yelled over his headset, "Milt, make sure the door on the other end is closed." Aziz peeked around the corner to see if Benghazi was coming. The gunfire had stopped, and he took it as a bad sign. The Americans would have silenced weapons, and if he could not hear shots, that meant Raghib and Benghazi had been overpowered. The Americans would be arriving shortly. Looking at his pager, he smiled. The Americans were in for a big surprise. The pager had gone into countdown mode. The system was foolproof. He had designed and tested it himself. With the laptop jammed, the pagers didn't receive their codes. Now they were in countdown mode, and in 16 seconds they would start to blow. The green fatigues were off. Underneath them, Aziz had been wearing black coveralls similar to those worn by the FBI's hostage rescue team. The black assault vest he wore over it had FBI printed in yellow across the back. The plan was a long shot, but in the confusion created by the bombs going off, it just might work. The Secret Service MP5 submachine gun, the black gas mask he would put on once the explosions occurred, the coveralls, they would all help him blend in. Aziz looked around the corner again, expecting to see members of the hostage rescue team working their way down the hall. There was no one. It was completely silent. He checked the pager one last time and pulled his gas mask down. The first explosion was a rumble in the distance. It was followed by a quick succession of explosions, each one getting a little louder. The building began to shake. Dust and plaster started to fall from the ceiling. The lights fluttered several times and then failed completely. All of a sudden, a huge blast came from the left where the entrance to the Treasury tunnel was located. The concussion knocked Aziz to the floor, where he landed on the president's unconscious secretary. Aziz pushed himself up, spitting the dust from his mouth and shaking it from his hair. His hearing had been rendered useless from the explosion. Commanding himself to get up, he stood and found the small flashlight in his assault vest. Aziz turned it on and tried to regain his sense of direction. The air was thick with dust and smoke, preventing him from seeing more than 5 feet in any direction. He was pretty sure the tunnel was to his left. Grabbing the woman, he threw her over his shoulder, picked up his gun, and felt his way along the wall for the tunnel. At the next corner, he went right, and several steps later he stumbled over chunks of concrete that had been knocked loose from the blast. In front of him was a mound. He started to climb into the tunnel. For a moment, he was fearful the entire structure might have collapsed, but then the rubble began to dissipate. Breathing through the gas mask was difficult. It didn't give him oxygen. It just helped filter the dust and smoke from the air. Carrying the woman was proving to be more tiring than he had anticipated. He stopped for a moment to gather himself. The dust started to settle, and his breathing became slightly easier. The visibility grew better with each passing step, and it motivated him to pick up the pace. All of a sudden, he was out of the tunnel. He was immediately met by several figures wearing dark coveralls like his. Aziz did not want to have to use the weapon unless he had to. They were trying to talk to him as he continued forward, but they were not pointing their weapons at him. When Aziz was within several feet, he yelled through his gas mask, "Ambulance! I have to get her to an ambulance!" One of the men grabbed him by the arm and started to jog with him up the ramp. As they stepped out from under the covered part of the Treasury garage, they were hit with the rain. The man kept trying to talk to Aziz. Finally, Aziz yelled, "I'm deaf from the explosions! I can't hear a thing!" When they reached the top of the ramp, a stream of fire trucks raced past them and onto the south grounds of the White House. Aziz turned to the left and started jogging. Dead ahead on the other side of 15th Street was where Salim was supposed to be. Emergency vehicles were lined up, their lights flashing in the pouring rain. Every second counted. Aziz pressed on. He desperately wanted to take the gas mask off, but it was too big a risk to show his face. When they reached the intersection of 15th Street and Hamilton, just a half a block away from the White House, another explosion occurred. The circular lid on the concrete trash receptacle across the street shot up in the air almost 50 feet and then came spinning back to earth. It landed with a thud in the middle of the intersection and lay smoldering in the rain. The few people that were out in the deluge were now running for cover. Aziz continued through the rain. The man that had been with him stayed behind, fearing more explosions, which, Aziz assumed, if Salim had done his job, were occurring all around the area. Aziz made it across the street and ran down the sidewalk. He couldn't take the mask any longer. It was too hard to breathe and it was fogging up. He yanked the mask up onto his forehead and took his first real breath of air in minutes. It felt incredible in his burning lungs. Aziz pressed on, looking in the windows of the ambulances for a white head of hair. As he neared the end of the row of vehicles, he began to worry that Salim had abandoned him, but there, in the last ambulance, he spotted him. Aziz ran around the back and pulled open the doors. He quickly climbed in and dropped the woman on the gurney. Before the door was shut, he yelled, "Get this the hell out of here!" Salim threw the vehicle into reverse and hit the emergency lights on the roof. He spun the wheel and yanked it into drive, stepping on the gas. The wheels spun for a moment on the rain-soaked street and then caught. Salim hit the siren as the ambulance raced forward. The police at the next intersection hustled to move the barricades just in time for the ambulance to pass through. Vice President Baxter had just finished bawling out Dallas King. Less than 30 minutes earlier, Baxter had been blindsided by the information that President Hayes was no longer out of the loop and that he himself was no longer in charge. After being humiliated like never before in his life, Baxter had gotten off the phone and started screaming at Dallas King. The vice president went into a tirade, blaming his chief of staff for the entire mess, belaboring the point that he should never have listened to a word of King's advice. King had taken the verbal beating without a fight. Secretly, he was relieved. Baxter not becoming president wouldn't end his career, but Abu Hassan making it out of the White House and telling his story to the FBI or media would. With Hayes back in charge, the odds were a raid would be ordered. King let his boss vent until there was nothing left and then turned the tables. Methodically, he made his case, pointing out that they had saved the lives of 25 people and had sacrificed what? Some money that wasn't even theirs, and some sanctions that weren't even working. King stressed to Baxter that there was no way they could have played it any better. And then, in an attempt to help bolster his boss's ego, King proclaimed that history would judge his 3 days as president as some of the most difficult ever served by the nation's chief executive. That history would remember him as someone who put the lives of Americans above money and a failed foreign policy. Remember, it ain't over till it's over. King was building strength in his position. With each passing minute, he could see that he was getting to Baxter. King paced back and forth in front of the desk and then suddenly stopped. "This is perfect. Absolutely perfect." "What is?" "Hayes may have just done you the biggest favor of his career." King clapped his hands together. "You're off the hook, and the timing couldn't be better. So far, you've only had to deal with the little demands. Tomorrow, Aziz is going to ask for something big, and you are not going to have to be the one to say yes or no." King was grinning ear to ear. "They are going to have to storm the White House, and Hayes is going to have to give the order." The vice president began to see the bright side. There just might be a way out of this. The door to the study suddenly burst open, and one of the vice president's staffers rushed in, yelling, "Turn on the TV! The White House is on fire!" Baxter sprang from his chair and grabbed the remote control from his desk. The TV came on instantly. Within seconds, images of fire engines racing through the White House's gates appeared. In the background, flames could be seen shooting out of windows. Baxter turned up the volume. The anchor was saying that people on the scene were telling him that as of yet no survivors had been seen coming out of the building. As soon as the anchor said the word, "No survivors," Dallas King ushered the aide back out of the room and closed the door. The two of them stood for several minutes watching the live coverage. There were flames everywhere. Firemen were manning hoses from the ground and from the top of hook and ladder trucks. King turned to his boss, unable to hide the smile on his face. "No one is going to make it out of there alive." All Baxter could do was shake his head. King stared at the TV for a while longer and then said, "We need to let the media know that you are not responsible for this disaster." King pointed to the screen. "Hayes is responsible for this mess, and we have to make sure everyone knows that." King felt as if he were floating on air. He was going to get away with it. Baxter looked at his chief of staff and said, "Dallas, this is a tragedy." "Life is a tragedy, Sherman. 30,000 people a year die in car accidents, another 100,000 from cigarettes." King pointed to his boss. "Now that's a real tragedy. This is not good, don't get me wrong. Some people might consider it a tragedy, but it's my job to make sure they don't think you caused it." King picked up the phone on the boss's desk and punched in a phone number. When he got the person's voicemail, he pressed 0 and got the operator on the line. "I need to speak to Sheila Dunn immediately. Tell her Dallas King, the Vice President's Chief of Staff, is on the line." King was put on hold. Standing next to his boss, he watched the White House burn on the TV. In the back of his mind, he was chanting, "Burn, baby, burn." Chapter 54. President Hayes stood in front of the White House, bathed in the early morning sunlight. Reporters shouted questions from beyond the fence line, and he ignored them. The important thing was that the nation see he was alive and well. He would make a formal speech in the evening and explain the tragic events of the last 4 days. Special Agent Jack Warch stood at his side, along with a half-dozen other Secret Service agents, all of them wearing sunglasses. President Hayes held his hand over his eyes and gazed up at the proud old building, amazed she was still standing. FBI agents were sifting through the carnage, collecting evidence. Virtually all of the windows were blown out, and there were holes punched in the stone exterior where the bombs had exploded. Fortunately, the fire had not burned uncontrolled. Between the heavy downpour and the firefighters, the blaze had been kept in check and was prevented from engulfing the structure. Priceless national treasures had been damaged beyond repair and lost forever, but the important thing was that the hostages were alive. Jack Warch reached out and tapped the president on the arm. President Hayes looked down at his watch and nodded. The troop then moved out across the lawn for the northwest gate. The president looked to Warch and said, "I bet your wife and kids were happy to see you this morning." Warch smiled. "Yep, lots of hugs and kisses." Hayes grinned and slapped Warch on the back as they crossed Pennsylvania Avenue. Several large limousines were parked in the street. One of them, Hayes recognized, belonged to the Vice President. The entourage walked up the steps of Blair House, where a U.S. Marine opened the door for the President and saluted. Hayes returned the salute and entered the foyer of his new home. Several reporters from the White House press pool were inside with their notepads ready. The President paused to take a look around and pronounced, "If it was good enough for Harry Truman, it's good enough for me." The reporters laughed and wrote down the quote. The President's Chief of Staff appeared from the parlor and said, "Everybody's here, Mr. President." Hayes tugged on his white shirt sleeves and entered the room with Warch and Jones. All of the attendees stood, some more enthusiastically than others. The President had called the meeting several hours earlier and had put together the list carefully. Stansfield, Kennedy, Flood, and Campbell were all seated on one of the room's 2 large couches. Sitting across from them was Vice President Baxter and Dallas King. Despite the extra room on the couch, Anna Reilly and Milt Adams had chosen to stand. The President walked to the front of the room and looked at the only 2 people he didn't know. "I'm looking forward to meeting both of you, but we have some business to take care of first." Hayes looked around the room for a second, and then to Director Stansfield. "We're missing someone."
"He'll be along shortly, Mr. President."
Hayes nodded and brought his hands together in a tight grip. "All right, let's get down to business. First things first." Hayes's gaze fell on Dallas King. "We are going to set the record straight, and we're going to make things right. Dallas, I've been told you made quite an ass out of yourself over the last several days." Hayes paused. "Anything you would like to say in your defense?" King shifted uncomfortably on the couch and was rapidly trying to think of a defense when the parlor doors opened and in stepped Mitch Rapp. Rapp walked across the room to where Reilly and Adams were standing. "I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. President." "That's quite all right, Mr. Cruz. We were just getting ready to hear Dallas King explain his behavior over the last several days." King was sweating bullets. The President extended his hand, and Valerie Jones deposited a copy of the Washington Post in it. Hayes held it up for everyone to see. The headlines read, "President Hayes orders failed raid." Hayes handed the copy back to Jones and said, "The Post rushed to press with this story last night and wound up with a lot of egg on their face this morning. I won't even get into the specifics of the article, other than to say that almost all of it is false." Hayes watched King for a moment. "Dallas, do you have any idea how the Post came up with a headline like this?" At first, King only shrugged and then muttered some unintelligible words. Inside, he was relieved. For a moment, he had thought Hayes had found out about his late-night tour of the White House. "Let me see if I can refresh your memory." Hayes extended his hand, and this time Stansfield placed several documents in it. "I have phone records here showing that someone called the Post last night from the Vice President's house. I have other records showing that over the last several days, someone has been calling a reporter at the Post from your mobile phone and your home phone." Hayes held the phone records up for all to see. King squirmed on the couch and looked to his boss for support. He got none. Afraid to look the President in the eye, he answered with great discomfort, I made them." "I thought so." Hayes handed the phone records back to Stansfield and turned to Jones. She handed him a folder and a pen. Hayes crossed over to King and dropped the pen and folder in his lap. "We took the liberty of typing your resignation for you. Sign both copies and keep one for yourself." Hayes watched King sign the 2 sheets and took one of them back. "You may leave now." It was silent as the Vice President's Chief of Staff got up to leave. King was more relieved than any of the others in the room could know. He could handle a quiet resignation. The truth, however, would ruin him. Hayes turned his attention next to Vice President Baxter. "How do you like foreign travel, Sherman?" Baxter looked up at Hayes and said nothing. Hayes went on. "I hope you like it a lot, because for the next 3 years I'm going to send you to every third world country I can think of." The President turned and walked to the front of the room. It was obvious to all that he was trying to keep his temper in check. "You have set our foreign policy and national security back a decade. I would fire you if I could, but the harsh truth is that I can't. So I'm stuck with you for the rest of the term, and then, Sherman, as everyone in this room is my witness, you will choose not to run." Hayes's cheeks were flushed. For good measure, he added, "Don't press me on this, or I swear to God I'll have Director Stansfield start leaking your CIA file to the media. Now get out of here and keep your mouth shut." Hayes pointed to the door. When the door was closed, Director Stansfield looked around and said, "Mr. President, I don't have a file on the Vice President." Hayes winked and said, "I know that, but he doesn't." The President grabbed a glass of water and took a sip. Turning back to the group, he said, "I can't thank all of you enough for the job you did. It was truly unbelievable. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Adams." Hayes walked over and shook his hand. "I am indebted to you for what you did. The risks you took when you clearly didn't have to get involved speak volumes about your character." Adams was uncomfortable with all of the praise. "I was just doing my duty, Mr. President." Hayes grabbed his shoulder and squeezed. "We need more people like you, Milt. If there is anything I can do for you, just let me know, and I will take care of it." "There is one thing that I can think of, sir." "What's that?" "This retirement thing isn't all it's cracked up to be, and I was thinking that since your house is in dire need of repair, I might come back and help supervise the rebuilding." "Absolutely. That's a great idea, Milt. I will have it taken care of immediately. Anything else?" "Nope." "Well then, Valerie will walk you to the door and get all of the information. I can't thank you enough." Adams finished shaking the President's hand and turned to Reilly. Milt reached out and kissed her on the cheek. "Watch out for this guy here." Adams let go and shook Rapp's hand. "Well, Mr. Secret Agent Man, I suppose this is the last I'll see of you." "You never know." Rapp pulled Adams over and gave him a hug. "I'll make it a point to stop by and see you." "Yeah, you do that. Just don't come asking me to join you for any more crazy missions. I'm too old for this stuff.
Adams started for the door and turned back.
You two make a cute couple. Maybe you should stop by some night and I'll make you dinner.
We'll have to do that. Rapp turned to Reilly and laughed. After Adams left, the president focused his attention on Reilly. Young lady, your first day at the White House turned out to be a doozy.
Yes, you could say that.
Are you going to stay on, or has this experience soured you?
Stay on?
At the White House?
Of course.
Good. Hayes smiled. I asked you here this morning for 2 reasons. The first was to thank you for all of your help. I've been told you played a crucial role in helping Mr. Cruz here pull this thing off.
A very small one.
Reilly blushed. Well, thank you. Your sacrifice is very much appreciated. Hayes looked over at Rapp for a second, and then back to Reilly. Can you guess what the second reason is? Reilly folded her arms across her chest.
You wanted to talk to me about how much of my story I plan on telling.
She intentionally chose the word my. Precisely. Hayes backed up a bit. How many reporters do you think have witnessed an exchange between the president and the vice president like the one you just witnessed here this morning?
Probably none.
That's right. Hayes gestured to the 4 people sitting on the couch. These 4 fine individuals think I should pressure you into signing a bunch of documents that will bind you legally from publishing anything we think a threat to certain security interests. But I have assured them that there is a better way to handle this. Hayes paused to give Reilly a moment to reflect on the first option. Walking back to the front of the room, he continued, The other way, the better way, is for you and I to make a deal. Hayes raised his eyebrows. In exchange for your voluntary cooperation in regard to keeping certain aspects of the most recent events secret, I will give you a head start on certain events of importance. Reilly could hardly believe she was even in this meeting, let alone receiving such an offer from the president. She told herself to play it cool and asked, What types of things will you want to censor from my story? Hayes looked to the 4 on the couch. Kennedy spoke first. If you leave out Mr. Cruz and any direct involvement by the CIA, we're fine.
Am I all right if I say you were involved in intelligence gathering and planning?
As long as you stay vague, we won't have a problem. Reilly raised a skeptical eyebrow.
Define vague.
Hayes stepped forward and waved his hands in the air. Hold on, I have a better idea. Ms. Reilly, how would you like to get the scoop on a huge part of this story? Hayes looked her in the eye. At noon, FBI Director Roach is going to hold a press conference, and the cat will be out of the bag. I can give you that story right now, and you can head out to NBC and break it to the world. You will scoop everybody. Reilly was interested, very interested. This could turn out to be a nice arrangement. She nodded and said, I'll play ball. Good. Here's the deal. The FBI has searched the White House, and they can't find one of the terrorists. We have reports that last night after the explosion, someone from the FBI carried a wounded woman out of the Treasury tunnel. That woman turned out to be my secretary. She was found in a ditch in rural Maryland at 6 this morning, barely conscious. She was last seen with Aziz right before the explosions took place outside of my bunker. The president paused, giving Reilly a second to pull it together. Oh, and one other thing. There were no FBI agents in the building when the bombs went off. Reilly's eyes got big.
So, you're saying Aziz escaped?
It looks that way. Reilly looked to Rapp, who reluctantly nodded. After shaking her head, she said, Wow. Hayes walked over and placed his hand on her shoulder. I'm serious about our arrangement. The president turned her toward the door and started walking with her. You've earned this, Anna. Thank you for everything you've done. Reilly didn't know what to say. She didn't feel as if she had done all that much.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you. Smiling, Hayes squeezed both of her shoulders. I almost forgot. I have one other thing for you. Director Tracy of the Secret Service is expecting a call from you. It appears he has some information on Dallas King that you might find interesting. Now, if you'll excuse us, we need to discuss certain things involving Mr. Aziz. Stop by next week, and we'll talk more. Hayes turned Reilly out the door and opened it for her. Rapp sat watching the exchange, and as Reilly left the room, he felt a sinking feeling in his stomach.
He wanted to talk to her. With a frown, Rapp looked back across the room. President Hayes came walking back toward the fireplace, saying, "I don't care who we have to bribe, who we have to threaten. I want Aziz's head on a silver platter. I want him taken out, and I want us to seriously explore our options for dealing with Saddam Hussein." Hayes turned to Rapp. "I can't thank you enough. This country can't thank you enough." The president shook his head. "It's a shame they'll never know the contributions and sacrifices you've made." Rapp grinned. "That's all right, sir. I didn't exactly get into this line of work for accolades and recognition." "I know you didn't, but I just wish there was a better way to repay you and properly show our gratitude." "Just let me be the one to punch Aziz's ticket, and that'll be payment enough." "I plan on it. Which brings me to my next point." Hayes looked away from Rapp for a second and focused on the others. "I want every intelligence asset we can spare focusing on tracking down Aziz. Call in every marker we have. As I said a second ago, we are not going to play by the rules on this one. I want him caught." Hayes turned back to Rapp. "I want you to go home, and I want you to get some rest." The president began to walk Rapp toward the door. "If we find him, I want you fresh." "Yes, sir." Rapp shook the president's hand and left the room. He walked out onto the front stoop of Blair House. Bringing his hand up over his eyes, he shielded them from the light and searched the crowd. Nothing. He turned to his right and left, but came up empty again. "Can I help you find something, Mr. Cruz?" Rapp looked down. Directly in front of him, leaning against the president's limo, was the beautiful Anna Reilly. Rapp walked down the steps and said, "I thought you'd be hustling off to your station to break the story." Reilly pushed herself away from the limo. With a grin, she said, "I have some time." Reaching her hand out, she added, "Besides, I wanted to say goodbye." She grabbed Rapp's hand and squeezed it tight. Pointing down the street, she said, "Why don't you walk me down to the corner so I can catch a cab?" "Sure." The two of them started walking toward 17th Street, hand in hand. Reilly leaned away from him and asked, "So, are you ever going to tell me your real name?" "Maybe." Rapp took a couple more steps and smiled. "Someday, after you earn my trust." They walked in silence for a while, and then Reilly asked, "So, about this life story of yours, when am I going to get a chance to hear it?" "Whenever you want." "I'd imagine you're going to be pretty busy for a while." "Who knows?" They reached the corner and stopped. "I'm thinking of taking some time off." "Really?" "Why do you sound so surprised?" Reilly studied him for a second. "You don't seem like the type of person that takes time off." Rapp shrugged his shoulders. "You'd be surprised." "I think there are probably a lot of things about you that might surprise me." Rapp shook his head. "I doubt it. I'm pretty boring when it comes down to it." Reilly looked down at her hands and rubbed her thumb along his finger. Peeking up at him, she said, "We need to set our dinner date." Her thumb rubbing up and down his finger made his heart race. "Any time you can fit me into your schedule." "How about sometime next week?" "I was thinking about something a little earlier." Reilly looked up with her green eyes, a soft smile spreading across her face. Rapp reached down and grabbed her chin. Pulling his mouth to hers, he kissed her and said, "How about tonight?" Epilogue. The old man shuffled down the busy street. It was almost midnight, and the crowds were thinning. He picked his way through the people, his posture hunched, his eyes scanning their faces. He wore a pair of dirty, cracked tennis shoes, and his jeans were several inches too short. Matted clumps of dirty gray and black hair adorned his head, and a film of dirt covered every inch of exposed skin. In some cities he might have stood out, but not in Sao Paulo, Brazil. With over 20 million people, 5 million of whom lived in utter poverty, he was just another lost soul. He stepped past a fellow homeless person who had curled up in a storefront doorway for the night. He was in Bom Retiro, the ethnic enclave of the massive city that was home to almost 1 million Palestinian, Lebanese, Iranian, and Arab immigrants. His arrival in this city, of all the cities in the world, was a feat in and of itself. It had been prompted by one small piece of information. Muttering in semi-conscious delirium, Farah Harut had unwittingly given them their clue. Within minutes, a massive electronic gathering operation by the National Security Agency was underway. A KH-12 keyhole satellite was moved into geosynchronous orbit over the city of Sao Paulo and began recording phone conversations from the Bom Retiro neighborhood. The NSA's supercomputers at Fort Meade, Maryland, sifted through the thousands of calls and kicked out the ones that matched pre-assigned profiles for content, tone, and voice signature. It had taken 3 weeks and a day, but the analysts finally found what they were looking for. The old man continued weaving his way through the crowd, his dirty canvas bag draped over his shoulder. He marked the faces of the people he had seen on his previous visits. He looked at their eyes and checked their waists for the telltale bulge of a weapon. That was how he had found this street the night before last. It started with one man standing in a doorway smoking a cigarette. He had shifted his weight from one foot to the other, and when his unzipped leather jacket opened, it revealed the black steel of a pistol. Rafique Aziz was near. Rapp could feel it. When he passed the man standing guard in the doorway, he kept his head down and looked the man over closely. A few steps later, Rapp stopped and bent over to pick up a bottle cap he had dropped on a previous pass. When he stood, he looked through the small crack at the bottom of the window shade and spied 2 men sitting on a couch watching TV. 20 minutes earlier, Rapp had watched a sedan pull up in front of the row house and deposit a prostitute. Rapp continued down the street and turned into the alley. He pulled the top off a garbage can and pretended to go through it. 50 feet away in the darkness of the alley, the hot red tip of a cigarette glowed. Rapp had been adamant about one thing. He would go in alone. No contact with the Brazilian authorities, no electronic surveillance vans, and no hit squads. Nothing to spook Aziz into running. Commander Harris and 12 of his SEALs were on station, waiting in 2 sedans a mile to the east and 2 more to the west. Rapp had convinced his bosses and the president to give him a week. It had taken just 3 days for his trained eyes to discover what all the expensive surveillance equipment in the CIA's arsenal would have missed: the simple bulge on a man's hip. With each passing garbage can, the alley grew darker and the rats more plentiful. Rapp threw a bottle in his canvas bag and looked up at the second story of the house. The shade glowed a soft yellow as a candle flickered behind it. A figure briefly moved in front of the shade. Rapp licked away the dryness on his lips and felt his heart quicken as he neared the back door. The bodyguard was only 20 feet away, and Rapp could feel the man watching him. Glancing to the side, he looked for the guard's hands. One was resting on his right hip, and the other on the butt end of the cigarette. Rapp stepped carefully. He was close now, just under 10 feet away. He heard the guard's pistol slide out of its holster and kept about his business. The guard spoke to him in Arabic, telling him to move on. Rapp looked up and acted as if he didn't understand the man. His hand was still in the worn canvas bag, a firm grasp on the familiar grip of his silenced Beretta 9mm pistol. Rapp looked at the barrel of the guard's pistol. It was pointed at the far end of the alley. Wrong move, Rapp thought to himself as he squeezed the trigger of the Beretta. A single bullet spat from the end of the gun and hit the guard between his thick black eyebrows. Rapp rushed the next 3 steps, grabbed onto the falling man, and eased him to the ground. From his bag, he pulled out a small radio and said, "I'm entering the house." Leaving the bag next to the body, he slowly stepped into the kitchen. There was laughter from down the hall, and voices could be heard from the TV. Rapp closed the door behind him and crossed the kitchen. Straight ahead and down the hall was the front door. To his left, the stairs that led to the second floor, and to his right, the 2 men watching TV with their backs to him. Every second counted. Rapp stepped into the room and leveled his Beretta. The man on the left sensed something and spun around. Rapp immediately connected the face with a name. It was Salim Roussan, the man who had stood on the roof of the Washington Hotel a month earlier and killed a dozen Secret Service officers. Rapp put a bullet in the back of the second man's head, then hit a surprised Roussan between the eyes. The silencer barely made a noise. Rapp stepped to the dead man on the right and took the remote control from his hand. After turning up the volume on the TV, he started for the stairs. In his radio, he whispered, 3 tangos down, proceeding to 2nd floor. He checked the stairs quickly and then started up them 2 at a time. Stopping just short of the top, he listened. From the door straight ahead and to the left came the passionate purrs of a young woman moaning. Rapp took a deep breath. It had come down to this. He grabbed the doorknob with his right hand and pushed. Rapp rushed the room, his gun sweeping from left to right. To the right was motion, 2 bodies intertwined, lying flat. An arm extended above both heads, reaching for something. Rapp took aim and fired. The bullet slammed into Aziz's elbow, shattering the joint. Rapp did not hesitate. He moved his gun in an effort to find a more vital target. The woman was in the way, and Aziz was rolling to use her as a shield. Rapp found Aziz's hip, fired his weapon, and started to close. The second arm was now reaching for the pillow. Rapp hit him in the other elbow. Blood geysered from the fresh wound, and Aziz let out a low, guttural moan. Rapp yanked the woman off the bed. He took off his wig and spat out his fake teeth. He looked down at Aziz, lying on the bed and bleeding in 3 places, his arms useless. With the silencer pointed at Aziz's forehead, Rapp asked, "Do you remember me?" Aziz looked up in pain, no recognition on his face. Rapp turned his head to the side. "You cut me in Paris, remember?" Aziz's face froze as he searched his memory. After a moment, a thin smile creased his lips. Rapp backed up a step. With great satisfaction, he squeezed the trigger 1 more time, closing a very bad chapter in his life. 4 tangos down. I'm on my way out, Rapp muttered into his radio. He herded the prostitute down the hall and to the 1st floor. At the back door, he told her to get lost and watched her stumble into the darkness. Rapp reached into his bag and grabbed a block of C4 plastique, setting the timer for 20 seconds. He threw it into the kitchen and closed the door. Rapp walked casually to the end of the alley where a 4-door Mercedes sedan skidded to a halt. The back door flew open and Rapp got in next to Commander Harris. As the driver hit the gas, there was a loud explosion and the dark alley erupted into a fiery ball.
That was Transfer of Power by Vince Flynn, read by Nick Sullivan.